What a journey it has been so far as our European road trip continues. We've done Barcelona, we've done Imola, and now we head to the Nurburgring. Whilst we won't be venturing onto the green hell, this circuit still has its challenges and still has its place in the world of motorsport, courtesy of its twists and turns up and down in the Eifel Mountains. Weather typically turns its head around here, as will the strategy, as track position is king around the 5.2 kilometre run. It is a tricky challenge, and who knows what we'll say at the end of the broadcast and who will be taking to that top step as we get underway once again in the Coach Dave 1000, as we are back to action here in the Nurburgring 1000 in the SimGrid. Taking you through all the action, of course, it's myself, Lewis McGlade. Alongside me in the broadcast booth will be David Christie. And David, this is such a different track to Imola, and we kind of speak about this every time we go racing in some of these rounds. Essentially, the form book that we come into it with gets thrown straight out the window.
Good afternoon, Lewis. It's fantastic to be back here for the Coach Dave 1000, and you couldn't be more right there. Imola and Nurburgring, like chalk and cheese. One, a very tight, fast, twisty, technical circuit. Nurburgring, it's all about being smooth. It's all about being Mr. Consistent and hitting the marks every single lap. That's what is going to be the case of today. The problem is with being halfway point in the season for this CDA 1000 championship as well, it's really a turning point for the championship. You're not going to get any drivers or teams that are too far ahead to be caught, but this is now where you make your money. You really have to get a good result here to secure your chance in going into Silverstone and Monza.
Yeah, if your season hasn't started out well, then this is the point that you really do need to get on with it. There are a couple of teams, though, that have had a good start to the season, because there's two teams that are running away with things a little bit in the championship. Williams Esports and SimWare.pro by Vides. Both of those teams, first and second in the championship, have taken victory in the opening two races of this season. Of course, last time out at Imola, it was a victory for the Williams Esports camp. SimWare.pro by Vides won in the series opener back at Barcelona, but the two of them comfortably clear after just two races in this championship from the Jean Lacey Esports Academy junior team that's in third spot. Then Yaz Heat, Wild Things Racing, and then the Leopard Esports Black. Veloce also up there. They a little bit disappointed. Obviously, they didn't take part in the previous round of the season, so a little bit disappointed to be a bit further down. That's what happens when you miss a round in a small championship like this. You do tend to drop down the standing. So I don't know if they're still racing today, but either way, down in seventh place. It'd be great to see them out on circuit, especially after they took a 1-2 victory. Yes, not here on ACC, but they did take that 1-2 victory on iRacing at the Circuit de la Sarthe the previous weekend.
Well, I hate to burst your bubble, but I do not see Veloci on the entry list, so it doesn't look like we're going to be getting joined by them today. But it's a modern day problem, isn't it, Lewis? And you know this from personal experience, the vast amount of different championships on different platforms that you cover. There's only a finite amount of pro sim racers to be able to cover all that. So scheduling issues are a big factor in things.
Oh yeah, always. It's going to play its part just based on the fact of every single weekend we go racing, there is countless championships left, right and centre, and more being added all of the time. So we can't steal everyone for the entirety of a season, I kind of get that, but some do stick around for most of it. But we'll speak of the drivers that we do have and some of the teams and such which we know are moving forward. The GTWR Dorking Community Car, they didn't have a good round back in Imola, which was kind of not really out of fault of their own, because they did have great pace and then were sort of tapped around a little bit, were pushed about in that AMR, the Aston Martin that they've got. But there is pace in that camp. I would be kind of shocked not to see too many good things out of them today.
One of the great things that we've talked almost to the point of nausea, Lewis, is the fact that the car's selection now is completely even, or it's way more even than it ever has been here in Assetto Corsa Competizione. So you're getting cars that were maybe able to run away with things, aren't able to run away with things as much now. Now, that's been the way since the start of this championship, so you're not going to notice any difference in terms of the car's performance. But certainly with Nurburgring here, I think tyre tyre management is going to be one of the most important factors for tonight. So, yeah, pace might be an issue for some of the cars, but if they can be a little kinder, a little more gentler to the tyres and maybe go 1, 2, 3, 4 laps extra than some of the other drivers, they'll be able to make some big spots up towards the end of the race.
Yeah, 100%. Like I say, it is one of those circuits that's a little tricky to overtake at, and so having the ability to sort of hold that track position is going to be critical, and you can do so by looking after your tyres, by keeping the car well within your remit and kind of not overstepping, which is going to be kind of one of those things that we might see quite a bit in the early stages of this race, being a 6-hour race, which we are about to start qualifying in. So the 5.2 kilometre circuit, we'll see cars going round and round and round at high speed, and track position is going to be so critical. You can't afford to qualify down in 25th if you want to go on and win this race.
You absolutely can. The thing with it is that, as you mentioned, overtaking so difficult for a number of reasons is that everybody's kind of going to the same pace anyway. The only low speed corners that you've got is coming up to the final chicane. That makes it very, very difficult. Last the late breakers, or maybe down into turn 1. And quite frankly, if you're going to be trying to make a move into turn 1, there's a 99.5% chance that you're going to die.
Well, beautiful conditions at the moment here in the Nurburgring as we ride on board with SimGrid, the Pro Vides car of McGlade, who's gone through turn 1 quite nicely there, didn't overrun over to the left-hand side, which you can kind of get away with going into the Mercedes Arena section and using an awful lot of the curb. We will see this time and time again. It's on the exit here, though, that if you do push over onto the left-hand side, you can get a track cut. You know, that is going to be a very big talking point over there. Keeps it just 2 wheels within the white line. Absolutely beautiful as the run towards turn 5 and 6. All the way over to the right. There's a little bit of tarmac or concrete out there that you can use just to widen the circuit, going through Valvoline, down into Ford, and then the punch down towards Dunlop. And this, David, is where we're going to see a few moves.
Oh yes, it absolutely is. Down to that hairpin. It's such a scary ride, because for me, I always take too much speed in, Lewis, and end up washing out wide, which is where you're going to make your places up. If you can keep it tight and just be patient on that throttle, because down at the Dunlop curve, if you can keep in, and you have to hold off the throttle for way longer than you think you do, because it's such a long right-hander. And then once you can smoothly feed it on, you will make so much time. I was, amazed to see how different my line is compared to some of the pros. And even just watching them, you take in so much, Lewis, from their braking points as to little bits where they kind of skirt with danger a little bit, like here at the curbs. That is, for me, that is going to be one of the big watch points for the race today, because to squeeze every single percentage point out of these cars and the pace, you're going to be flirting with disaster a little bit more than you'd like to think.
Well, Smoliar goes up onto provisional pole, instantly beating that time that we saw from our lads. You can see Smoliar in that car directly behind, of course, the SMP eSports car, the 888 Mercedes, that won in the sprint, the Coach Dave Super Sprint at Barcelona. I think it was Smoliar behind the wheel. But either way, George Boothby then defeats that time. Here's Wedman coming out of the final corner in the Race Anywhere SimSport BMW M4 towards the line in that number 55, goes into the middle of the top 10. Great lap time by Boothby, 53.5 to start the session. These times we do expect to get faster though, whilst it's not super cold out there, being 32 degrees in the track temperature, we'd still expect these tyres, you're good for a couple of laps.
And that's exactly it. We see this all the time, don't we, Lewis? The fact that the drivers will go out for, one warm-up lap, do one fast lap, maybe 2 fast laps if we're lucky, and then that's it. They just go straight back to pit lane, and they wash themselves down, and they go and do it exactly again. And they do that time and time and time again. The bit that always gets me is that how quickly these drivers are able to get themselves switched on in terms of the pace. It's almost immediate within that one lap. But also, you always think to yourself, oh well, that's very good doing qualifying. You can do one fast lap, but it's all about the race itself. Well, No, it's not, because this is exactly the pace that they pull in the race, lap after lap after lap. So it's not just a case of being able to go quick in one lap. This is actual race pace that a lot of these drivers are able to hold to.
Well, closing in on Abelad's there, who did get out of the way of Smolja. The next one is the Mazsim BMW M4 that's kind of going to be comfortably ahead, and that is the lap from Smolja. I was kind of wondering, he looked like he was improving over this lap, and certainly did so. So he did a 53.3, moved himself back ahead of George Boothby. Here's Jan Gang coming through the final corner in that Audi R8, sat inside the top 10 of the championship at the moment, sat inside the top 10 of the session at present. George Boothby returns to pit lane, and Gang goes up into 6th place, so a decent improvement as we head back to Jesse Kauppinen in the Grip Hacks engineering car. So a few teams have gone and done the single lap and then returned straight back into pit lane. Great lap time from Kauppinen to go up inside the top 5 and instantly gets moved back down again by Valentin Barriere and the virtual drivers by TX3 Ferrari.
What makes me a little bit concerned, Lewis, is, I look at my own pace when I do Assetto Corsa Competizione or any other GT3 racing sim, because the times are fairly interchangeable. And I look at this and I see myself being like 3.5 seconds off of the pace of these guys and girls here. It is frightening, the level of performance. And then you look to the fact that all the way down to 27th place, separated by 1 second. And I know I like to go on about, you've got XYZ drivers split by 1 second, but it's to drum home to our viewers at home. Like, I honestly don't think they fully appreciate just how short a gap 1 second is, and you've got 27 drivers in that gap there. I mean, it's absolutely blistering. This is like a proper knife edge of pace in terms of sim racing performance.
It's absolutely incredible just how fast they are. And I mean, you're saying all this, I'm kind of sat here thinking, well, in a few weeks' time, I'm racing around here in ACC, so I'm a little terrified myself, mate, because they are so incredibly fast. Here's Valentin Barriere, the Yaz Heat car that's directly behind is on an outlap. That is George Boothby at the moment in the number 82, so we'll keep our eye on Barriere, who I think might actually come into the pit lane potentially. Of course, you always want to do some pit lane practice and such, but still I believe might not be fully committed over this lap. See where he goes. Definitely holds it tighter going through the chicane. See, I'm all right at this, mate. Boom, straight into the pit lane. Obviously did 2 timed laps and then returns his way into the lane. Here's Nathan Smith and the MSL Racing team BMW. We're getting quite a few of these M4s, obviously after some of the charges that the G2 Esports team did in the Coach Dave Super Sprint. Definitely feeling very comfortable, and we're seeing more and more of the M4, which is the newest car that we've got.
Yeah, the M4 is a very well balanced machine. It's a beautiful bit of technical wizardry that BMW have done with that car. Incredibly planted, incredibly stable, and a very neutral car for both pros and newbies to take to. I've had limited running in the BMW, and it is just great fun. It makes you feel like you're much better than you actually are, if that makes sense. It makes you feel comfortable and confident. Very easy to dial in some big lap times, whereas you get the likes of the Bentley here that you see from Tinko van der Velde. They've got a pretty leery driving style. They're very lazy, and especially towards the back end, whereas you get the likes of the Lamborghini and the Audi, which are very, very twitchy indeed. But you can see George Boothby in the brand new Porsche. I've always had a bit of a soft spot for Porsche, and George Boothby obviously having a bit of a soft spot for the sand. I mean, I know it's absolutely beautiful sunshine outside here in the UK, but it's maybe a little bit early for building sandcastles here, Lewis.
I mean, you never know. I have seen someone. We had an advert when I was on GB3 and GB4 for Brands Hatch, and someone tried building in the advert. They built a sandcastle using the gravel. It did not work, but sometimes I guess when it's in the summer, you've got to give it a bit of a go. So why not? But each to their own. I don't think I'd give it a go. Boothby certainly did give it a whirl going up through the Michael Schumacher S. Obviously, it's a little bit overcommitted, but he's got a good time on the board at the moment in 3rd position behind Abelad's and Smolja, and we'll head round to start another lap. Obviously lost an awful lot of time in that, considering the first stint that he did was just the single time lap before returning into pit lane. Interesting to see if he's done something over the second half of that lap to kind of cool the tyres down a bit to bring them in. If not, might seem as though they can only really do one timed lap before the tyres already start to drop off. On another couple of teams like Smolia, they're good for 2 laps. Now, whilst this isn't a massive thing, it's quite big in qualifying, but whilst it's not so much the biggest thing to speak of in here, because obviously you've still got 1 lap shootouts and stuff, so fair enough. But when it comes to the race, if your tyres are already dropping off after 1 or 2 laps comparatively to everyone else, that's a very, very bad thing.
It really, really is, especially if you think that setups will change obviously between qualifying and race, but there's only so much you can change your setup in terms of tyre wear. You can maybe reduce it by a little bit, but if you're destroying your tyres after a couple of laps, you've got some very big problems with your setup. Unfortunately, one of the other things is that the main thing with the esports and the real life differences, as we see a car going off in the background there.
Goodness.
Yeah, that was sideways through the S's there. One of the big differences between esports and real life racing is that as much as it wants to replicate real life and simulation, it won't always replicate real life and the nuances of car setup. So you can do some crazy things with setups that will result in a better performance that would make no sense whatsoever in a real life car. 9 times out of 10 they're patched out very, very quickly. I'll come back to that point in a second, because Boothby is on an absolute flyer, 3/10 up. This would be enough for pole if he can keep it round that final corner. He doesn't. He lost it in that final corner there, so just 7/100ths of a second behind Smolia. And Smolia we need to speak about in just a second anyway. But back to the point, setups. The thing with it is that, like I say, you can do unrealistic things with setups in some games to take advantage of flaws in, say, the physics or the handling or whatever to push yourself up. Now, a lot of people will complain about that's cheating, but that's what motorsport is in every single form of motorsport, both real life and in esports as well. It's about finding those limits, pushing it way past it, what the car or the sim or whatever was designed to do in order to get that extra little boost. I've got experience like that in real life from a fixed series that were all based around the same car, and yet the performance difference from those same cars is absolutely mind-blowing. So that's exactly what we find here, and personally I find it fascinating, Lewis. I love seeing all these drivers and these teams ripping apart the games and the sims and the physics engines, finding flaws, finding ways that they can push that extra 1/10, and that's exactly what they're doing it for, 1, 2, 3/10 of a second, and that makes the difference in races like this of, like, say, 5 places.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you want to speak of drivers and stuff getting onto the limit of the car, there is nearest makes a difference on the limit of the car after only 20, 30, 40 laps. It's you kind of think that's counter to how you'd maybe think it goes, but anyone who's raced and stuff consistently, you within that sort of 20, 30, 40, even 50 laps for some, you're within half a second even of where you can really go, because 50 laps is quite a lot. It's a good couple of hours of driving, and you'll, at least at this level, they are definitely within half a second of where they will end up being. But then they spend the next 100, 200, 300, 400, 500 laps finding that extra little bit, and that's exactly what it's all about. Either way, focusing on the session at hand, as we look at Jesse Kauppinen. George Boothby's returned to the pit lane, which is to be expected, of course, lost it. I'll also say, I think he lost quite a bit coming through the fast chicane as well. He overdid it just a touch. Venman, though, in the Race Anywhere car, goes into 4th spot, so a good little effort from him, now the highest placed BMW in this session. Though, to speak of teams that are quite high up in the standings, I think there's one that we really do need to focus on here. The number 5, Tinko van der Velde behind the wheel, half a second off of pole, 20th place. At the moment, a pretty large disaster for the Bentley, which quite clearly isn't that bad around here, considering where Abeland is. I
do believe the technical term for that's an F, Lewis, to see them all the way down there and going even further down. However, on the flip side of that, where the hell has that Triple 8 come from? That SMP Racing Esports machine is 45th in the championship. They didn't finish in round 1. They got 45th in the second round. And they're on pole position right now by a fairly comfortable margin looking at everyone else right now. I'm just absolutely lost for words at where that pace has come from. We know that Smoljar isn't a slow driver. We know that Danila Sheripinen isn't a slow driver. We know that Oleg Zulubov isn't a slow driver. But yet, we had nothing to suggest this.
No, very impressive from Smoljar right now. Well, Tinko van der Velde cuts the deficit and gets himself inside the top 10, moving ahead of Bogoroditsky for 8th position. So he's now the second placed Bentley right now. Obviously, their championship rivals in the form of Abelads in the SimGrid Pro Vides car. That is their main championship rival, but in another Bentley, now only about a 10th further down the road when it comes to the timesheet. So I think they'll be at least more satisfied with that, because if they've been starting outside of the top 20, this would have been a pretty disastrous way to start. But that said, I'm pretty sure in the SRO Esports 6 hours of Nurburgring last year, which was in mixed conditions, yes, I can't remember exactly who it was, but I'm pretty sure the team that won did come from outside of the top 20. It was assisted by the rain, mind, but it was a long way back that they came from. Venman returns to pit lane, I think. Won't be done with the session, still 3 minutes left to go, so you can get back out there and get another lap onto the board.
So what's your thoughts then with 3 minutes left to go here, Lewis, on Nürburgring as a circuit, the GP part of it?
I mean, it's not the best layout of this area, I'll say that, but you know, I do like myself a little cheeky bit of the Nordschleife, second best racetrack in the world, and I won't have anything of it. Bathurst is number 1, sorry, but the Nordschleife is an incredible circuit. The Nürburgring Grand Prix is good. It's just not quite got that vibe, but I do love myself a little bit of the Nürburgring Grand Prix. When you're starting to hook it up as a driver, courtesy of the medium speed corners and stuff, it's one that you can really commit around. It's a lot of fun in a qualifying session. It can be very taxing in the race, because if you get thrown out of the rhythm, you're in for a long day. Here is Alex Tirata, who did manage to get into the session, so top effort from the GTW RHG Academy team, who then come into the final corner in that Audi R8. Is there going to be any improvement heading on to what will be potentially the final or penultimate lap of their session? Gets himself inside the top 10.
We're there, and this is exactly what we're going to see over this final couple of minutes now, is a very rapid change at the top of the tables as driver thrown out Hail Marys left, right and centre, trying to get themselves further up, because as you said, you know, you really want to be in that top 15 if you're going to be challenging for the leads in the first couple of hours of the race. We see a car going very wide. On the topic of Nürburgring itself, I always see it as a very pretty overflow car park for the Nordschleife.
Yeah.
It's that's. I mean, the thing is like, if I was to, because I will be taking a trip to Germany at some point in the next couple of years, and you know, go and see the Nordschleife, go and drive around the Nordschleife. Absolutely, my heart would love that. Go and drive around Nürburgring. Well, you know, I suppose if there's nothing on TV, you know what I mean. It's not like it'd be lovely to go and, I guess, watch something there, but there's just, it's never been a track that really kind of holds any particular passion for me.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I am with you. And also, thankfully, we don't see it on this layout. But as Abelads improves and goes up to the top, so good improvement then from the SimGrid.pro, showing that there is plenty of speed in that Bentley. But what I was going to say is that the Nürburgring circuit does hold the single worst corner in all of motorsport. Thankfully, we don't use it in this layout, but it is what on the Nürburgring 24 layout is turn 2 when you cut off the arena section. It is the worst. It's just an awful corner. But oh well, we won't. I don't need to cry about that too much today. We'll see Smoljar then into the final sector, incredibly tight between the top 3, and he's gone a little bit deep. It's not too big a deal though, because it's not going for the time on this lap. It's more than going for the time on the final lap of the session. Smoljar crosses the line. It was a 54.4. That's fine. Now we start these last laps. This is it. Contagianis has done a great job to get inside the top 5 and looking to improve further still on a 53.4. Currently going a couple of tenths up in that TF Racing Souvlaki car. Into the final corner right now. Hooks up that late apex going through Coca-Cola and then punches it towards the line. Is there going to be any improvement from Contagianis? Boothby's got up to pole. Contagianis gets himself onto the front row of the grid, and it is all changed at the Nurburgring.
Lord, that was all within the last 10 seconds. That's all done there. So amazing pole position currently, and we have to use the word currently, from the number 82 Yassi driver of George Boothby, teamed up with Jaroslav Honzig and Maciek Malinowski in that Porsche. Contagianis though slipping in that what looks like, what's that, a 153.2 there, as we see Alexander Smolyer. I think that car's been held up by some of the cars around it, and this is not going to be a faster lap. That's my initial thoughts, but to be honest, if his delta was slower, I think he would have bottled out and just quit already.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. Obviously, Torato is also on a lap in the 4:57, which is a couple of corners going through Ab van Bogen now and up towards the fast chicane. We are going to see these final laps coming in, but are there going to be many improvements? Of course, track temperature is still the same as it was at the start of the session. Smolya is coming into the final sector now. No one's really improving majorly at the moment. Someone did just jump up the session. Apostle goes into 9th place in that BMW that we can see here. I don't think there's any major improvement at the end there, and I think it is the pole for George Boothby, which took into the final lap of the session there. Gotta say, big shout out to that excellent lap from the TF Racing Souvlaki car. That was absolutely brilliant.
That really was. The thing with it, especially for Boothby's lap as well, Lewis, is the fact that he left that right until the end. That's usually the best way, because you're not giving anybody a chance to answer back. Also, it's a little bit of mind games as well. It certainly sets up things for an incredible 6 hours here at Nürburgring.
We do indeed have 6 hours to put onto the clock. But I thought before we do that, I think it's probably a good idea to give a shout out to some of the other things that we've got coming up in the SimGrid. Because, of course, whilst we've got the Coach Dave 1000, we'll be halfway after this. We did something a little bit different last month, through the month of May, was the Coach Dave Time Attack, which we did say during that broadcast that it would be back again, and it is coming back very, very soon indeed. It opens the second season, in a sense, of the Coach Dave Time Attack will begin in 2 days' time on Monday, the 6th of June, about 11 o'clock in the morning. And guess where they're doing their time attack? Of course, it is around here. It'll be the same feature. It'll be 3 hot lap weekends that will push them in. The top 10 drivers from each will go into the finale, which will be at a random circuit, which we'll then get to chat about. And we had a lot of fun last week about all of that. But let's focus on the action that we have at hand. The Porsche of George Boothby then will start from pole position. TF Racing Souvlaki alongside on that front row of the grid. We're not going to go through everyone because there is an awfully large grid here. We're going to pick out a couple though. Mostly, of course, the number 41 Simware.pro starts from third. That is the team that is right up there in the championship at the moment, and they are second, a few points behind Williams Esports, who will start a lot further back in comparison in just 8th position. It's a bit of a drama for Williams Esports, but I think 8th place, you can see them there on the right hand side of the shot, is a lot better than starting in 21st where they were originally going to start. So thankfully they've got that at least to look back on. The Jean Lacey Esports Academy Junior car is quite a lot further down the road. Of course, they are third in the championships. They're going to be starting from 15th place on the grid. And your pole sitter in this race, they are 4th in the championship. Yes, a fair way off of the lead after a 5th and a 10th place, but 4th, and starting from pole, this is the halfway point of the season. We spoke about it a few times. It's a turning point.
It really is. One other team that's caught my eye is the 383. Now, you mentioned the Dalkin community car there, Lewis, earlier on, and their bad luck absolutely continues. They only managed to qualify down in 29th position in that Aston Martin, so a lot of work that they've got to do to get themselves up in the 383. So that's Dan King, Jan Willem van Ommen and Francesco Dondi looking to try and make their way up through the field. But we're just seeing there on the left hand side, the number 78 Prime Racing 2 2 of Manuel Mayer. I was expecting to see a little bit further up from all of the Prime Racing machines. You can see another one there, Prime Racing 1 on the left-hand side there. But, I mean, we're away to head into the warm-up lap here. And what impact do you think it's going to have qualifying? Do you think that cars are automatically written off if they're outside the top 20, or is it just a case of their odds are massively increased?
I mean, it's stacked against them. I would never rule anyone out around here, though, because as much as this is a very difficult circuit to pass at, it is one that passing is a thing around. And also, we know that carnage can be a bit of a moment as well. Running down to turn 1, when we started the race, obviously this was last year in the SimGrid VCO World Cup, we did a 24-hour race around here, and yes, it was in the wet coming down to turn 1, but there was a couple of taps, a couple of spins into turn 1 and then through the Mercedes arena section. I kind of think we might see something similar. This is only a 6-hour race, so it's, in endurance terms, we always kind of speak of it in a race. In endurance terms, it's a sprint race, and they will be attacking very, very hard on the run down to turn 1 because they kind of need to make something stick. It's sort of now or never for some of the teams, especially those that might not be quite as punchy in a straight line. George Beatty's just driven off the circuit. I think we can kind of ignore that and forgive him a touch, but still, I think he is going to be under a lot of pressure, particularly from the number 41 Simmer that Pro by Vides car, which should be a bit faster than in a straight line and run down to T1.
Yeah, I didn't see anything there. It was absolutely nothing.
No,
it was just a mirage in the heat here in the German sunshine. And talking of which, beautiful conditions here, virtually speaking, for this race today. Of course, conditions going to be something that we'll have to keep our eye on. You gave a couple of shout-outs to some of the notable teams and drivers. I want to give a shout-out, as always, to our loyal virtual fans that are out there trackside, Lewis, waving those nondescript generic flags every single race.
They're loving it.
Come rain, hail, snow, whatever, they're always out there waving their little flags.
Yeah, I don't have a generic coloured flag to go and wave around, but for the next motorsport event I go to, I'll certainly find one to take to, and I'll just stand there waving it around. And then, obviously, post-race, you've got to have a smoke canister at hand to let off, because that's what happens always. I mean, it's lovely bits of atmosphere. Got to have said that.
It's impressive, isn't it? It reminds me of like a Serie A football match in Italy,
or Valentino Rossi on a MotoGP lap.
Exactly.
Love it.
You think you've crossed into a war zone, but never mind.
Yeah, each to their own. Right, so what do you think we're going to see on this first lap here? Are we thinking that Boothby's going to get away well? TF Racing Souvlaki, it's kind of almost a bit harsh to say, but they are out of position all the way up in second place. Lovely qualifying. They've got a lot of pressure on their shoulders.
Horrible premonition, but somebody's going to get put onto the grass fighting a little bit too hard on the right hand side, going down in turn 1, going to come straight in the car. I think we're going to have a really bad T1 accident. That's just a horrible Final Destination style premonition. Hopefully we'll have a nice clean race, and it's all within the top 10. I think Bischoff is one to watch here in 4th place in that Porsche. Porsches have got ridiculous acceleration.
I was going to say, someone's been watching a bit of Final Destination 2's highway scene there, mate, because, I mean, who knows what we're going to...
from the commentary tower.
Yeah, exactly. Who knows what we are going to see, though. Boothby's going to start this one from pole position as we'll get 6 hours underway. The Coach Dave 1000 is back here at the start of June, and we are underway. A few drive-through penalties further down the order. Won't worry about that too much. It is a good launch from Boothby. Chowdakis, though, trying to get around the outside straight away. The straight line speed of that R8 is much better, and TF Racing Souvlaki are going to hit the front in the braking zone coming down into Yokohama as we'll head through side by side up and down the order. Is anyone tapped around? No, also is a bit cleaner. Is a tap just in the background. Ballas Esports have been sent around just courtesy of the concertina effect. TF Racing Souvlaki, though, they are leading at the moment. It is the Audi R8 at the front. The number 41, though, of SimWare.Pro by Vides trying to get around the outside a little bit of the Porsche. Boothby muscles him out wide, and look at that 888 car. That one, of course, SMP. Oh, and the championship, they've gone round one of our championship contending cars. The number 41 of SimWare.Pro by Vides has been sent around. Oh my goodness me, and they are in the barrier.
Wow, that is I hate to say it, it looked really predictable. And I'll say exactly what I mean, right? And again, I could be completely wrong, but hey, it's an opinion. That 41, when he got put off, he got sort of nudged out. He tried to turn in. There was a car there. There was contact on the inside, and the car obviously has to then drift wide. From the looks of it, from the split second that I saw, I just knew he was going to try and charge right back onto the field, into the path of oncoming traffic. That's what it looked like exactly happened, because it was the tail end of his car that got hit, and he gets punted round into the path of oncoming traffic, takes at least another 2 cars out with him. We need to see at least 15,000 replays of that one to try and figure out what happened there. But for me, with championships like this on the line, Lewis, that's the sort of risks you can't afford to be taking at such an early stage of the race. And it looks like we've got more yellow flags involved in the 41. So yeah, their day is they're going to be absolutely furious with this.
Well, here comes Smoljar then on the attack, trying to get past Boothby. I think has a bit of damage on the front end. It's not too major. It's kind of hard to tell, obviously, with the livery and such they have in the Yazzie, but I'm pretty sure there is a fair amount of damage on the front end of that Porsche, obviously through the early stuff. It might just be the livery and such they've got. You can kind of tell it from the rear end here. It's just a texture pattern on the rear. There's no damage there, but still it is a little tricky to see your way through. Smoljar's not able to get back through. Bischoff and Tinko van der Velde in 4th and 5th. And of course, Tinko van der Velde, your championship leader, when your main rival has had an issue like that, very solid F indeed, and it puts you right in place to pick up the pieces. I think you won't see Tinko van der Velde and the Williams Esports team making any major risks, certainly not at the early stages of this race. They will be more than happy with where they are right now.
Absolutely beautiful start for them. The 34 well up in comfortable position. TF Racing Souvlaki squad. George Boothby, I think, will be reasonably happy. He'll not be happy that he's lost pole position, lost the lead, but given the chaos that happened there, I think all of the top 10 right now breathing a big sigh of relief. They can regroup, reposition themselves. As you see, Marco Bischoff gone side by side in with Alexander Smoljar. This is going to be to the inside. Smoljar cuts that line off. It's not going to happen, but compromises himself on the exit here, and this is the problem here. It's, you know, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't here, Lewis, because if you try and make a move, you know, if that car in front gets defensive, then suddenly you've got the likes of Tinko van der Velde here in the Bentley going to try and make a move up to the chicane.
It's too fast of a chicane though. It's way too fast when you're running. If you were running the tighter one, which I'm not going to get into the names of which one's which. We're just going to call it the fast chicane because I can never remember which way round it is. But really, to commit there, you need to be fully alongside to make it stick, and that's kind of the tricky part, is that if you're halfway alongside, you're just going to cause an incident. At the moment, corking the pole is your pole sitter of George Boothby. Maybe just trying to make sure the tyres don't burn out early doors. Of course, didn't have the straight line speed comparatively to the Audi R8 of Chaldekis coming down into T1, but still was able to at least hang on to second spot for now, but did have to fight for it. I still think there might be a damage on the front end of that car though. It's quite hard to tell, but I do believe there's a touch.
Just having a quick look at it here. It's as you say, with the paint scheme, the problem is that the visual damage doesn't always represent the physical damage on the actual car itself. And Marco Bischoff there getting a little bit squirrely in that car. He's trying to push hard to catch back up onto the tail end of Smoljar there, but I think Tinko van der Velde just starting to reel that car very, very slowly in, as we see Trevor Wenham here coming down to the long deep right hander, then the Dunlop curve on the run back up the hill. But Fyfen has gone in this race, and again, a lot of these drivers now thinking, right, okay, I've got the first 5 minutes out of the way, now it's just look forward. Who's the car in front of me? That's who I'm fighting. Never mind the cars that are behind me right now. The only way is forward, Lewis.
Well, it's a sea of BMWs here at the back end of the top 10. You've got West Competition Racing Academy at the front of this BMW train. You've also got Turato in the GW IOG Academy Audi R8. That doesn't count in the sea of BMWs. There's a different part of Germany where that comes from. Then you've got Apostle, you've got Wenham in the Race Anywhere car. You've got Issa in the Sim Racing Masterclass. Actually, it might be a GW IOG Academy, never mind. And then Lozio in the Jean Lacey Esports Academy car. And not too far behind that, you've got the 211 as well, and that one being the Wipperman racing car. Of course, this is a bit of a home circuit, at least for that name, that races a little bit further down in 12th spot. A lot of BMWs, though, in that goal, showing that BMW is actually a pretty comfortable car around here.
It is, and this is what we were talking about earlier on before the qualifying. The BMW, very planted, stable car. It's a nice kind of general all-rounder. It's not the fastest, it's not the slowest, it's not the best round corners, it's not the worst, but it's a good starting point. It's a good base template for a lot of the teams. It's really quite pliable to setups. Right, let's have a look here. So again, Lewis, what I was saying here is that 41, it tries to turn in on the Porsche, a little bit of contact there, goes out, and then immediately tries to come back onto the track there, and for me that's their own worst enemy there.
Yeah, I'd say them
accidental, because it caught the gas.
The squeezed off bit was a bit like, yeah. I mean, fair. I think that's just a racing incident between himself and George Boothby. I think there's any major there. Can understand it from both sides. The rejoin was very, very tight, but you're absolutely right. I think the issue there is that the 41 has just tried to straight up rejoin the circuit rather than coming on kind of smoothly and then having Smolly or whatever giving a little bit of extra room to allow that Bentley to come back on. Has just charged full head of steam back onto the race circuit, and they've caused that issue themselves. That's at least how I see it. Of course, race control will be taking a look. That is the critical thing, is they are looking over everything, and just they will come to a decision.
Lewis, sorry to jump in just quickly on that as well. The 41 actually hit a bit of grass, a tiny little patch of grass, which I think spun the car round, and ow, that is
effect, isn't it?
I hate that. That is a personal bugbear of mine, right? Not the incident, right? That's just a turn one incident, but that continuing, like, just hold the throttle down, like the car's going to magically disappear there.
Yeah,
it really, really winds me up.
Yeah, it's a little irritating, but either way, I think that might well have been the Mazsim orange car that was driving into the rear of the Ballas Esports in the first corner there. I mean, the Constantine effect, that is one of those things at turn one. You could always say, just pick a different line and go around the outside of everyone, which is, everyone, I don't know why, I've kind of seen this before in a lot of motorsport stuff, is when you're in the mid-pack, everyone seems to hold like the really defensive inside line into turn one. And the amount of every time, we've all had it, every time we do it, always someone just goes, I'm going to go around the outside then, and then it's like, right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's like you've just passed everyone basically. So don't drive on that bit of the track is the only bit of advice there. Of course, that is a very innocent mistake. The driving into them after the crash is just very unnecessary. But you're absolutely right on the grass and such. That is fair enough. That will play its part. But I still think it's a careless rejoin. So
absolutely, I think the rejoin would have been bad enough. But here's another look at the start then. So this is, I believe, down about 15th, 17th place here. 3 cars into one corner here. A little bit of a hip check there. And to be fair, that is really bad. That is.
Oh, that's really bad.
I had no idea that all happened as well. That's to be fair, the 41 can be quite lucky then that was all they got, was got a nudge and got spun round.
I mean, yeah, I guess there is that to some degree. They did have to wait a very, very long time, but that was a bit of a chaotic bit in the mid-pack, which we kind of do expect whilst we were obviously focusing on the leaders. A lot happened around here on the first lap, and it was all instigated by that 3-wide moment. As you start spinning, everyone else is sort of trying to bite off a bit more than they can chew to come through, and that happened. Tigo van der Velde then in 5th position at the moment, 3/10 off the rear end of Bischoff in that Kramer Racing Porsche. Looks to the inside and cannot commit to get straight down the inside, so it's Porsche's having to defend at the moment. Boothby from Smolyar, Bischoff from Tinko van der Velde. Torato's a fair way back to the tune of about 2 seconds rather, and has to worry about Apostle behind that West Competition Racing BMW. But at the moment it is a lot of two-way scraps. Chaldakis though, who's leading, I don't know about you, that gap went out to 1.5 seconds. It feels like it's come down just a little bit. I think Boothby's starting to find his speed a little bit. Maybe they under-pressured the tyres quite a bit on that portion. It was a bit skatey on the first couple of laps.
I think that's exactly what's happened with Bischoff as well, because what you saw was the first couple of laps, especially under pressure, it's a little bit slower than the other cars, but what that could be doing as well is that could be saving the longevity of the tyres as well, because you've got to think about these stints, and it's all very well going gung-ho and hell for leather in the first 10 minutes, but it's absolutely useless if your tyres are bubble gum for the next 45 minutes of your stint here. So Boothby was actually just about 7/100ths of a second faster than Sheldakis on the last lap round there, but Sheldakis, I've got to say, Lewis, doing a really good job of managing that gap at the front in that Audi, doing everything he needs to do. Boothby might be able to get up to him, but again, getting past him, that's going to be a completely different thing.
I mean, it's so difficult to pass around here, especially if what we believe we saw at the start of the race is also true, is that Chaldakis has a car which has got very healthy straight line speed, was able to pull clear of George Boothby. No jump starts or anything like that. Managed to just make that move stick just based on the straight line speed. Obviously did have to work a little bit for it going through into the Mercedes arena section, but the point was that the straight line speed was there. Looks one way and back the other. Tinko van der Velde throws it straight down the inside into Yokohama, a little bit too deep. That's what kind of happens when you commit quite late to the up and under. That was beautifully covered off by Bischoff right now, and I think Van der Velde might want to be a little bit more patient to not allow the top three to clear off. I think they're all 5 of the top 5 are slowly coming back together again, so I wouldn't panic too much.
Yeah, their main concern is just clearing off from the likes of Tarato and Apostle. As we have a look here at Kirill Sadarov here in the other SimGrid Up Pro by Vides machine, the 322, currently down in 10th position, faring a little bit better. Also, just having pointed out, last time out, the 41, pretty sure that our info man Michael Hamlet behind the scenes is absolutely spot on with that. They had an issue last time out, went to almost the back of the grid and ended up coming right back through as well.
Which I will say, I don't think that will happen today. Just purely, they got back onto the podium, fair enough. And yes, they have already made some progress. They've just come through, comparatively to where we're watching them now. They're on the run down towards Dunlop, which in comparison to the top 10, great. I don't know how much damage they have. I don't think it's probably as much as you'd think, because when they made contact with the barrier, they weren't going super, super fast. But I still think that a recovery onto the podium, I think, is going to be unlikely, but do they need a podium? If they can just recover into the top 10, I mean, that's for a second consecutive round doing a recovery effort, that's a very, very solid job. They've got the pace to do it. That's the critical thing. And yeah, it's just going to be a very long afternoon for the SimGrid Pro by Vides team. And whilst that's all going on for the 41, I'm sure all eyes in the camp will be focused on the 322 as to what they can do and see if they can get them ahead of the Williams Esports team that's currently running in 5th, because at least then you're doing your teammate a favour in the championship.
It does suck a little bit though, Lewis, that this is what they've got to do yet again. I mean, 15 minutes into a 6-hour race and you're at the back of the field when you were in the top 5 is frustrating to say the least. And I think they're going to have to sit down and debrief after this race and figure out how they survive the first 20 minutes, half an hour, because they can't keep affording to do that. As you see, Kirill Sadarov there having a little bit of a wiggle, that leaves him vulnerable to the next one here. Luca Lozio for John Lacey Esports Academy. He smells blood in the water. He's going to keep pushing that matter where it needs to be done, because that Bentley starting to open up a little bit of a gap up to Venom up in the number 55 in 9th position here. So this is go time right now for the BMWs. They are slowly crawling their way up the field here.
Oh, we know this BMW is a good race car. With it being one of the newest cars in ACC, I think it is the newest car in ACC, at least in the GT3 spec, certainly is. It's taken a few people quite a while to get used to it. It's not as if you could just copy and paste setups off of the M6, slap it onto the M4 and be like, cool. Bob's your uncle, and off we go. It's not as simple as that. There is a lot more to making a setup work between those two cars. For one, I think I can't remember what the M6 was. I'm pretty sure it was maybe a V8 or it might have been a V6. And this is an inline six. I know it doesn't make the biggest difference, but it's those kind of subtle things, the way the aero works, the way the balance works in the car, the way the weight distribution is. They all don't just line one-to-one, and so that's just kind of how it goes, and people are getting used to it. Chaldakis is leading from Boothby from Smolja, and behind all of this, Tinko van der Velde for fourth place is actually trying to make it side by side, and Williams Esports trying to get past Bischoff just behind this battle.
Yeah, I'm just watching it there. You can see just Tinko van der Velde in that number 5, just a couple of cars behind here, not quite able to make the move. He's had to really pull out all the stops. Marco doing a brilliant job of holding on to that position. Lewis, this opens up another can of worms, doesn't it? Because the more that Porsche is having to defend, the more it's having to work itself into a position maybe it wasn't thinking about. It's having to work those tyres a little bit hotter than maybe it was planning to. So again, the more that it works the tyres, the hotter they get, the less life they've got in them, the slidier they get.
Well, as we'll see a bit of side-by-side here for 33rd position. Van Brabant trying to get around the... Oh, sorry, not it's Gajewski trying to get around the outside of Benedetti. Oh, yeah, well, that one wasn't going to work too well. Kind of leaving it halfway down the inside, going down into Ford. And Benedetti able to hang on to that 33rd. This is back up the order. There was one team that was a bit further back there that we kind of did see. Leopard Esports. Obviously, they were involved in that first bit through the arena section, and they have dropped right down the order, which is a big shame because they're in a decent spot in the championship. The number 53, they're up in 6th in the standings, and you can see there Aporius, who's in 31st. That has not started out well for that Audi R8.
It's not, and it seems to be going from bad to worse. Christoph Verstappen, we know the pace that the NSN racing driver has got in that 214, but yeah, I'm wondering if there is big damage to that thing because it's looking a little bit worse for wear. And I tell you what, Aporius having to having to pull right out of that and ends up going way too deep into the corner himself. I thought that was going to be the car in front that ended up going over the curb there, but yeah, stranger things have happened.
I mean, yeah, big effort at the moment for them. But I mean, you got to try it. Having a look down the inside, it's too high commitment though to really make it stick going down the inside there. The 990, by the way, received a 15-second time penalty for causing a collision with the 202. The 990 being the slow racing team third car, and with that one, I believe it was they've got 2 license points if they keep racking them up. Oh my goodness, never mind. Wow, this is inside the top 10. That is Tarato, who's been sent around. I don't know exactly what was happening there, but as we cut to it, Tarato was sent, Apostle was sent, Issa was sent, Renham managed to get through and all of that. Oh wow, bit of chaos and carnage going through Dunlop. What if the Prime E racing car had a bit to do with it as well? Because that Prime E racing car was going a lap down. I just think they might have been a bit further ahead of all of that.
I just think they're very rude for doing that. The 5 seconds I was looking at the live timing screen, I look back and there's GT3 cars trying to make a little GT4 baby. But man, that's going to be a difficult one to try and pick out because when you get so many cars involved in what can only be described as a melee, everybody loses out of that one. So this is going down to the Dunlop curve. Is it going to be on the exit here?
Oh, no.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's Tarato who's gone up and then come back down onto Apostle, and then you've got the other GTWR RG Academy car coming through. That one was Issa. I mean, how do you feel about that one?
Just get right under the bus. Sebastian Apostle there. Was he ever on for a manoeuvre there? Yes, the car in front went wide and kind of invited him in, but it was always going to close back up. Then the contact was made, and then he kept the foot in it. I don't understand that. I don't understand, Lewis, where the self-preservation sense is in these drivers in these teams. The contact was definitely towards the rear tyres. He was definitely not up halfway alongside. That's for damn sure. It's that whole thing again of keeping the accelerator down and trying to drive through a car that's in front of you. I just don't get it.
Yeah, I kind of do, like, you know, when you're trying to get on with the race and stuff, you think that this is my opportunity, and suddenly you're like, no, it wasn't. Whoops. And I'm sure that Apostle probably is sat there thinking that wasn't the move. But it's too late. You kind of, when you half commit like that, we've always said with moves, you've got to completely commit. Or not commit at all. There is no middle ground. If you're kind of leaving it halfway down the inside, like we've seen with like dive bombs down to terminal, if you're kind of leaving your nose halfway there, that's where the contact happens. If you just commit for it and go for it, then 9 times out of 10 you'll either get the move or you'll have a little bit of side by side. It's that kind of leaving it awkwardly down the inside, the wishy-washy stuff, as we're getting in our ear from Michael Hammer. Great way of putting it, but it's so true. You've got to just go for it.
Also, listen here, as we see Tinko van der Velde having a think and a move up the inside, nice and cool. He's learned distance from last time where he went in too deep into that first corner there, gets the position done, and that's a beautiful move from Tinko van der Velde, finally getting 4th position there. Am I right in thinking that basically the biggest loser out of Alex Tarato in all of that was, well, pretty much Alex Tarato? Obviously we had Apostle in there as well, but the two of them have kind of just fallen away off the order.
Yeah, I think there was a couple. I think Issa also had to come into the pit lane and stuff from all of that. I think there was a lot that went on there, and the two major culprits in all of that paid a pretty hefty price. But thankfully, I think most others were able to get through. As they kind of made contact, they went up the circuit and basically out off of the racing line, which is kind of one of those things that when you do have an incident, that's what we kind of like to see in a sense, because it means that those coming through behind aren't also involved in the issues. Speaking of aren't, and here is Felix Arndt, who's driving at the moment in 20th. Now, this was a car that was involved in that incident, of course, in the first lap going through the Mercedes arena section. So they're on the recovery drive at the moment in the Prime E-Racing 1 car. Of course, there's a couple of Prime E-Racing cars that both not had the greatest start to the Coach Safe 1000 here at the Nurburgring.
Well, you know, there's always another 5.5 hours left to go. Positivity and all that sort of stuff, when really we know that it's going to be very, very difficult. What always impresses me, and maybe this says more about me than our professional drivers that we have on the SimGrid here, is the fact that if anything of any of that had happened to me, I've alt F4'd quicker than even and usually an item of very expensive sim racing equipment has been launched across the room at high velocity in a tirade of Scottish abuse.
Are you angry?
Oh yeah. It's quite impressive, and it's really quite visceral anger as well. Because the thing is, I don't tend to get wound up at a lot of things, but if I end up rage quitting, it's impressive. What you'll have to do is off air ask Mike Yao about the time he played me at FIFA.
Oh no.
That didn't end well. He invited me for I should have known, because he's never mentioned it before, and he's like, oh, we should play FIFA, and he absolutely destroyed me. And the control pad was a poor victim of domestic abuse there.
Do you tend to throw things just around generally? I'm learning new things about you, mate.
It's only during those like moments, because it's this uncontrollable rage. It like builds up and then just takes over you. You're just like, rah! And usually 9 times out of 10 it's just a rage quit. It's just an alt F4, a swear word comes out, and you stand up and go off and make a coffee or whatever like that. But occasionally, where you don't see that coming and you don't quit and you keep it in, like Rocket League's really bad for that, because you can't you can't just alt F4.
I know that.
That's when you start really thankfully taming down in my older age, but yeah.
Behind the wheel, I tend to I F and Jeff a lot, which I think quite a lot of racing drivers do. Certainly those with a commentary background certainly do. But then it doesn't affect my driving at all. It's just kind of like I will shout what I want to do and then won't do any of it. Let's see if I was going to see if Smolly. I was actually going to have a look down the inside of Boothby here, but there's a lot of visceral action from the vocal department, and everything else is actually pretty chill in all of that. I'm not typically the most violent person when it comes to throwing things around. I'm all right on that, so I don't tend to break equipment. That said, I did hear a story once of someone from my sim racing past who got so irritated by something I am not joking here. They were around a friend's house, and then various things happened. They were staying there for a little while, sim racing friends and whatnot, and they broke the sink.
What?
The sink, like just
random
pure porcelain. Just got so irritated by what had gone on. I mean, I'm just like, I'm a little concerned and also very impressed, because a sink is a very hard thing to break, but. Either way, good effort on that. I won't say who it was, don't worry, but we'll keep our eye on the race at the moment. Chaldakis leading from Boothby from Smolia. The three of these separated by half a second over the line. Tinko van der Velde is closing in, and also the message from Race Control, the incident between the 787 SAP Racing Esports and the 103, the Maz Sim Orange, goes down as a racing incident for them a bit further down the order, as here comes a move from Rotters trying to get around the outside of Lozio.
And just noticing that's a penalty for Sebastian Apostle for that move that we saw, and that's a heavy time penalty. 15 seconds for car 3 for causing a collision. I have to say that's a great call there from Race Control. It's firm but fair, and hopefully he's going to think better than just deciding to send it down if there's an opportunity.
Well, here comes Virtual Drivers by TX3. Valentin Barriere, he's kind of dropped back a little bit in the qualifying session at the end there, and now he's working his way up, showing the clear pace that Valentin Barriere has in that Ferrari for Virtual Drivers by TX3. But going straight around the outside, Alberto Garcia has the straight line speed. We kind of expect that from the Merc. It is a powerful tank in a straight line, and Valentin Barriere had no way to get through until that happens, which might give him the opportunity to pass. I think Race Control will take a look at that as a bit of 3 wide as well. T3 coming through the middle, more contact as well. This is getting a bit messy, lads. Calm it down.
Oh, it comes back to that whole thing of self-preservation, and it's so predictable as well, because it's like you see a car getting into an incident and it's like the red mist descends, and then suddenly you know they're going to be driving into another car within the next 3 corners. However, Alex, I'm a little bit confused, right? How has this happened back up at the leads? We've got 5 cars now within 3 seconds.
We were kind of saying that once Tinko van der Velde had passed Bischoff, the pace was a lot more from van der Velde. Bischoff as well is faster than Chaldakis. That's the critical thing here. And we did mention at the start of the race, the TF Racing Souvlaki car might be, and this is trying to be respectful to them, might be a little bit out of position. That's exactly what we're seeing here. A little bit too wide though, coming onto the back stretch. And this is the opportunity for George Boothby to pass, going through Ad Van Boken now and up towards the chicane. That is the position switch. The race lead returns to our pole sitter of Boothby for the first time since the first corner, and Chaldakis drops back down to second, but the straight line speed of that Audi R8 certainly was quicker than the Porsche on the first lap of the race, and we're going to see the very same thing as they exit Coca-Cola and back out onto the start-finish straight. I think that car has overpressured its tyres. It certainly doesn't seem like it's driving like it was at the start of this race, and it seems as though Boothby has the opportunity. Surely Smoliar's got to look straight down the inside and has to commit for it, but it was that half-hearted lunge. It was very wishy-washy, and Smoliar was not able to get back through.
See, I also saw the Audi braking a lot more than the cars around it, so I think the Merc a little bit caught out by that one as well. But you're right, I think that Audi is done. The tyres really starting to fall away from it at half an hour in. That's a bad sign for the remainder of the 6-hour race, given that they're going to have what's 6-7 pit stops that they've got to do then, and he's got to try and nurse those tyres. Just going to get a replay here of the change for the lead here, and it was Chaldakis. I think the thing is that it's a little bit of pressure, and also the tyres starting to just drain away from them. The problem with that is that you, as a driver, you're wanting the lead, you want to fight for it, but there's nothing you can do in that situation.
Just took the apex too early at Warsteiner, and that is kind of what pushed him out wide. When you go in for that slight turn, it is quite a late apex corner, but obviously thinking that he couldn't afford to go for the late apex, because then obviously Booth would have been diving it straight down the inside. So I kind of understand both sides of them as the car's going off. The front left is not gripping so much. Let's see what happens here. Again, going a little bit early on the apex. That one was a lot better than he did the previous lap, and doesn't dip 2 wheels into the gravel rather, over the other side of the concrete runoff. Now we push our way up the hill towards the fast chicane, and the straight line speed of that Audi R8 is saving Chaldakis, at least at the moment. And going through that fast chicane, Smoljar's got to be pretty hungry here, knowing about how early that Audi R8 was braking going down into the first corner of the previous lap. This surely has to be a big send from Smoljar. He cannot waste any time past this point, because Boothby is running away.
It really is, and Boothby already nearly a second there. He thinks about it, has a look on the inside, he can't do anything. If anything, I think it's going to be the Bentley that's got the best chance out of getting into that second position now, because the straight line speed of Tinko van der Velde is absolutely incredible. As we cut back to Valentin Barry in the virtual drivers by VX3 machine, currently behind Louis Roters right now in that 211, and you can see the BMWs and a little bit of some naughty... what do we even say about that?
I mean, clumsy.
The most unnecessary contact, I think. Although it is great, because it did save me from ruining a rather dodgy bit of commentary there, but we'll pass that one on by, as we still see Alexander Smoljar here trying to make this work on the back of the Audi. But for me, my money's on that Bentley right now of Tinko van der Velde.
Well, a shock to absolutely no one. Valentin Barriere picks up a 5-second time penalty from race control, obviously for contact down at turn 1, a bit earlier in the race. How he got back past Alberto Garcia, but obviously now he's been sent back down the road. So it's like, yep, have some of that as well, which is a bit of a shame, because that 5-second time penalty came through just after he'd been spun around. Which is a bit rough. Of course, for me, that was just Rotters not really kind of judging it particularly well in that fucking racing. BMW pulled it over and kind of didn't realise there was going to be a car still alongside, which always kind of shocks me on ACC, because you do actually have a radar in ACC. I'm pretty sure you can turn it off, but still, why would you? We'll see it again. So Ross has been too deep down onto the brakes and then pulls it straight back over to the right side. Now, obviously, you want to be over on the right-hand side to come through the left-hander at the Mercedes Arena section, but if there's a car there, shockingly enough, you can't just turn right. So that was a pretty substantial error on Rotters' part, and I think that Vipperman Racing car is going to receive a time penalty himself for making contact with the virtual drivers by TX3 car, Valentin Barriere, who, just to confirm, did receive that 5-second time penalty on lap 15 after contact between themselves and the 121, which is the Aspar eSports car that Alberto Garcia is driving.
Controversially enough, Lewis, I'm going to completely disagree with you there. I think that was all on the car that was trying to overtake on the outside there on the right hand side. You know, how dare he try and make a move around the outside of another car on a section of the racetrack that was quite blatantly open. The absolute gall of it. There's got to be at least a drive through for that one.
DQ,
what's he expect? I mean, you're on about the radar, right? For those that haven't used Assetto Corsa Competizione, when we say a radar, we literally mean like you get a visual representation of your car, like if you were in a jet or something like that, and you get a full 360 degree visualization of what's there, and cars that are around you appear as a red rectangle, so you can see where they are in regards to your car at all times. Granted, it would have come up on him fast and he would have had very little time to react, but he still would have had time to react if he wasn't so focused on the car in front. But look, you know, that's why we're in the commentary box here. We know how fast these reaction times are, and we know how fast these situations are. As we get another bit of BMW on BMW action here. This is Luca Lozio and Bastian Offerman resuming the little tiff that they had earlier on here. And Lozio, you've got to say, I mean, doing a fairly decent job of driving that train.
Well, he's got to worry about Offerman, he's got to worry about Sholobov, about Garcia, as well as Artek Vitic as well, who's also there. No move from Tinko van der Velde at the moment. Bischoff's also closed in. Cheldakis has found a little bit extra form because he's pulled away to the tune of a second over Smolyar as we return to this battle. And by the way, just to clarify as to how good that radar is, this is not an advertisement to do it in such a way, but in my first ever race on ACC, I did my entire 2-hour stint in the car without a rear view mirror, and the radar still tells you exactly what's going on. You can get away with it. Here's Offerman looking to the outside, trying to make it stick on Lozio. Lozio just about gives enough room. It's a little bit touch, but you can kind of do that with the escape road to take you around the worst corner in all of motorsport, and Lozio is able to hang on from Offerman, from Sholobov, from Garcia, from Artek Vicic, from Poikia as well in there, and Ate Kalpanen, or Jesse Kalpanen rather, also in that battle. It's quite a train this for 8th spot at the moment.
I'm a little bit triggered, I've got to be honest, Lewis. You really don't like the Yokohama F, do you?
I hate the second part of it, man. The second part is beyond all.
Is that because it's like tighter than it ever actually needs to be, and you never get a good exit out of it no matter what line you take?
Yeah, well, I don't think anyone has been through that corner and gone, that's a good line. It's impossible. It is absolutely impossible. No one has ever gone through it at the correct speed. You're either too quick or too slow. And there is no middle ground. They won't have anything of it as they'll head up through the Schumacher S. And again, another shock to absolutely no one. Rotters in the Vipperman racing car receives a 15-second time penalty for making contact with Valentin Barriere in that turn 1 instance. So I think that's not a shock to anyone. Offerman off of the road and having to worry about Sean. This is a fantastic battle. And look who's coming through. Alberto Garcia was having a look and didn't fancy it.
Well, that's right, and also fair play to Alexei Sholobinov in the 48 as well. He saw it and he was like, okay. You've got Lotio though, almost getting absolutely mugged right there, and Lotio actually into the pit lane then. So Bastian Offerman makes it work. You've got two Mercs side by side. For the most part though, Lewis, as argumentative and as touchy-feely as it is, it's damn good racing that we've got here today.
Super stuff. You've got the two Gripax engineering cars as well, and those R8s just to the rear end of it. Here's Alberto Garcia looking straight down the inside of Sholobinov. Way too deep on the brakes though, and the up and under is going to work brilliantly for the number 48. Perfect stuff, just judged it brilliantly. Saw Alberto Garcia was certainly going to overdo it, and now Artek Vicic also there. Had to swap to cover off from Poikia as well. Just trying to keep the two Finns at bay. Poikia and Kalpanen at the moment in 12th and 13th. Those pitting, the likes of Lozio, pitting now. It's not great, but it's not awful. They'll be running to 65-minute driver stint limit, so we still expect this to be a 5-stop race, so 6 stints between now and the end of the race, obviously going to around about an hour long each. And that's kind of what we expect the strategy for most to do. There's no real point in adding an extra pit stop because if you can add an extra pit stop, why would you? It is such a long pit lane down here, and you just really don't want to add that to your portfolio here in the Coach Dave 1000.
It also means you've got to slow down here at Nurburgring, and let's face it, you're not really wanting to do that either. But on the pit stop strategy, you pointed that out with us having 5 pit stops now at 65 minutes each. That's really going to stack up in terms of the time as well. So what will end up happening there is that they'll end up having, say, maybe 20 minutes outside of that they can play with. As we had a very brief yellow flag there for the 333 at corner 1 there. That is, of course, the virtual drivers by TX3.
Well, we've got a drive-through penalty being dished out, and it's another bit of contact with the number 7. Speaking of virtual drivers by TX3, they aren't the one receiving the penalty. They did receive the first penalty in their trio of incidents over the last few laps. Of course, they're getting a 5-second time penalty, a 15-second time penalty to the 211 of Rotters, and now a whopping drive-through going to the 457. That'll be the GTWR RHG Academy. Alex Tarato behind the wheel of that one, I believe, certainly was at the start of the race, and certainly is now. So, yeah, to be fair, for Valentin Barriere, he was right in the thick end of things for a lap or two there.
Well, that happens.
Oh, lad.
I'm looking at the lead for the the lead of the race. Let's see what happened with this triple three then. So this is the yellow flag, and it was actually at the final corner then. So just across the kerbing, tries to hold the car, and thank God he didn't take anyone else out with him.
It nearly was the 41 as well that he nearly cleared off the road there, who has marched his way back up the order at the moment. Where is the 41 at the present moment of time? It's 21st place is Abelad's. Will be realistically in 19th, because the drive-through penalty from Toronto should drop him behind, as well as the 15-second time penalty to Rotters, because he's well within striking distance to come through on both of those. So it is the recovery drive once again from the SimGrid.pro by Vides, number 41, the driver, the team that's second in the championship behind this team here that is presently fourth on the road. Your Imola winners in the form of Tinko van der Velde behind the wheel at present.
And that's exactly what we'll be watching for over the next 5 hours and 20 minutes here in this Coach Dave 1000s here at Nurburgring. Looking at Wout van Brandt here for Romeo's by SOP Esports Racing Machine. One of the things we spoke about is the incredible level of talent that we've got here, Lewis, and how close everybody is in terms of qualifying pace and on race pace as well. And you know, you get any race and you think, oh, I'm in P27, I must be absolutely terrible. But for these guys outside of the top 20, it doesn't matter, because they're still, you know, in the fight of their lives, having to try and get whatever position they can get against some ridiculously stacked opposition teams right now. It's no man's land, and I definitely don't envy anyone trying to make it through these stints.
Well, I know it's obviously cliche, and we're trying to essentially sell the series to you, the viewer, sat at home watching. We kind of say this quite a lot. When we did the Coach Dave Super Sprint, it was also in the same sort of vein of, when we say something like literally anyone can win, that is absolutely the case. Any car can really win, or for the most part anyway. There's a spin for the number 17 Pulse Sim Sport car, and then rejoining the circuit. Obviously everyone had gone through that point, just taking a bit too much of that second curve. But there are so many teams that can win. Here's a move though, just ahead of this. That is Smolyar getting around the outside of the TF Racing Souvlaki car of Chaldakis. So finally does manage to get that position made. But what is the damage? 3.5 seconds up to George Boothby. That is what has been lost from the S&P Racing Esports team. They were right on the rear end of Boothby for quite a while, and now they've got so much work to do to go and close that gap down.
This is where it starts right now then on lap 22. Smolyar getting himself into that second position was so important. I've got no idea as well, because remember, Chaldakis actually cleared off by about 1.5 seconds there, but I think again those tyres really starting to fall off on that car. Maybe they find a second lease of life, or maybe they just cooled down a little bit to allow him, but certainly that Merc going to want to try and push on while it can here. And look at how far back he is from Smolyar. So it's another mistake on the same corner from Smolyar.
From Chaldakis, you're absolutely right. Not to throw you under the bus too much there, but yes, you are right. A little bit of a mistake from the Audi R8. Same way, I think that front left, but if any of the tyres are under pressure or overpressured right now, that front left certainly is. It's definitely overheating. There isn't enough grip being afforded to Chaldakis at the moment from the front left tyre, and it's feeling it. Torato's into the pit lane to serve that drive-through penalty, but I do feel really bad, because this is still, you're talking about another 10-15 minutes at a bare minimum from this stint. That's going to be a long 10-15 minutes around here. Like I said before, when you're in the rhythm of this track, it's great fun. When you're throwing it around, you're hooking up the apex, it's brilliant. When you're in a car that is not with you, like what Chaldakis is dealing with right now, this is not a fun circuit to drive.
Yeah, that's when I become very negative if I've got a setup that I don't like or that I find difficult. You know, your mindset is a huge thing here, Lewis. A lot of the drivers, if they've got a bad setup, they can still work with it, figure out ways to make it not so bad, if that makes sense, in their driving style and that. Whereas, you know, drivers like me, I just then look for the excuses, if that makes sense. So I then look for things that are wrong with it, and that's when you end up going further down the order. Some of these fastest drivers in the top 10 here, if they get parts of the setup that they don't like and they can understand why they don't like it, they can actually make themselves faster by because they're trying something that they don't normally drive, if that makes sense. They can try different things, and sometimes they can find different things out about the car than they would normally do, sticking to a setup that they're comfortable with.
Do you know much about setups, David? Are you a setup guru?
No, I don't know much about setups. I know enough about them to understand the very basic principles, and realistically, I mean, anybody that's interested in sim racing, highly encourage you to go and learn about ride height, camber, caster. I swear to God, the best thing that I've ever seen, it was a random file that I found about 5 years ago on a Steam community page. I think it was for iRacing or Assetto Corsa or something like that, and it was literally 4 boxes, and it said 6 boxes, and it says car is understeering, car is oversteering, 2 sections there, and it had 3 sections going up and down, and it was on corner entry, on the during the corner, and on corner exit, and it was basically this chop and change guide that you could say if the car was oversteering or understeering on the entry, exit or turn, do this, try this, and it's all these little bits to do, and it explains why it works. Fascinating little bit, and for me that is the only thing that I've ever needed to do. For whatever reason, it's black magic or whatever, it's just worked.
I mean, there's so much that you need to understand how to adjust in a car, whether it's aero, in some cars, gears, tyre pressures, obviously anti-roll bars, slow bump, rebound, all this kind of stuff. And it's why, if that's all over your head, you go onto Coach Dave Academy and be like, please help me out, and then you get help, and boom, suddenly you're as fast as this lot. That's how it goes. We're not of that ability level though, which is unfortunate. I can just about adjust anti-roll bars. That one I did remember. Although, off the top of my head, I can't remember whether stiff in the front anti-roll bar makes it more understeery or not. I can do when I try. I can figure it out again. But I don't really race very much these days. But as a driver, we kind of, in the motorsport, of course, they do understand, as to what's happening on the car still. Yes, we get it. But in sim racing, as a driver, to be the very best in sim racing, it is not just about being the fastest over the lap or over the race. You have to understand the car, because you have to understand when things aren't going right. What are you going to do on the pit stop? What are you going to do to drive the car, underdrive it in one way or overdrive it in another, that will bring the tyres back into balance with what you're asking for, which is so incredibly complicated. It's not as simple as go fast or go slow. It's about how you attack the corners, because you can still do the same lap time, but you're attacking the corners in a very different way, and suddenly you're not putting the load on the front of the car, you're putting the load on the rear, which is then overheating the rears, which is actually what you might want to do in some scenarios. It's fascinating.
It really is, and this is the bit that I love about esports. Maybe not actually doing it, but having an appreciation for it, Lewis, and understanding that this is what every single driver in this team are doing, not just for this race, but for every race. And they've got such a profound understanding of the car, or conversely, they don't have to. They've got such a big team behind them that they can just hand it off to their teammates who know their driving style, who know their abilities inside and out, and develop setups on their behalf. That's another bit that I really struggle to believe that's where we are with sim racing just now, is the fact that you've got essentially what are full works teams now, behind the scenes working away and developing these cars. And you mentioned there, as we see Shalopanov into the pit lane there, the Coach Dave Academy offering the setups. Now for me, the biggest game changer with Coach Dave Academy wasn't so much the setups, because I think for anyone that's new to it, if you're a professional or you're semi-professional, then setups can be a very, very interesting tool. It was their driver coaching, the ability to remotely do the telemetry data and work through with you about your driving ability and your driving skill. That for me is going to be your biggest bang for buck. If you're kind of starting out in a league and you're not sure where to turn, that is 100% the best value for money that you can probably spend investing in yourself if you're wanting to take this seriously. Get one of the pro driver coaches, let them sit with you, watch the way that you drive your particular car. They might suggest that you have a different car that more suits you if you're able to take it, or they can suggest driving tweaks, all that sort of stuff, but it's all done from watching you drive. because that's 9/10 of the battle. You can, and this has always been a bit of a bugbear with me, is the fact that the setups are an amazing tool, but only if you know how to use them, and only if you know how they work. That's where you get most of the money for it. So yeah, like say, driver coaching, very, very much recommended.
Yeah, 100%, because it's. I was chatting to Nick Foster, who did an awful lot of driving. I don't think he does much of the driver coaching for the Coach Dave Academy at the moment, courtesy of being quite busy, but has done a fair share of coaching, including one fantastic bit of coaching that he did for James Baldwin. We won't talk about that too much because he's not particularly. Baldwin tested Nick's ability as a driving coach. The point is, though, is that the driver coaches, they don't just try and teach you. Don't worry about that lap car, by the way. They don't just try and teach you something for the one circuit that you're racing at. They're trying to teach you skills and stuff which apply for every circuit, that you can learn to be fast all the time. It's what these drivers don't typically need, because it's why you want to team up with someone that you're good with teaming up with, because they know what to tell you when it's like, okay, you're hey mate, you're actually going a little bit slow into turn 5. That's where I'm finding the speed. And they go, oh right, and then they find the speed as well. You become your own driver coaches in a comfortable team, and that's where we know the likes of Tinko van der Velde teams up with Dara McCormack, and the two of those get along quite well indeed. But there is no Dara McCormack. It's Nikodem Wisniewski who is in that car. Of course, the Williams eSports driver, quite a lot of places in sim racing, not necessarily here. Did drive alongside Tinko van der Velde and Cooper Brzezinski in the opening round of the SO Esports Intercontinental GT World Challenge Endurance Series just a few weeks ago at Bathurst. But at the moment in this one, of course, Wisniewski doing it because Dara McCormack is away. He's a certain circuit near Marseille, of course, in the south of France, and whilst we might not love it, Paul Ricard, of course, hosting the 1000 there, and obviously an actual real life one, and obviously that is happening today. Pretty sure Valentino Rossi's car qualified in 5th, no spoilers and all that, but still it's up there because that's apparently what everyone wants to talk about in that at the moment. But obviously down there and helping out some pro teams. Fantastic stuff for Dara McCormack.
Sorry, did somebody mention Paul Ricard there? Sorry, I was
just fall asleep.
Yeah.
It's an okay track in a GT though.
It's not.
It's an okay track in a
track. It's
an okay track in a GT.
It's just not a good. I just thoroughly. It's like on my bottom.
It's horrible.
It's but just no. It's flat. It's uninteresting. It's completely floating about. It's not for me. But we were being led to believe from our man on the inside, Michael Hamlet, actually, that not only is Darren McCormack not here with us at Williams Esports today, he was actually helping out the Corsa team. And if that is the case, then that was Rafael Marcello who actually won the race yesterday. So I think it's safe to say that the talents of each other are rubbing off on one another.
I have some serious bias in all that stuff though, because I'm a big Dennis Lind fan. Everyone's going to think, I'm pretty sure people were expecting me to say Valentino Rossi, but Dennis Lind is my hero, because obviously he's a big sim racer who we haven't seen race over in this neck of the woods in ACC, and I'm desperate to change that, but he's not really got time for sim racing, which is just very disappointing. But I was having a chat with him a little while ago, and he's kind of given me a lot of understanding as to the differences between the GTs in real life, because you kind of think, are the GTs that different in because obviously when you jump between, for example, a McLaren and a Lamborghini in ACC, there's quite a large difference. You kind of think, is there really that much difference in real life? And I did have a chat who incidentally jumped between a Lamborghini and a McLaren in real life. He said they are two wildly different. It's barely recognisable as even being in the same category. The fact that those two are such wild different cars. It's why you've got to find a car that works for you, and why we do typically see the same teams taking on the same cars week in, week out. Because why relearn a completely different vehicle when if you just stick to one and go fast in one, well, that makes you feel a little bit more comfortable and confident, doesn't it?
It really does, and it always makes me more appreciative of the likes of, say, the gentleman drivers that take part in the different GT3 championships, because it gives you a little bit of understanding as to, you think that these things are arrive and drive, and they're pretty much, point and shoot, and they're super easy, and anybody can do them. Whereas realistically, and what we see from ACC and from our own experiences of trying to handle these cars at any sort of pace whatsoever, is they are damn tricky to drive. They really, really are. To get any sort of level of competitiveness out of them, not only the car has to be on its absolute peak, but you as a human have to be on your absolute peak. The G-forces are quite exhausting over a 16-minute stint here, and hand on heart, it's something that I very likely couldn't actually do in real life.
Driving a GT3 is hard. It's not everyone kind of thinks it is very simple, because obviously they've got traction control and they've got ABS and stuff, and it's kind of like, yeah, it's way harder than you think. It's harder. Also, getting in and out, which is something which you don't typically think of, but in a driver's race. I was in Bolton a few weeks ago at Bolton University doing an event, and in that they had a McLaren MP4-12C and a McLaren 650 GT3 car there, and I was kind of like, oh, I'll climb in it. I'll climb out of it, and it is the most embarrassing video that I think I've that's ever been filmed of me trying to climb out of this McLaren 650, because it's so low, and I am not a small chap. You've met me, Dave. I'm not particularly tall, but I'm not small at the hips, shall we say. And it's pretty hard work to climb out of them. The fact that they do it in such a small window in the pit lane, I mean, it would be hilarious us giving it a go, but that's why we're not racing drivers. So, you know, that is also part of it that we don't really think about. It's not just what you do in the car, we do getting out of the car as well.
It seems to be any car with a roll cage in it. It's the roll cage that makes it the difficult part. I remember last year in the little Peugeot 107 as well. They're not graceful. They're not graceful to either getting in is actually okay. It's the getting out. In a team event, it's actually a little bit easier, because at least you've got a teammate there to drag you out, kicking and screaming, and almost throw you out of the car. Whereas I can only describe it, Lewis, as looking like you've had a little bit too much to drink on a Friday night, and you're trying to clamber about. That's how it looks, trying to escape from one of these cars. If you're not used to it, of course, the pros do it, and they make it look like it's just they're getting out a Tesla or something like that. They make it look so easy, but we know differently. It's not.
Oh yeah, no, I had to climb in and out of an open wheeler as well. That is like the fact that you're supposed to get in and out of those in like seconds. I'm like, no. It took me a couple of minutes, mate. I wanted to tip the thing over to get me out.
It's fine, boys. I'm dead. Just keep me as lost.
Yeah. Just leave me in here. It's fine. I'll cook. It's all good. But like I say, it's why you've got to be an athlete of so many aspects to take part in motorsport. But in the sim racing side, we've spoken on the mental side of things. You need to be strong mentally as well. By the way, we will take a look at some replays of the race in a few moments' time, because obviously it's been an hour nearly complete. We are in a pit stop sequence as we approach the end of the first hour, and it will trickle over into the start of the second hour. Chaldakis heads into the pit lane, maybe a little bit later than I was expecting. This car's done a bit of leading today as they'll head into the pit lane. Marco Bischoff will come round to take over second position. George Boothby still leading, and I'm pretty sure that Porsche is going to go to the very, very end of this pit window.
Well, that's exactly what we're currently watching here. Louis Waters in Vipperman Racing, currently up to P12 just now with that 15-second penalty. The thing with that is that obviously we've massively switched around with all the pit stops going round, and oh my good lord, Rotors almost wiping out the back end of that 420 of Polke there for Grippax Engineering.
Yeah, that was...
that's Kalpinen, yeah.
For a team that's already got a 15-second penalty, that is not so great. But a near miss is a near miss. No, I think you are right. I think it might have been.
Yeah, I think it was, sorry.
Okay. But either way, a near miss is a near miss. Just take that, take a deep breath and think, right, I shan't be doing that again. Here's Felix Arnold, the Prime E-Racing car, now knocking at the door to get past the Vipperman Racing car in 11th. But I don't think that Felix Arndt will have to rush this one. He will know that there's a 15-second time of the car ahead because it says it in your relative. It's not as if that's only a thing that we will know. They all know which teams and cars have penalties in this race. They can all see it very, very clearly. They don't need to be informed that by a race engineer and whatnot.
Exactly. They are for most of the race anyway. A lot of these drivers are going to be their own race engineers, certainly for their own stint. They'll have an input when they get out the car with regards to helping other drivers, but for the most part, it's kind of every driver for themselves. They're the ones out there experiencing the circuit. They know how the conditions are, and they know how the car is handling, because the car that you leave in pit lane can be a very different one from the car that you get back at the end of a stint here, as Mikhail Baikov there makes a rather easy move there on Luke Hansen in the number 11 Audi there, making it look very, very straightforward. Up to P26, so a decent recovery drive from them, but again, you have to say, it shouldn't have come to that. They shouldn't have needed to do that recovery drive.
Well, Boothby, Smolyar, Bischoff all into the pit lane. Does Sadarov come in? Does Rotters come in? No. So these lot are kind of staying out. So they are going for that extra lap. 5 hours left to go here in the Coach Dave 1000 at the Nurburgring, and it's kind of we're on the cusp of the pit window. You want to kind of come in around about now. The driver stint limit is 65 minutes, so they can take it all the way up to 4 hours and 55 minutes left to go in the race. Some teams will want to take it all the way up to that to keep their options open on strategy. And it's certainly what we saw from this car last round out at Imola, but some teams going a very, very different route, going a lot more aggressive on the strategy, which actually kind of shocked me a bit.
And that is the key thing with this. You know, if you're outside the top 10 or you're looking for a position, sometimes you just have to roll the dice, and that's what Tinko van der Velde looked like to be doing there, until you realise that it's a lapped car that he's getting past there. Sometimes you have to roll the dice. Sometimes you have to try something different to make things work. As Smollier looks like he's into and back out of the pit lane in that Triple Eight machine. But yeah, you have to give it a go.
Well, Tinko van der Velde, we do believe, might have passed. We'll get the update once they've gone over the sector splits, as we'll see them roll their way through. But fantastic stuff for Tinko van der Velde and William Diesels. Came in a few laps earlier, but if anyone's pitted 40 minutes into the stint, then it's not so bad, because you're going to go for potentially 62 minutes over the next few stints and get your way to the checkered flag by that point. Receiving word that George Boothby missed his pit box.
Oh, that's an F right there. As Kirill Sadov into the pits there. Having a look at the average lap times from the first stint, the top 5 then, number 82 with the fastest split time of that, with a 154.690. That is, of course, the Yaz Heat machine of George Boothby that gets that one there, but not really able to transfer that into on the track as well. So those Porsches, I'm wondering about their long-term ability to hold on to pace in this race.
Well, Nikolai takes over the lead in the West Competition Racing, number 33 BMW M4, but of course that's courtesy of most people pitting. That car has not pitted just yet. Here's Chaldakis behind the wheel, closing in on the 888 car. That, of course, has switched drivers. Jerepinin now behind the wheel, obviously taken over from Alex Samoliar, and this is a genuine battle between these two. The Audi R8 looks to the outside, tries to go around the outside at the first corner of Yokohama, and it's just not really there. But if you can do it, you leave yourself on the inside going into the Mercedes Arena section. It actually was a lot closer to giving that a go than I was expecting. Clearly the speed of the Audi R8 is very good at the start of the stint. We'll have to wait and see if there has been lessons learned from Chaldakis.
Watching all of this unfold now, I think now we're in the tail end of the pit stop window here, because obviously drivers only going to have, Lewis, about a minute left on their first driver stint of the day here. So do you think the drivers are just going to double stint this? If, say, they've got 3 drivers, they just do double stint, swap driver, double stint, and swap driver?
I think it's the smartest thing to do. It's what I would do if I was strategizing this. I would double on each of them, because you want to keep your driver in the rhythm. But that's not what SMP are doing. It's not what Yaz Heat are doing. Yaroslav Honzik, who is obviously behind the wheel of the Yaz Heat now, ahead of Bischoff. they're switching. They might switch on each stint and go through the rotation of it. So then Boothby, then Honzik, then Malinovsky. Boothby, Honzik, Malinovsky to the end of the race. Something in that vein, which we know some teams like to try. Final drivers, by the way, coming into the pit lane. Nikolai, Artak Vicic into the pit lane as well as Porky. Arndt, Healy will also be into the pit lane. Apple will be into the pit lane, which would leave Tinko van der Velde to be your race leader at the moment after pitting early in that Williams Esports Bentley.
So where do we think this race is going to go from here then, Lewis? Obviously a very commanding lead just before the pit stops there of about 7 seconds for our race leader out at the front there. The problem is we've seen how, is Marco Bischoff there getting a little bit sketchy. The two Porsches obviously duking it out right now, but the more that they fight, the more that they're going to be dropping out, and also I can see Tinko van der Velde, as you can see there, up into to essentially second position. In fact, is he going to jump into the lead then?
Yes, Tinko van der Velde will take over the lead of this race. He did pit earlier than everyone else, so Tinko van der Velde in that Williams Esports, as we were expecting, is into the lead of this race. Bischoff, great move there to get down the inside of Jaroslav Honzik. It was just a pretty bold send from him, and obviously there was a little bit of battling in the background. Bischoff going straight for that apex. We'll keep our eye on the speeds between Tinko van der Velde in that number 5 car. Particularly over the previous lap. He did a 154.5. Now, we won't really have much of a reference as to how fast it's going to be comparatively to the rest of the drivers just yet, because they need to get into the rhythm of where they are. Here's Sherepenen going under defence from Chaldakis, going straight around the outside in that Audi R. This is a brave one, does manage to get alongside. This is where that Audi R8's made a couple of mistakes today, but that is a brilliant move from Chaldakis. Absolutely superb and spot on. The Ballas Esports car behind is not for position. That one spun out a bit earlier on the race. That was a lovely move from the TF Racing Souvlaki car, who has to worry about Sherepenen going back around the outside. Doesn't manage to get alongside going into the chicane, so it's all good.
Oh, that was a bit spicy from that Audi. That was lovely to see. Only an hour into the race and we're seeing ballsy moves like that. That was lovely from Chaldakis. And again, look, the early pace of the Audi in this first part of the stint, never in question. It's roaring away, but the problem is after about 20 laps the tyres go and the pace just drops off and leaves himself very, very vulnerable. But this is the point where you have to kind of push forward, and I've got no doubt actually I think Chaldakis might be able to catch up with Honzik, but it's my eyes are on Marco Bischoff, because he is going to try and catch on to Tinko van der Velde, but does he have the pace? That gap down to 4.2 seconds, we know that the 82, for example, seems to have the pace here, but there's just too many variables right now. Here's another replay on board the Audi. That was incredible fortitude there from that number 34 to go all the way around the outside, and I think Chaldakis is going to be very happy with himself.
Well, yeah, super move from Chaldakis to have made that one stick. At the moment we're hearing we've got a 201 in the wall on the start-finish straight, which is not ideal. The 201 being the SPQ Racing car. There are reasons why you'd be in that wall on the start-finish straight. One's wheel failure. Number 2 is just going for a bit of a slide on the exit of the Coca-Cola curve, but it's not a common place to see a car station. I think it's got back going again, which tells me it might have been technical.
Or number 3, you've got me behind the wheel. That could be a genuine third.
Is that what you do typically?
You know, I think it speaks more about my driving ability, is the fact that I can crash in a straight line more than anything else. It's not something that I have done, but it is very easy to do, especially. And people will be like, "Oh, how can you crash in a straight line?" Well, it comes immediately after the corner, so it's not like he's crashed like where Jaroslav Honzik is now. 9 times out of 10, it's you've just overcooked it on the accelerator coming out of the corner, your rear wheels hit the curb or something like that, unsettles the car, and before you know it, you've tried to save a slide and you end up going into the wall, which is very, very embarrassing.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes embarrassing is the name of the game in sim racing terms. Unfortunately, well, Steve Proudly is straight on it, and obviously we've got to see a replay, and it wasn't even them that really caused that bang into the barrier. Well, that's how the 201 got there. It was the Pulse Sim Sports number 17 Ferrari that made a hefty amount of contact, and so yeah, fair enough.
Well, that's a little bit awkward, isn't it? That puts my theory about, on the accelerator into the curb. No, he was just hip checked out of the way, tried to save it, and went into the wall. That is a very unfortunate incident. I think Race Control will be furrowing their eyebrows at that type of incident. But anyway, 4 hours 50 left to go in this Coach Dave 1000s here at Nurburgring, and again, this is essentially we start again. We've done the pit stops now. The drivers just have to knuckle down. Thankfully, they don't have that awkward first 10 minutes to go through where they've got 34 cars in the space of like 0.8 of a second all bunched up. They can now get back into the fights and the battles that they had earlier on.
Well, here's Lozio now moving his way onto the rear end of Handler, who's taken over the 420 Grip Packs engineering car. Where's the other Grip Packs engineering car? It's dropped way down. Didn't have a penalty in the... But no, it's not. It's much further ahead. I can read, don't worry. Yes, a Kauppinen in the number 11. You've got to look for the meme numbers with the Grip Packs engineering. Of course, 69 because it's hilarious, and 420 because it's hilarious is their motto when it comes to numbers, but that's just where they are at the moment, and Lozio's trying to work his way back up.
That's yeah, I mean, the problem is once you're outside the top 10, it's a horrible thing to say and it's a horrible thing to admit, but once you're outside the top 10, your work is so cut out for you of actually moving forward. Statistically, you're more likely to move backwards than you are actually to crack back into that top 10.
Yeah, indeed. Also got to worry about Martinez behind as well. He's taken over his car, the Aspar esports team from Alberto Garcia. Martinez is also closing in to sort of join that battle. Here's Jaroslav Honzik then. Porsche versus Porsche in second and third. And the lap time difference between themselves and our race leader is actually not looking so favourable towards the Porsches. Tinko van der Velde has worked his way up into the race lead, and it's a 4.6 second gap. 154.390 is what van der Velde did on the previous lap. Honzik did a 54.4, obviously getting back ahead. Oh, sorry, no, he didn't get back ahead. It's my timing the wrong way around, but anyway. Honzik and Bischoff both doing a 54.4 and a 54.8. So they're not doing enough to close down on Tinko van der Velde.
That is, that's the long and the short of it. The numbers don't lie. You can push as hard as you want to, but if you're not actually bringing that gap down, then it's kind of all for nothing. You still have to push, because the moment you kind of back off from that, you're then going to start having cars trying to get past you as well. And it's that whole thing of concentration and that mental clarity that you've got to be able to keep pushing no matter what. It might be devastatingly disappointing that you're not able to catch up to the car in front, but for the championship you just need to get the best result you can get.
Well, I think whilst Virtual Drives by TX3 going a little bit wide there and having a couple of issues, dropping down, that is Forsberg behind the wheel after taking over from Valentin Barriere. So that Ferrari is not having a great time on the exit of the Schumacher S. Whilst we completed an hour and 10 minutes of this race, we should probably catch up on what's actually happened over the 1000 here at the Nurburgring. Of course, it was a bit of a feisty start. There was drama up and down in this little group, but there was mostly drama between the driver that's second in the championship right now, pushed off a little bit wide and then rejoining right on the nose of Alex Simolia, being sent off into the barrier. WPS also going off with them. It was a fair whack from them. And then, of course, a massive concertina effect running down into turn one. A little bit of contact in the reverse. It's Ballas Esports that was sent round in all of this. And the Maz Sim car really keeping his right foot absolutely down. Prime E Racing right in the thick end of things as things was starting to go 2-3, maybe even a little bit of 4 wide running through the middle of the circuit. They got spun around into the pathway of their teammates. Then further contact as well. It was just carnage in all of this. Count the cars involved. An awful lot of them. But as the battles would continue. Apostle was trying to get past Turato, got down the inside, made a little bit of contact, spun him up the road, and of course the other car to rejoin that battle was the GTWR RHG Academy teammate of Turato as well. Boothby was on the hunt for the race lead, and he would start attacking the TF Racing Souvlaki car that would go a little bit wide. We'd see that mistake a couple of times from Chaldakis, just 2 wheels into the dirt on the exit, going onto the back straight at Valsteiner, and he made the move stick. This is the incident for Vipperman as he'd cut straight across the nose of Valentin Barriere. Bang, the two would both be into the barrier, and Vipperman would receive a 15-second time penalty courtesy of it. Virtual drivers by TX3 also having issues in the other car, going for a bit of a spin and nearly right into the pathway of the recovering number 41. The next person to pass the TF Racing Souvlaki car, of course, was the 888 Smoliar behind the wheel. This was approaching the pit stop sequence, going around the outside, and that moved them up into what was second place. But as the pit stop window happened, of course, the early stop from the number 5 of Tinker van der Velde has allowed them to go and take over the race lead. It's been a pretty chaotic start for the first hour and 15 minutes of this race. We're a quarter down, 3 quarters left to go.
Here's a talking point for you, Lewis. The resurgence or the complete turnaround in fortune of Williams Esports over the past 3 months has been nothing short of absolutely incredible. They were constantly in the competitions, but this new lineup, new whatever it is they've got going on behind the scenes, and we see them consistently now at the top or the podium slots of these championships. What do you think it is that has kind of happened to that team that's brought them up?
I think it's a mixture of things across the entirety of sim racing. Bear in mind that Williams Esports aren't just an ACC team. They take part in iRacing, they take part in rFactor 2, they take part in race room competition as well. And confidence is a big part of esports and motor racing in general. We kind of speak about this quite frequently, is that when your team does quite well, you tend to do quite well as well. You kind of work as a group, and even for the likes of say for example in that team now, whilst yes they've got the likes of Dara McCormack who's been setting some great pace, and Tinker van der Velde who's been doing great stuff for the team, even drivers that we don't typically see here on ACC, when you compare them to Nikodem Wisniewski, who was obviously in this race, and Kiwi Brzezinski, the two of those finished, if I remember correctly, finished a point or even half a point off of winning the championship in the Le Mans Virtual back in January. That would have been a bit of a confidence booster towards the team. Jack Keith, he's been winning things left, right and centre over in race room. All of these kind of things add up. Now this can, for a driver, can add a lot of pressure to your shoulders, and then you end up underperforming, and that's why some teams or some drivers that join big teams, the likes of Coanda or Redline, go there and then they just can't perform to the speed that you originally saw them at, and we see this in motorsport as well. Kind of how things are with teams as they start moving forward. You either go with the flow or you lose what's been going on. Thankfully, it seems like for the entirety of the Williams Esports camp, for every step forward they take, the entire team goes with it, and they are moving from strength to strength to strength, and have very quickly gone from like that team that obviously the Williams name, but the team that's gone from being quite strong and being able to win the odd thing here and there, to being a team where you're looking at and thinking they're actually favourites for this now.
Yeah, and that brings up another point of esports over the past couple of years, is that what we're seeing in sim racing now is starting to mirror what we're seeing in a lot of other competitive esports, and that's the rise of franchises, the rise of team names essentially that are then run by different organisations and managed by different organisations as a way of being able to sort of manage their brand as well. And I think we're going to see that come to the forefront in the next couple of years, certainly as the more professional side of sim racing gets more and more recognised with these higher tickets competitions. I mean, you're part of one with the whole virtual Le Mans series as well, and the names and the brands and the esports teams that we're seeing there, to see Jesse Kalpinen with a very brave move there, doesn't make it work there, but thankfully avoids absolute disaster with Audi just in front there, and Jesse Kalpinen there having to let Dario Balk get some sort of dignity and respect back out after that one. But you've got to feel that the Griphack's engineering machine is definitely going to be the favourite to get that position. But just finishing off on what I was saying there, and that was all very, very messy from all three of them there, with franchises and teams constantly developing and building, do you think that again it's just going to be this upward trajectory?
I mean, kind of. I mean, sim racing's taken a large step forward over the last couple of years, and it is obviously courtesy of what's been happening in the world, and it is the expectation. We said it as it was growing. There is going to be a bit of pullback from that, which is what we are seeing at the moment in sim racing. Interest in sim racing is... The decline is a very harsh way of putting it. In the short-term trend, it is on a bit of a decline, as it is the summer. The world of motorsport is firing on all cylinders and is just happening constantly. And also, there is so much sim racing at the moment that it is hard to follow. For the names, the brands, the teams and stuff, you'll see them all focus an awful lot more on sim racing from probably about September onwards. I think that's when we're going to start seeing, I guess, what we can classify as sim racing season, right? Will run from sort of the end of summer until basically the end of winter, and that sort of second half of the year is going to be mostly dedicated to that style of, or to the esports style of racing, which I think is a good thing to kind of have it in a place. It doesn't mean that it's not going to be happening throughout the year. It just means that you're going to see upwards trends of interest, and then downwards as well. Kind of with everything, with even the world of motorsport. You start out of the year, in January, February, March, thinking, wow, this open wheel racing is quite interesting. And then in the middle of the year, you think, I've actually had enough of having afternoon naps on a Sunday. I'm kind of not really interested in this at the moment. And then suddenly, late on in the season, you think, right, actually, I'm back interested in this again. It's kind of just how it goes. The same with all things. But it's an interesting thing to posit.
Afternoon naps on a Sunday. That sounds like a plan right there. That's
you're right.
Yeah, that's my old age in there, as we see Sebastian Handler for Griphack's engineering trying to go around the outside of Luca Lozio. No real room at the end for Sebastian to make that happen there, but again, a little bit too early on the power out of that corner there, and you start to see this car slip and slide, and he's in a very difficult position because he's got Martinez behind in that Merc. And if you're going to be doing a 6-hour race here, Lewis, and we know you've got experience from sim racing at all different levels, what car would you be picking for this race?
Well, I mean, I've not had a choice. Oh, here we go. I was just focused on this for a second as Martinez was trying to get around the outside. I was going to say that one's not really one to work going through forward. It might give him the run, though, down towards Dunlop. He'll give it a cheeky look. He's not far enough alongside. It's kind of an interesting one. So I've said before, I am doing a race. It's 12 hours around here in a few weeks' time, and we're taking the Lamborghini, which is, fair enough. It's a great car, whatever it is what it is. But if I were to have the full choice myself, I tend to go for a more comfortable car to drive. So instantly, the Audi R8 is a solid no out of 10, because that thing is really fast and is a violent death trap. But it's a great car when it works. I typically lean towards the Merc or the M4. They're more predictable cars. They're more understandable as to what you can get out of it. They're a bit more understeery, which some people really, really don't like, which is fair enough. I come from mostly front-wheel touring cars, though, so understeer is the name of the game in my neck of the woods. But it's a little bit more understated the way you drive it, and it's one of those cars where smoothness is king. You drive a Lamborghini, you drive an R8, the mid-engined cars. You are kind of not being the smoothest. You have to be a bit more aggressive. You have to be a bit more chucking it around, catching the counter steer and stuff. I'd always lean towards a more predictable car, especially in a 6-12 hour race. You've got to play the long game and keep your mind focused on what's going on.
Absolutely, and that's where setup comes into it as well, because just as much of the car characteristics coming into play, you've also then got your own individual setup changes and things like that as well. For me, I have to agree with you. I think the Merc is a solid choice. It always seems to be up towards the front end of things. I think the BMW, I've made my thoughts and feelings on that very, very clear. This is another option as well, though. The Bentley, I would put into that same boat. The Bentley is very, very comfortable, very predictable, and very easy to drive. it is in terms of like the size of it, but it's also the lightest car out there. But it's weird because like people say that they say, oh, you know, it's the lightest car, but it doesn't feel the lightest. It feels clunky. It feels like it just sort of lurches about. But I would much rather have that than something like the R8, where it's like, oh yeah, I'm king of the world, and now I'm upside down in a tree.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, the Bentley's a good one as well because you can bully people around them, which is hilarious. But still, it's a big car. I said the Merc's not exactly small, so yeah, we'll posit that one as well. The 720's probably one of the more, like, when it comes to a mid-engine car, is the most, as far as I'm aware anyway, the most predictable mid-engined car. And so if I was going to go for any, it probably would be, you know, from the mid-engine point of view, it would be the McLaren. But it's not seeming particularly fast around here, and obviously Primary Racing really being the only ones tackling this car among their three cars. But, I mean, look at that tower. What are you seeing a severe lack of? McLaren. There's just the one. It is just Tobias, who I think also we should give a little bit of plaudits to the undercut to get around the inside of Bauk and Kauppinen, who were going. Was it Kauppinen or was it Lozio? It was Kauppinen. I went side by side going into the chicane on the backstretch, and Tobias was like, well, actually, I'm going to take both of you by just going the undercut and easy peasy lemon squeezy. Boom, up into 10th, and now trying to get past Kuvalok to try and get himself into 9th.
Yeah, beautiful stuff, and that's exactly what we enjoy seeing. So many different strategies playing their way out through the first hour here, and if you imagine he was able to take 2 positions by doing that, then you know you're able to apply that time and time again. You're able to actually make quite a chunk of time by doing those different strategies. My favourite though is the teams and the drivers that actually react to everything that's going around them. I mean, my strategy kind of peaked at having an Excel spreadsheet with trying to work out driver stint times and things like that, but you'll actually have drivers and teams that'll be working out, well, actually we're being held up by this guy, so we'd be faster to pit now and come out potentially in front, or just wait, they're going to pit and do a couple of really strong laps and you'll be able to make up that time there. And that is a huge moment there for Tobias. Sure, he's now got Dario Bike trying to go around the outside, but Bike is never going to make that work though, so that's just going to result in actually making the two of them even slower still. And look at Jesse Kauppinen now, he's in the pound seats, he fancies having a go at this, and Kauppinen could really actually make this work on Dario Bike.
He's got to get to the outside though, he's got to come in on the brakes. We've seen this happen a couple of times from some of the R8s. They can actually get around the outside here. That's exactly, lovely stuff from Kauppinen. Alongside going into the Mercedes arena section, that is beautiful. Obviously, Buck's trying to keep it alongside, but once we get into this part, the slowness of this final part of the Mercedes arena section is always going to lend itself to the car on the inside. That was absolutely superb from the Grip Hacks engineering car of Jesse Kauppinen. It was... they all kind of went back to the defensive move there from Tobias Scher, where he held it in the middle of the road, going through going into the final corner. I think, we did have it again in our ear from Michael Hamlet suggesting that might be the move of the day, and I am inclined to agree. Brilliant stuff around the outside.
Wonderful move. Well, let's have a look at the replay here. This all stemmed from the McLaren and the Audi fighting it out just at the end of that previous lap there. Kauppinen had the momentum, had the pace, and had the faith in his car as well to stick it around the outside, knowing that he would have the inside line for the next corner there, Lewis. And that is just, for me, that is comfort, that is confidence, that is pure ability right there.
Again, lovely move. And again, I've always said it always takes 2 to tango, and that was a very good example of it. Wild Things Racing, who we kind of saw in qualifying having a couple of issues coming through the Michael Schumacher S, and I think that was It was quite early in the session. It wasn't on any of their time laps. It might have been on an out lap, or it might have been the first time lap. Either way, qualifying didn't go so well. Chris Hack's behind the wheel now, and they've closed in. This battle is quite tight because you can see Lozio's there ahead in that Jean Lacey Esports Academy car. Then you've got Handler, then you've got Martez, then you've got Hack. Then you've got Horvath, who's not actually that far off, but about 5 to 10 seconds back from all this, might even be a little bit further. You've got Mikhail Baikov, also, it's 10 seconds in fact that Baikov is behind in the number 41 SimGrid.Pro by Vides car, that is working his way back up bit by bit. I don't know what's possible. You're actually quite good at predicting what was possible. I don't know what you think it is possible. You had it pretty much bang on last round, which was they're going to be within the top 10 halfway through the race. They're going to be within the top 5 in the final 2 hours, and I was like, that's rubbish. They're not going to be. What's happening with it today? Give us the lowdown, because obviously you're an inside man. You know exactly what's happening with SimGrid.Pro.
Just looking inside my cup of tea here. Let's read some of the tea leaves at the moment. I think that the pace that they've got, that 41, they're going to be able to get back up into top 5 by the next 3 hours. There we go. That's as far as I can see. You'll notice I didn't say finish. I just said get up to top 5 in the next 3 hours. The insane pace. They're faster than almost everyone in the top 10. Apart from like the top 5, I think that's where their pace is just now, and that's in amongst traffic, and they're picking off cars left, right, and centre here.
Speaking of the top 5, by the way, quite close with Honzik, Choldakis and Sherapenen for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Quite tight here as well. Kubelik still able to keep Sher at bay with Kauppinen and Bike just in the rear end of this shot. And then, of course, the next train behind this is that one that Luca Lozio is heading for 13th spot in his John Lacey Esports Academy car. I'd suspect that if these two trains do battle, particularly this train, if this train battles, then we're going to see one much larger train, because I don't think that gap being 6.5 seconds is insurmountable for Luca Lozio, which I think we're all for, aren't we? We'd love to see a big train, just of loads of cars battling out. We've seen plenty of it in the opening hour and a half of this race. I think we're going to see plenty more. It's kind of one of those things in a race like this. We expect that for the entirety of this 6 hours there will be battles to talk about, because it's just how it is in a competitive field like this. People don't tend to spread out that far. Yeah,
I would much rather see cars that are maybe half a second to a second apart than see them 8, 9, 10, 15 seconds. It just makes it so much more interesting, especially not just for our viewers but for us as well. I mean, it's a 6-hour race, and it's difficult to make it sound exciting when the cars are all very much spread out, but that's not what we've got here today, thankfully. It's again, it just speaks volumes about the level of skill and how close everyone actually is, Lewis.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've never competed in a championship quite as close as this, but I have competed in a championship where I qualified 7/10 off of pole and was 27. I've spoken about that one a few times on broadcast. It's tough stuff when that happens, and it's tight out there on this circuit when you do have the very best. I mean, I think the top 20 in this were separated by about half a second for quite a lot of the qualifying session, and when it comes to race pace, they all seem to somehow find a way of being even more equal and even more close. Sure, very, speaking of being close, right on the rear end of the number 48 Mercedes at the moment that Kubelik is behind. Still just struggling to keep on to 9th position, and the thing is with that McLaren, as soon as we get onto any bit of a straight line, the 720 does not have the horsepower to drag itself alongside that speedy Mercedes. You kind of wonder if Kauppinen might well do so, or even Bike as well, who's in that Audi R8, because the R8s have seemed pretty fast in a straight around here. They get a good kick off the final corner, and they've got a decent car to take on that sort of length of straight. It's only about slightly under a kilometre, I believe, is the start-finish straight around the Nurburgring. It might pretty much bang on 1k from start to finish, if not as close to about 800, 900 metres. It's not the longest one, but it's good for a car which gets up to its top speed quite quickly. It doesn't need to have the highest top speed known to mankind, as here is Kubelik defending right now.
It's a strange one, isn't it? Because sure, on, when he gets in a straight line, he looks like he's dead meat to any of the other cars. But as soon as he gets into the tight, twisty, technical parts of the track, that's where that McLaren really starts to earn its stripes. And obviously doing very well to keep it up in the top 10, because it's obviously down on pace in a straight line. But it can really handle itself through the remainder of the circuit here. And realistically, yes, Kalpinen is going to fancy it, but it's not like Tobias Schur is actually holding that group up. If anything, I think he's still putting on some wonderful pressure on Ruslan Kowalczyk here.
I was given some advice by the 2015 Formula Sim Racing World Champion. This was before he even was competing in a high level of esports and stuff, but it was an open wheel drive, and he always told me, he was like, I want a car that is fast in the corners. Always wants a car that's fast in the corners. And his reasoning was that the corners is always where you make the moves. And I was like, I'm following your logic, but if you're running a car that's high downforce, you can't pass anyone on the straights. And the straights is the easiest place to make a move. He's like, yeah, but you're more likely to make a move going into a corner. If you've got high downforce, you can brake much, much later. We'll see if Tobias Schur can brake much, much later going down to the first corner. The answer to that question is no. That Merc, the weight, it's just controlled. You're absolutely right. As soon as we get into the tight stuff, like through here, Schur is basically knocking on the door, right on the rear end, right on the boot lid of that Merc, but just can't do anything about it, because as soon as we get onto a straight, that V8 powers up and just pulls away.
It must be so frustrating for Tobias Schur, because they're starting to gap Jesse Kalpinen a little bit already now, 0.3 of a second just behind him. It's not a massive gap, but it's enough for Tobias Schur to realise that he has got the pace in this Prime E-Racing machine, but he's the only one out of that team to actually have the pace. And we saw them further down the order there, and they were only separated by about 6 cars, but he has just rocketed himself up the field. So as much as he's a little bit off pace, we have to really sing the praises of that Merc right now, and doing so well to get in the top 10.
Someone else we can speak the praises of, Bykov. What was the gap when I last spoke of it? It was 10 seconds to that entire train up towards Lazio. It's now 7.6, so it's closed in 2.5 seconds in the last sort of 8, 9, 10 minutes. So obviously brilliant speed coming from the SimGrid Pro by Vida's car, which we would expect. It's a car that did qualify inside the top 10 quite comfortably, and they are, for the second consecutive round, trying to work their way back up the order, which is not an accolade you want to do too many times. Also, speaking of great pace right now, Tinko van der Velde's holding his own at the front of the field after pitting earlier and trying to undercut the others, and certainly has made that one stick. 4.6 seconds Tinko van der Velde is leading in his Williams eSports car. This should be the last time we see Tinko van der Velde behind the wheel this afternoon, because we expect him to do a double stint and then hand off to a teammate, although then, you can still technically do a triple, then someone else does a double and someone else does a one and a bit. It kind of is plausible. It's just not really likely. His teammates are Igor Rodriguez and Nikodem Wisniewski, if memory serves, and two pretty fast drivers. They're just not quite on the same speed as Tinko van der Velde, you'd have to say.
Well, they're maybe just wanting to get the pace out there first, given that it is only a 4.6 second gap that they've got here. They're only going to have essentially another 25 minutes of this. Well, what essentially is a turbo boost, having Tinko van der Velde behind the wheel. He is really, really fast. And then obviously we get different drivers in, but that'll be the same across the board, because obviously with the 82 they'll be swapping drivers again. They're obviously deciding to swap the drivers after every hour. So again, it's all about how quickly these drivers can settle in. So it might not be the downside as much as we're maybe thinking, but again, we just don't know. A lot of this when it comes to pit stops is absolute speculation, because we saw it last time. Pit stops can also be a source of woe if they miss the pit stop box or they get the settings wrong.
Yep, try not to miss your pit stop box, Yaroslav Honzik. Your teammate's already done that once this afternoon. I don't think he'll be wanting to repeat the feat, but when he potentially hands the car over to Malinovsky, might hand it over to Boothby, might stay in the car. Basically, what I've just described there is all 3 options which you can do when it comes to the driver swaps in the pit lane. So one of those will happen, which means that at least to some degree we're correct in the commentary booth there. He's been able to pull away by 1.3 seconds over Chaldakis as well. Sharapenin right on the rear end in that SMP car as well at the moment, trying to get into 4th spot, but no switch of position just yet. You can see how tight that gap is, tighter even than some of the gaps of what we're seeing here, although not quite between the two leaders in this group. 0.3 of a second across the line, Scher from Kauppinen. Super close. Gotta say, I don't know if Kovaluk's had a bit of an issue ahead, because I think he was quite close to a couple of others. Oh no, sorry, Kovaluk is the car that we're looking at right now. It wasn't even what I was looking at, what I meant to be saying. It was Martin Schumacher, who is in no man's land. I thought he was quite close to Nikolai, but he's 10 seconds behind and is 16 seconds clear of this group. That actually sounds pretty boring right now for the 166.
It likely is, because if you've got no other cars around you, and you can see on the map there, he really is in no man's land. The 11, thankfully, is maybe giving him a little bit of encouragement to go long, but the 11 is actually at least 1 lap down from memory serves. That's Justin Subenrausch in the Audi that's in front of him, so he's a lap down. But again, at least it's some tail lights to chase down, and that does give you a little bit of a reprieve here, Lewis.
Indeed, this is back with the grouping that goes up towards Luca Lozio. You've got Martinez, you've got Handler, you've got Hack, you've got Horvath, and not too long away, I think we're going to have Bykov in this group as well.
Me, and that is up the inside. That's Tobias Schur, isn't it? That's
no, I think it's the other. It's one of the other Prime racing cars. The one that's going a lap down.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I just saw SEH and I'm putting 2 and 2 together and get it's Max Schwanke.
Well, there we go. Easily done. 78, by the way, is the greatest number of all sim racing and motorsport, so top effort. And yes, that is my racing number, and I won't have anyone say anything bad of it. What's your racing number?
At 64. I've got no idea why, but yeah.
The generic iRacing number.
Yes.
Well done.
Yes, listen here, if anybody's going to slip into the background, it's going to have to be me.
Oh dear. Yeah, no, fair enough. 64's fine. 78, by the way, the reason why mine is 78, there is actually reason to. I'm a big Sebastian Loeb fan, and when Sebastian Loeb retired, he had 78 rally victories, and then he came out of retirement and then won 2 other rallies. But, that's fine. 80,
the legacy.
79 and 80, bad numbers, so I'm not going with that. I'm keeping with 78. Michael Hamlet's is 93. What's your race number? Let us know in the YouTube tag. That's such a YouTuber influencer moment. But
guys,
still,
smash that like and subscribe button.
Ding the bell, mate. Ding the bell. No, I mean it's always kind of interesting. I love knowing stories as to why teams and drivers have picked numbers. For Jesse Kauppinen, 69 is because it's funny, of course, but there't always nice little stories as to why some of the teams have numbers. I quite like knowing them rather than meme.
Oh my god, what is this? you cut to it, and then there's like 6 cars all together on track at the same time. Jesse Kauppinen has been done by an Audi who has decided to do a little bit of lawn mowing. I've got a feeling they're going to try and cheekily hold on that position, but Kauppinen is having absolutely none of it. So that McLaren was caught up in that there as well. That got suddenly very, very interesting out of absolutely nowhere there.
Yeah, there was a bit of switching happening. Bike's looking at us look straight back down the inside of Jesse Kauppinen as well. Absolutely fires it in, makes a little bit of contact for good measure in the slow racing team car, just tapping the side of the Grip Hacks Engineering. So it was all kind of kicking off in this train. Is it kicking off in the other one? At the moment, Martinez at the head of it with Handler behind, then Hack, then Horvath. Lozio's coming to the pit lane then from the head of this group with 4 hours and 70 minutes. A little bit deep. Oh, goodness me. A little bit too deep there from Handler and from Hack. And as they were both trying to get back in line, Horvath was slightly... It's such an awkward alongside moment there, isn't it? When you've got... You're slightly alongside the car ahead. The car behind you is slightly alongside. It's technically 3 wide, but it really isn't. And you're always going to have an incident like that.
it's moments like that that make you feel like you can predict the future, isn't it? You see it and you're like, they're going to hit.
But the thing is, when you're in it, regardless of which side you're on, if you actually think about it as to which side, if you're the car at the head, you don't know that you're 3 wide. The radar won't actually tell you that so much. You can kind of see it a little bit, but your vision's being blocked of that third car quite a bit. And same as when you're the third car in line, you can see the leader, or you can't really see the leader. You can see the car that you're directly battling with, but you don't know that they're also alongside that car ahead. So it makes it so incredibly tough and complicated. And the car in the middle, you might say, well, maybe they can back out, but if they back out, then they're going to drift out wide. It's a rough one. I think anyone that's displaying that, I think it is just one of those things.
Yes, I would have to.
Who would you give a? You couldn't give a penalty to him, surely.
I would begrudgingly. I agree with you. I think it all happened. So the front car of that 3 slowed down unexpectedly. The second car in the Welthins racing car reacted to it, and the car behind had absolutely no time to react to that at all, and ends up getting involved in it.
Well, another issue for GTW RHG Academy is there's been a penalty dished out to the car that has Zahir Issa, Tarek Adam and Luke Addison behind the wheel. The 157 receiving a 15-second time penalty. We've had a little bit of quietness from the stewards, but we are now seeing a penalty. There's not been too many penalties, though, got to say, over the first hour and 45 minutes of this race. When it comes to actual time penalties, we only have 6. Well, one's a drive-through, so we've got 5 time penalties and then 1 drive-through, and then just a racing incident from racing. That's not bad.
Decent day at the races, is it? It's yeah, look, it's the way you kind of want things to be determined on the track there, without having the penalties. I think the one thing we have to take into account as well, as I'm trying to trip over my words here, is the new penalty system that was brought in by the SimGrids a couple of months ago, that to kind of clamp down on the driving standards after some very heated conversations with Michael Hamlet, who does a rather glorious representation of a disappointed dad when he goes on to the voice chat and has a go at all the drivers. That's done wonders for curbing, I think, the enthusiasm of a lot of these drivers, because with that new penalty point system, it has real implication on championships. You can lose a lot of time, a lot of points and a lot of positions in the championship just by having one really, really bad race if you get multiple penalty points.
Yes, indeed. Well, we're approaching the second pit stop at the moment. We do know that Rotors, by the way, will receive a penalty in the next race, courtesy of breaching that licence point limit. It's kind of one of those ones that we were saying about, particularly through the Coach Dave Super Sprint. That a lot of drivers were complaining that the penalty system wasn't harsh enough, but what we actually ended up seeing was that it wasn't harsh at the start of the season, and if you were a good driver, you maybe got a couple of penalties here and there, and then you'd roll through it. And then by the time we got to round 3 and round 4, suddenly people were going into the next round with qualifying bans, with massive time penalties, with drive-throughs at start. Like it built up. And the entire point of the system is to do that, right? It's to build up as the season's going on, so that if you're bad consistently, you get penalised harsher for doing more war crimes, we can call them, really. I mean, some of the stuff that we've seen out on the racetrack, we've seen some pretty heavy stuff happen. But when it comes to the odd silly mistake, a bad rejoin, trying to make it 3 wide into a corner you shouldn't, those get penalised, but not as harsh as those consistently making contact. Speaking of which, another bit of contact between Jesse Kauppinen and Bike as well, as the two run over completely different parts of the circuit, and the two do switch. So Jesse Kauppinen has made up the spot. I think that one's going to last very long. I think this might be the 3rd time we've seen them go side by side, potentially up into the fast chicane. What does the slow racing car do? Nowhere near alongside. Jesse Kauppinen's going to hang on, but didn't see how that move really came to fruition.
I love the fact that Jesse Kauppinen's like, I'm having that. I'm having that position. You're not getting it back. Again, we'll need to see a replay of actually what happened there. Just looking at the number 41, who has now dropped off, and I'm wondering if that is another pit stop for that number 41 car. And I cannot actually see them. Oh, they're there. Sorry, 17th place there. Ah, that's
I don't know.
Like it was avoiding action from Kuiperen.
Yeah, I mean, there was contact on the... It's kind of hard to tell. We were quite far away from it, but I would say in those kind of things, was Kuiperen giving a car width to the apex? I'd say he was. It certainly looked like he was. And so, and by a car's width, I do actually mean like a car's width to the apex. I'm not talking about a car's width to some bit of grass, like massively over to the left-hand side of the circuit, where it's kind of like, well, that's not actually room, but the stewards still classify it as room. I think Jesse Kuiperen was absolutely giving room there. And the comment. So I'm kind of in the boat of, probably that's fine, kind of. I think there might be a warning from race control. They might give it just a racing incident or stuff. They might just slap them and be like, can you please not do that? We'll see here from the rear, and we can really see now. So committed on the brakes. See, I definitely said the slow racing car's going in too hot there.
Yeah, that's nah. No comment.
I think it's a racing incident.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I mean, it looks like one of those things where it's avoidable, but realistically, it's just two cars coming together. That's all.
It's been silly.
There, Chris Hack then for Wild Things Racing, still trying to get this position back from Sebastian Handler in the number 420. Grip Hack's engineering Audi just in front, and again, this is the only thing really on the table for Chris Hack right now, because you've then got Horvath in the BMW another 3 seconds up the road from this. So now we are starting to see these battles really tapering off here, Lewis, and it comes down to risk and reward, because you want to take this position, but can you realistically go and chop down those 3 seconds when you've got about 15 minutes left in your stint? I don't think it's achievable at all.
If you feel like you're faster than the car ahead, which I'm sure everyone does feel they're faster than the car ahead, because everyone thinks they're the next Max Verstappen, but still, if you do feel like you're faster than the car ahead, then you've got to make a move, but you've got to make it cleanly. And by cleanly, I don't mean just making a nice move down the inside. What I mean is you need to do it and go. There is no messing around. Every second you're side by side is a second that's just completely wasted. Get the move done with just a big old send down into T1 and get the move done and just go, because then you can actually potentially start to close up that gap, or rather not lose time from trying to make the move. If you can't make that move, that's fine. Pit a bit earlier, try and use the strategy, or go a bit longer, or whatever. Try and find another way to pass that car ahead, rather than just doing an on-track overtake. Now, don't get me wrong, me and you, we're sat in the commentary booth thinking we'd love to see on-track moves left, right and centre, because that's what we're here for. But when it comes to being a racer and understanding the race itself, sometimes you do just have to go through the pit lane and make an early stop and try and undercut a car or two. It's what Tinko van der Velde's done. He's leading by 4.5 seconds.
It's making it look so good as well, and that's exactly it. And this is where it comes to strategy. If you're being held up by a car in front, then sometimes you just have to cut your losses, and it's a bit of a difficult pill to swallow, because for most of these drivers, they won't be getting back into these cars on the next stint. They'll maybe be handed over, and maybe they'll come back in later on, but it's a little bit disappointing, because you want to make that move yourself. You've got the bit between your teeth. You think, look, I'm better than this. I can get this position. But for whatever reason, you just cannot make it stick. And the problem is that, Sherepinen needs to watch out here, because he's got that Audi. In fact, I think that Audi is not for position, is it? The 69 that's just behind there. So the car that is for that's there, the 69. Sorry, I was looking at Sherepinen and the 888 for some reason there, not realising this is actually Tobias Schur. So that does make the point valid then, because he wants to try and get past this Mercedes, but like you said, you need to make it cleanly, because if it doesn't, you're either going to bring the car in front of you still along with you, or you're going to bring that car behind you along with you and take that through as well. Either way, the ideal point is you get past the car in front and leave them to kind of knock boots with the car behind and fight it out while you race off into the sunset. That's the ideal thing.
Well, the two Audi R8s behind in this battle, those that are in 11th and 12th, Kalpinen and Bike, I think those two are both faster than the two of particularly Kuvalak, who is struggling a little bit on speed at the moment, but also faster than Tobias Scher as well. Just no opportunity to pass, because the thing is, every time those R8s have gone side by side, they've lost out a second, lost out 2 seconds, whatever, and every single time they have closed back in, which is why going for those side by side, exactly what we've been saying, sometimes it's not worth it and you lose more time than you gain. That's exactly what's happened with those R8s, but that is Kovalak coming into the pit lanes. Now we're going to really see what the pace is like here. Can Jesse Kalpinen get not only one, courtesy of the pit entry, but get a second position done? Lights are flashing, of course, which makes almost no difference in daytime. I don't even think that Scher will even realise the lights have been flashing on that Audi R8 behind, and the position is certainly held down into the first corner. Horvath also coming into the pit lane.
Yeah, the lights do work on me, to be fair, because if the car flashes its lights to me, then it's getting put in the wall.
Nice. Yeah, I know you love.
I hate it. It's there's no need for it. It's really, like, for me again. And look, I do a lot of rants and a lot of soapbox and a lot of whinging. I'm an old man. I'm allowed to have earned it. If you're using it as a way to distract the driver in front of you, I think that says more about you as a driver, that you're unable to get past on your own driving ability alone. If you need to distract the driver and try and put them off, there's an argument on the other side, and I'm perfectly well aware of that. That's when you see fake overtake attempts or dancing about to get the attention in the mirrors, it's a similar sort of strategy. You're trying to distract the driver. I just think it's, on the whole grand scheme of things, it's a lot cheaper of a move to be trying to do it. Just, if you get the position, who cares? It's just me having a rant, that's all.
I was going to say, Schreppner comes into the pit lane, but no, I come from the world of touring car racing, mate, but you are having an old man whinge. I'm okay with it. Like, again, I come from the world of touring car racing, where the looks, the fake dives and the light flashing is all just a part of it. I don't typically do the light flashing. I will turn my lights on and off, and what I mean by that is not flashing. I mean, when I'm like, I don't know what it is, it's like a mentality mode. When I'm like, I'm going for a move, I'll turn my lights on. When I'm on a hot lap, I turn my lights on. I'm kind of like, this is like me, like almost putting the car into race mode, right? But then when I've done the move and I'm kind of by myself, I'll turn the lights off. I'm kind of like, that's a bit of a weird thing to do, but fair enough. But I don't flash them in a battle, because kind of like, there isn't really much need. But each to their own, I guess. Some people enjoy it. I've never been distracted by it, and I've been racing for a long time. It doesn't work, but then that's also the same thing with the fake little looks as well, which is a bit of side-by-side. Well, Hendrickson going around the outside of Van Brabant at the moment, and the position has been made up from the John Lacey Esports Academy driver that has just taken over from Luca Lozio. So that is a position up from the BMW M4. The looks and stuff, even those going down the inside, you have to know who to do those against, right? Because if you're going to do them on any driver, or see you race anywhere, off you go, lad, have fun. I think it was a lap down on all this, that was properly unnecessary, but either way, when you go for those looks, if you're doing them up against like some of the most experienced drivers in sim racing, for example, if you're racing with James Baldwin or someone like that, or Dara McCormack, well, probably Dara McCormack's still fairly new, so he's very, very fast, but still fairly new in that. But like Jaroslav Honzik, Gergo Baldi, anyone like this, anyone that's been in sim racing for like 5-10 years, don't bother. It's a waste of time, because they could not care less what is happening behind them. Their eyes are forwards, not behind.
Oh, 100%. And going, just clarifying that, you mentioned about the touring cars and with the flashing lights. If it's somebody that you are like in an altercation with, if you are absolutely fighting it, have at it. But you see it time and time again, like cars are maybe about 5 car lengths back, in no position whatsoever, and they'll flash lights. It's like, why? What are you trying to do here? Is up the inside there? And there's a little bit of me that enjoys a little bit of Schadenfreude on that one, because that Race Anywhere car came in too hot, had no chance of actually getting the car in, and it's like race anywhere, took out race anywhere on that one.
Yeah, and also it's so unnecessary because they were a lap down. So I get, you're a lap down, you're allowed to try and make some moves and stuff. Absolutely fine, go for it. If you can get down the inside turn one, just to sort of get if you are fast in the car ahead, that's absolutely fine. It's well within the rules as well. But into the fast chicane, are you serious? Come on, play the long game. That was not great. By the way, we did get word in our ear a little bit earlier, and we will just confirm it to you. You can see Tarek Adam has an extra 15 seconds added. Is now up to a 15-second time penalty. What are we seeing here? Well, that was going into the fast chicane, and the slow racing team went very slow. But that seemed like a technical reset. Yeah.
Just maybe, but on the racing line though, that's a little bit. However,
so dangerous.
It could be that they had maybe no steering or whatever, but still.
Yeah, but then you just keep your foot in until you're off the grass at the end, because they clearly had the brake because they came to a stop.
That's very true. So yeah, weird. It was very neat as well.
Very neat. I wonder if something popped up on the screen. The classic. I've always said this before. Local disc C is running out of memory or room or whatever, and I've had that before. Because again, it always used to. This is me almost being a bit of an old man rant, like what you just did there. But back on Windows XP, and even on Windows 7, it used to pop up and a little pop up in the bottom right, which, whilst annoying, if you're running your sim in borderless, it's just a pop up in the bottom right to tell you that your C drive is filling up. Like, if you're on iRacing, whatever, and you've got like replays, spooling and stuff like that, and it will just pop up in the bottom right and be like, by the way, your C drive's filling up, and you're kind of like, that is annoying, get off my screen. Whereas on Windows 10, it's this massive blue bar right in the middle of the screen that's just like, hey, this is really important. And it's like, I'm in the middle of a race though. I can't do anything about it now, can I?
Said it before, no sympathy, because try racing in VR, sunshine. That is a whole different kettle of fish. You're racing on a steering wheel and you've not even looked at your controllers for about a week, and then suddenly it pops up saying that your controller battery is low, and what happens is that it just completely maximizes your screen. You can't see any more of the game. It comes up in a full world window just to say, and you can't do anything. The only way you can get rid of that is by taking the message off with the controller. So it means you've got to dive out, and by which point, now do you see why I get so very aggressive when I'm doing sim racing? It's like you go in for a Sunday drive and it's just this mountain of nonsense that you've got to try and get through.
Have any of your VR controllers been through a window at any point?
No, but I have launched a VR headset before.
Really?
No word of a lie, absolutely. So, it's a long story. It was iRacing. It was the 24 Hours of Daytona, and it was. We were doing really well. Me and, as we see, just very quickly, Zolpov making the move up the inside of Martinez there for 11th position there. Great move there. Right, so iRacing, Daytona 24, and this was like about 3 or 4 years ago, because it's not the VR headset. And by the way, the VR headset still worked absolutely flawlessly after it.
Nice.
So it was my Dell visor that I had, and it was in the 24 with my Australian friends that we were competing against, and for whatever reason, my steering wheel power supply just failed midway through my stint, which was really frustrating. So I fixed it. That was fine. Got back into the sim. Went back out. My headset died. My entire USB rack died. So no power to the VR headset. That's fine. Take another tow back to the pits, and then my pedals disconnected from the actual wheel. So it was the cheaper set of pedals where the pedals plug into the wheel itself. They disconnected after it got back out, and I just saw red at this point, and I just went absolutely nuts, ripped the headset off. But it's like back in the day when you're playing Pro Evo on the PlayStation 2, because everything's wired. it makes it dangerous because it's too easy just to get some momentum, and it still works. So it's
angry boy David Christie. I mean, I've got I've heard you get like vocally a little bit angry. I can't imagine full angry. David, because that's when the full Scotsman comes out.
That's when my oh my god, I can't even say it. Full vocabulary to play, and it's usually it's quite impressive because like I go up like 5 octaves.
Oh really?
Yeah, when I'm loud and it's I sound like a 12-year-old.
Nice.
If you remember, like whatever you remember hearing from back in the day on Modern Warfare 2 on the Xbox Live.
Yeah, you were that.
That one random kid that was just like super loud and super aggressive and annoying. That's how I sound.
Did you ever do that to people though? Did you say 1v1 me on Rust? Which, I mean, to be fair, in sim racing terms, we can kind of do these days.
I didn't, but I'm so proud that was my generation. That was like I was part of that. I was that guy with the noob tube.
Oh no!
Oh yes.
Oh wow! Yeah, that's why I quit playing Call of Duty, because I kept getting noob tubed and stuff. I was like, nope, no. Yeah. In sim racing terms, that is literally like someone setting up 1-1 wings and just flying past you on every straight to get down and you're just kind of like, I can't do anything about this guy.
In sim racing terms, well, maybe in racing terms, right? The easiest way I can relate to that is that, and I'm going to use quotations here, friends back in the day on the PlayStation 1, Gran Turismo 2, and they're the one that you'd challenge them at a race, split screen. It was wonderful. You'd bring out your Skyline, and they would always bring it out. They'd always bring out the Suzuki Escudo.
Suzuki, yeah, Pikes Peak. Yep, I'm with you.
And at which point they were that's mum calling. It's tea time. Sorry, see you later. They make your excuses, get them out, and never speak to them again.
Yeah, no, I can feel that. I can feel that pain. The thing is, I never had any friends, so I just got to drive the cars by myself, so it's fine.
You've missed the trick then, mate. You've missed the trick. It's Nikita Wisniewski. That was hanging that car out to dry there, coming into the chicane. He's really pushing that thing.
I think I just missed a lot of pain, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, Nikodem Wisniewski all over the place. And I got reminded, by the way, this kind of what made me feel a bit old. It was 6 years ago to this day that Nikodem Wisniewski beat me in a championship, which makes me really, really sad. But
you're not bitter. You're not.
No, I'm not bitter. Not bitter. They beat us by 7 laps in the race, and they fell through the world at one point. It wasn't a great race. I think that's it was a 24-hour race, so it's fine. It is what it is. And we were very slow, but it is what it is. Not salty about that at all. Nikodem Wisniewski's gone on to be one of the best drivers in all of sim racing, and I retired. So the old classics. Ogrogonikov, though, is back behind the wheel. He's jumped in the number 41 as they are continuing their march back up the order. So they're in 16th spot. Not bad. Mikhail Baikov did a great job to close in on that train. And now Ogrogonikov is trying to carry the torch, so to speak, because once again it's a bit of a recovery driver. There's one driver who I'm kind of glad wasn't behind the wheel in the early stages of the race. It would be Ogrogonikov. Such great talent, but he's had a couple of hours.
Why would you say that, Lewis? Why would you say that?
Well, he's had a couple of hours to calm down. Let's go with that, shall we? The red mist shouldn't be a thing. But I do fear for anyone who he battles with, in the sense of if they battle with him for too long, the red mist might come back out again.
I'm just trying to think. It's like whenever I see Igor in trouble, when the red mist comes out, there was that one brilliant clip that was done on social media. I think it was from one of the iRacing Porsche races, where one of the cars knocked out about 10 cars, and somebody dubbed over the Wii bowling music and the Wii bowling sound effects. And honestly, we need more of that in this. We need more meme videos, and I get the feeling that Yeager would be bountiful in his supply of what he would give us. And this is, we're obviously joking about this, and I've been very vocal, both in my absolute love for Igor Underconfidence, his talent, and frustration at the same time as well. And I've said it multiple times, he is devastatingly quick, one of the fastest, no doubt, drivers on the grid here, as Zolobov has a little look up the inside of Dario Bike, and Bike was a little bit unsure about that, and that came out of absolutely nothing for Zolobov, and he's kind of just snatched that 6th place away there, Lewis.
Lovely move. Like you say, just if you're going to go for a move at turn 1, commit to it. And Oleg Sholobov, who's just jumped in behind the wheel of the car, is feeling pretty confident straight away. This is one of those cars that's doing the switch in every stint, being the Sholobov's car, because obviously it started off with Smollier. Sherpenin did the previous stint. Note how both of the previous stints were quite short. It was 59 minutes for Smollier. It was 53 minutes for Sherpenin. So they're going for the strategy of switching on each stint, which not every team is doing. Some are going for going for 2 stints. For example, like this one, Tinko van der Velde did the first 2 stints of the race, was in the car for just under 2 hours. Did a 51-minute or 52-minute first stint. We knew he undercut on that first stint, so he took over the race lead. Second stint was basically 1 hour and 3 minutes. Could have gone for an extra lap, so a bit of a wimp on that one. He would have been very close to the cut-off though, so fair enough. I get why he didn't. And Nikodem Vishnevsky, I'd expect is going to be in for the next 2 stints before they hand over to Igor Rodriguez. This is not for the race lead ahead, because Nikolai is into the pit lane, so Williams Esports going to cycle their way back out to the front once again.
Yeah, and quite comfortably as well. 8.2 seconds. I mean, that is a really good gap to have coming up to this halfway point in the race. And I say that we've still got 50 minutes to go, but I mean, strategy has been an absolute masterpiece so far from the Williams Esports team. They haven't really had to do anything right now in terms of fighting, but you can't say that through the rest of the field here, because this is, we were having a look up for P9 there. This is Nathan Smith though for MSL Racing Team Company in a cracking little battle here that we've got. That is Staubenrausch just up in front in the number 11, and indeed just behind Smith is I believe that's Uri Yelenko in the 990 as well. In fact, no, it's not, sorry, because Yelenko's just way into the pit lane here. So I mean, looking through all of this then, with 3 hours 50 left to go, we've spoken about the 41 here, Lewis, and they are doing a very, very good job. They've just got themselves ahead of that 128 of William Hendrickson coming down into turn 1, making it look very, very easy indeed. I mean, where do we see that 41 going? Because I've made my predictions about it being in the top 5, and I think that's conservative to say the least. But where do you think they'll be able to get to?
I actually don't even think top 5. I don't think that's conservative. I think that is a fairly ambitious task, because look at the gaps ahead. It's 21 seconds up the road. Obviously we're in the pit lane sequence, so watch for these to correct themselves, but it's around about 20 odd seconds to the next car, then like 11 and such, then an extra 10 or so. They are big gaps ahead. Where he'd closed up towards this train, or where Baikov rather had closed up towards this train, did a great job in doing so, but they were still quite close together again. Then they pitted in early, and then they basically jumped all of them in the pit lane. But now they have to deal with some majorly sizable gaps. This is going to get a little bit tougher. I think it's fantastic they've got inside the top 10, but I think even with the 4 hours left to go in this race, they might be only aiming for, well, probably be aiming for the win still, but you know what they're like. They might only be able to get, to be honest, maybe even 5th at best. Maybe even just, I would kind of think 6th or 7th is more expected as to where they're going to end up. But you're absolutely right. We've completed 2 hours of this race. I think it's about time that we took a look once again as to what's been going on over the opening couple of hours here in the Coach Dave 1000. The last highlights that we saw this right at the end of the battle as the Vipperman racing car made contact with virtual drivers by TX3 that netted the Vipperman racing car a sizable 15-second gap. Virtual drivers by TX3, there were issues for the 333, their sister car, that went for a bit of a slip and slide nearly into the pathway of the number 41 SimGrid Pro by Vide Des. This was the move from Smolyard to go and grab what was second position on the road at the time, getting past the TF Racing Souvlaki car just to drag themselves past as another mistake went the way of Chaldakis behind the wheel, but was under an awful lot of pressure almost immediately going around the outside. This was post pit stop, and TF Racing Souvlaki were able to get their way back through. A bit of testy fighting and racing and such up the order as there was contact between the Pulse Sim Sports car right into the side of the BMW and SOP Esports BMW, and then Grip Hacks Engineering battling it out with Slow Racing. How many times have we seen these two going side by side around the track? They did it into the chicane a few times, did it into T1 a few times, did it into T1 on this occasion. Lovely move though from Kauppinen, cleanly done around the outside, potentially move of the day from the Grip Hacks Engineering Audi R8. Absolutely spot on. A couple of issues up and down the order, of course, for Chris Hack, who was behind the wheel of the 96. A bit of three wide kind of action, and they were spun around. Grip Hacks Engineering out wide, and just a little bit of contact. And here was the latest bit of contact between the Slow Racing and Grip Hacks Engineering. Little bits of a brush, but we kind of ruled that one as being all is fair in love and war, and they managed to just keep themselves going. The second hour certainly a bit less frantic than the first, which is kind of what we'd expect in a race of this, because the first was pretty mad.
It certainly was, and the thing is that that's exactly what you kind of want to have. You want to have things just simmering away rather than boiling over. As just having a quick look, and well, the penalties are just coming in thick and fast for these drivers. As we said, obviously the 15-second penalty, sorry, the 30-second penalty for that 157 for multiple offences that they have had. It just seems to kind of rain on their parade. They had two separate incidents within 10 laps of each other. That has massive consequences. I'll come back to that in a minute, because Conrad having a huge moment off the track there, and here comes Maciek Malinowski. Surely this is going to be like taking candy from a baby up through the left-hander. They're going to be side by side, and yeah, that surely is going to be done. Yeah, there we go. Great job from Yassi up at the P2, and I'm wondering if Conrad is really struggling to get to grips with that car there.
Yeah, obviously a lot of driver swaps happening over the most driver swaps we've seen all afternoon, and Conrad jumping in behind the wheel of the car, just seeming to struggle just to get into the rhythm of things. And obviously Malinowski was right there to pounce considering any issue. Durkop, speaking of penalties, has been in the pit lane for a drive-through penalty. We haven't had a note from race control though as to why the Virtual Drivers by TX3 machine has received a drive-through penalty, so I think we can all take one fine assumption that it was probably track limit abuses, which you can certainly do in a few places around here. It might not seem super obvious, but you can really do it through the Schumacher S. You don't gain time for doing it, but you can kind of get away with the odd track cut here and there, particularly on the exit of the Mercedes Arena section on the run down towards T5. You can go over here. This is back on board with Malinowski, so you can see there the wide run from Conrad, which puts him on a way too tight line through Warsteiner, and obviously the straight line speed, just the speed carried off of the corner from the Yas heat, was more than enough to drag him alongside his fellow Porsche. And to be fair, Conrad could have left that side by side up into the chicane. He would have only been a little bit alongside, but he could have left his nose there. He thought better of it, thought about the long game, backed out of it, which Martinez not thinking about at all. Straight down the inside of Costin, and Martinez in the Aspar team car right up into 15th spot.
What a race this is. The thing is, you'd never say that this is a 6-hour race, would you, with the fact that we've still got little tight bunches all over the place. I feel bad for Costin in that Mercedes though, because you know, they must have been like really happy to be ahead of that Mercedes that is all the way up into 9th position now, but they've lost a heck of a lot of positions to be down there in 16th. But I'm actually just realising that is a turn up for the books for that McLaren to still not only be in the top 10, because it was fighting for 10th earlier on, but to actually have gained another position now to 10th, so up to 9th position there. And hang on, Yigerok Rondikov is now, what's that, 2 seconds, 3 seconds behind the car there. That was much bigger. That was about 20 seconds before, wasn't it?
I think it was the updates going through the pit lane sequence. I think it was around 4, so it's still come down, and obviously Ogromnikov is still catching Arndt, but I don't think it was as big as it initially looked. It was just as we were in the middle of that pit lane sequence, and it was a gap to someone else. But either way, Artek Vicic in the slow racing car. How many times are we going to see these two cars battle it out? Of course, it was two very different drivers behind the wheel the last time we saw them battle, but once again, we are seeing these R8s battle again.
We certainly are. And it's a case of who's going to blink first, isn't it, with Alu Gobi and Artek Vitic. The thing is, you know, the likes of Alu Gobi, one of the fastest names, I think, here in Assetto Corsa Competizione. I've seen various competitions before where Alu has absolutely destroyed the field, and I'm looking at this and I'm seeing 13th position, and I'm like, how? And that is just a reflection of the quality of the field that we've got on offer here today. It's just nuts to see so many big names in positions that you would never normally see them.
Indeed, that's just kind of how it goes in a competitive championship. You can't always be on top, and for Gobi, who's, like I said, we've seen some great pace out of them, but it's clearly not their day, and it's not anything we can say against the Audi R8 either, because Chaldakis, really let's just say they're 34, the TF Race Suvlaki car, they're inside the top 5, and I know it's harsh, but we wouldn't necessarily classify them as being the outright fastest R8, certainly not by the margin that they are, right? They're comfortably inside the top 10, but they're the lone R8 up there. They've led laps today. They've got great pace behind the wheel. I don't know what's possible for them, but they are firing on all cylinders at the moment, all 10 of them in that Audi R8 that they have, and no other R8's particularly close right now. When we know the speed of Griphack's engineering, but just not of the races today, at least not over the first 2 hours and 20 minutes. So there is time for them to muscle their way back into the top 10 and into the battle. But for right now, it does seem as though that the rest of the R8 contingent aren't looking super duper strong. But either way, they're going to put on a good battle for us regardless of what spot it's in. So I'll take that over a great pace any day.
Obviously, one of the things that we mentioned earlier on is about the R8s not being our cup of tea. I just want to expand on that because they're definitely not mine. When we talk about them, I always describe them as being, they're schizophrenic as a car. The handling characteristics. I'm a driver who likes things settled and kind of like the same all the time. I don't like having to be on the edge every single lap. I like just pulling away and just doing my laps. Whereas the R8, you're going fast, and then for no reason whatsoever, the corner that you've been taken exactly the same way, 15 times before, and the 16th time, you'll get it wrong, and it will just spit you into the wall at high speed with no warning whatsoever. And that seems to be the risk that you run every single time you get behind the wheel of this thing.
I mean, she's a pressure cooker. It's a tough car. When you get the rhythm right, and it does take a while to get into it, but when you do get it right, it's one that you can drive around understanding what's going on. But it's kind of... It's such a hard one to describe. It's actually a car that you almost want to do less practice in than you think. Because I've always said this before, when you practice too much, right, you tend to drive the car as it has been in practice. And how many times we heard the racing driver excuse in sim racing of, but that never happened in practice. It's like, well, that is always a red flag to me, is you've practiced too much then, because you're not driving the car, you're just doing you're almost like you're locking yourself as a motion controller based on what has happened in practice. That I know that if I put in 15 degrees worth of lock through this corner at this turning point, then I'm going to be going through that. Like, you're not actually...
It's almost like they're trying to speed run the lap.
Exactly. You're not driving. Meanwhile, the less practice you do, the more you actually have to drive. If you kind of get where I'm coming from, you have to listen to what the car's doing, and that's exactly how I feel you have to drive this R8. You have to really listen. Let's see if Vicic can get around the outside here. We've seen that a couple of times, a bit more contact between the two. Both of them keep within the track limits. They've got to be careful not to exceed, because again, we've already seen a drive-through penalty go the way of Durkop for track limit excursions, and well, the fast chicane is one place you can definitely get those track excursions. So going side by side to there one too many times. Slow racing team, I think, have gone over there twice already today, I think.
I think they have. I think you're spot on with that. Just going back to that comment about the lack or less practice, I have to absolutely agree with you. The reason being is that you have to drive to the car and not to the lap time, if that makes sense. So just to try to clarify exactly the point you were making, because I fully agree with it. I think it's a case of you can do hundreds and hundreds of laps in practice, and what you should be doing is you should be understanding what the car does in certain situations, rather than trying to figure out, right, okay, so if I take an extra 2 millimeters of this corner, then it's going to be down here. Instead, you should be trying to figure out exactly what the car does. Why is it doing this? What is making it happen like this? Because if it goes back to like when we were talking about the driver coaching, you need to understand the fundamentals, even things like inertia, weight transfer, weight distribution, all that sort of boring, nerdy stuff. If you understand the very basic principles of that, you will go so much further. As you see, Yuri Arctic Vikic then trying to go around the outside again, contact there, that was predictable, and well, that was... I've seen less mess from a young child trying to eat a yogurt. That was disastrous there.
Don't get me started on children eating, mate. I work in a restaurant. You're going to start giving me some very, very serious PTSD, mate. But no, you're absolutely right. It was not pretty between the two of them. Vikic now the leader of the battle, but they've both allowed Martinez to come through. But yeah, I think that one... Let's be honest, lads, you've made so much contact, or these cars, rather, have made so much contact, they might as well swap liveries for the next round. But really, just need to pump the brakes a little bit. I'm all for a good bit of side-by-side and some bravery, but that might be a bit too much. Speaking of things that are a bit too much, the gap for the race lead is coming down quite quickly. Malinovsky, at the moment, is hanging on to the race... Oh, sorry, hang on. Oh... what's happened to Wisniewski?
Okay. Let's have a look. He's gone. He's disconnected. He's shown us in 5th place, but that car isn't shown on the track. I can't see him at all.
Yeah, he's not.
Like he's disappeared. He's gone down to 5th because he's disconnected. I've got him last showing up at the left-hander at Michelin Curve. Oh my God.
For our championship leaders, that is heartbreak. Nikodem Wisniewski. I was about to say how the gap was coming down. Malinovsky was closing, and I was like, hang on, it's 4 seconds. I was like, hang on, Malinovsky's leading. For Wisniewski, for Nikodem Wisniewski, after a great start to the stint to the start of the state race from Tigger van der Velde, the heartbreak that went the way of the 41 at the start of the race suddenly has turned into gold, not only for the 41, but for this car as well, because when it comes to the championship, which we do kind of need to speak of a little bit, this car is at the moment 4th in the championship. Now this will promote them up massively into the title hunt. If there is going to be this retirement for Williams Esports, if SimGrid.Pro Vides are down in 10th place, if they do kind of only manage to get themselves up into sort of 6th or 7th, then it does throw Yas Heat right back into the mix. That is such a shame for Williams Esports. One thing that they do have is great pace. One thing they also have is terrible luck, because this is not the first time that they have essentially been dealt a massive hammer blow in a title hunt this year.
I just don't even know what to say on that one. That is such bad luck for them to have lost that position and essentially jumped out of the race. I think we might have a replay of it, but well, not of that actually, of the 987. So this is the moment with the two Audis, and again you can see the pace that the 987 has, tries to go around the outside, causes the initial contact. That car is then, I mean, for me, the move was never on, because you're going around the outside. Yet you're welcome to try it, but it was his fault the two of them collided, because he collided with the Grip Hacks engineering machine first off, which then lost control, slid into him, and caused that moment. So I'd be feeling very aggrieved if I was in that Grip Hacks car.
I think he had all the right to try going around the outside there, but I think you're absolutely right that the contact was initiated by Vicic, by committing onto the brakes to go around the outside. Maybe there was a little bit of the rear wobbling around a little bit, but you could certainly tell from that angle that he was starting to angle left too early and went into the side of the Grip Packs engineering car, which, yes, I know you could argue was moving back over to the right-hand side, but it was following the racing line, which is to get back over to the right-hand side before turning in for the left, which, at least from that angle that we were kind of seeing there, Artak Vicic was turning in maybe a little too early for it. Of course, Race Control will be able to see it, and they can see it from a lot more angles than we can, but it is another bit of contact between those two. Either way, Malinovsky's leading from Comrade and from Zholobov. Chaldakis in that Audi R8 is now promoted into 4th position and is really starting to attack Zholobov at the moment in 3rd spot. And also, I was saying about with the 41 and the championship and stuff, was kind of forgetting a little bit about the Jean Lacey Esports Academy car that did finish 2nd the last round back in Imola. They are 3rd in the championship. They are 10th in this race. Hendriksen's behind the wheel at the moment. But to be perfectly honest, don't rule them out from doing something pretty handy on at least moving themselves up in the championship side as well. They are 18 points ahead of the Yaz Heat car that's leading the race.
Yep, exactly. Just want to give an update for Channel A&A on YouTube, who's asking about the number 5. We've lost them from the race. It looks like we've had an apparent disconnection from when they were out in the lead. That's literally just happened in the last 5 minutes there. So yeah, devastated to lose our race leader on that one. Looking at the 41 of Igor on the call, 50 seconds. That is what is separating the 41 from 5th place of Nikita Bogoroditsky. That's a lot of time, but the pace that 41 is pulling out lap after lap after lap, I think that is, that's still going to be happening for me.
I get that vibe as well, but it's you said it before time and time again. This broadcast is one thing catching, another thing passing, and passing is certainly not an easy feat around the 5.2 kilometres of the Nurburgring. Tarek Adam comes into the pit lane in the GTWR RHG Academy car, not only to serve a pit stop, which is way off sequence to everyone else. They're definitely going to have to make a bonus trip down pit lane, but also to serve the 30-second time penalty that they have accrued, courtesy of 2 separate 15-second penalties. So for the 157, that is just how it goes, I guess. It was for contact with the 990. That car belongs to the Slow Racing Team 3rd car. And then the other one with the 55, which is the Race Anywhere SimSport Pro, the green BMW that we've seen a couple of times. Both of those being 15-second time penalties. That's obviously added up to a nice 30-second stationary moment before the pit stop sequence begins. Either way, Zholobov, 3rd position. That is the Mercedes that's just ahead of the Audi R8 of Chaldakis. And the more they battle, the more that Bogoroditsky is going to close in that 322 SimWed Pro car. At the moment, gap's going down, but not by much. There's Chaldakis looking to the inside. Oh, a little bit of a brush to the rear end of that AMG.
Yeah, that's what we call in the industry a boop onto the back end of Oleg Zholobov there. Zholobov doing a fairly decent job of holding on to that position, but you get the feeling that Audi looking very, very anxious to get past. And when you've got Nikita Bogoroditsky just behind you by about nearly 5 seconds, yeah, I'd be keen to be making a move on as well. Great to see Andrea McGlade and the number 33 BMW doing a really good job, still up in 6th position, and 3.5 hours to go. This is now crunch time for a lot of these drivers. This is now shuffling about as we see Yuri Artik-Vitic onto the back end of Martinez, getting squeezed out here, trying to go around the outside of the S's. That's never going to work there, and what that ends up doing is meaning that Alu Gobi might be able to catch back onto the tail end of that 987.
Do you think he'll be irritated, Gobby? I think he'd be a little bit miffed by what's gone on. Thinking, you said you're in for trouble.
For me, I'd be like, oh, my brakes have slipped. Sorry, that's just that. But that's me. I'm a petulant and petty individual. We've already figured that out.
I know. I've been commentating alongside you.
Light.
Yeah, I've been commentating alongside you for a year now, and well, I'm glad we've not been on the same racetrack together, mate. I'm terrified of you now. Goodness me.
We have, and the very briefly, one night, I think it was like a year and a bit ago, the VMO touring cars. I joined you for the round at Knock Hill.
What part of the grid were you on?
Exactly. I was one of the grid girls. That's how far back.
No, to be fair, I was not particular. I'm not good at Knock Hill. I love Knock Hill, but I'm very bad at it. There's Chaldakis. Well read by Sholobov to get the up and under, but I don't think it's going to work. He's got to go around the outside of the Mercedes arena section, and so to be fair, that was beautifully read to not turn in and not make contact. But Chaldakis did a great job with the big dive. Michael Hamlet's left us in the commentary booth. I thought it was so much so because I didn't say that Knock Hill was the greatest racetrack in the world. I thought it was David Christie leaving me, but the greatest racetrack is obviously Bathurst. Knock Hill's pretty good.
Knock Hill is great fun, but it's definitely not even in the conversation of greatest racetrack. Thing is, it's way too short to be of any, it's great fun for things like touring cars, but it's so narrow that you really can't get anything else there. The one thing that I would say that is the greatest racetrack in the world for, probably along the same part of as Cadwell, is Caterham's. Watching Caterham's racing there, seeing 20 or 30 of them on a grid, and those things literally leave the ground like motorbikes coming up through the mountain, the chicane. They fly over it. It is stunning to watch. It's kind of scary as well, but yeah, great fun. As we go turn one, what could possibly go wrong? Oh, right, okay, well that. I love it. Louis Rotors was looking very vulnerable in that. He's just like, right, cheers guys, you just do that and I'm just going to take that position back. Thanks.
Yeah. Solid K, thanks, bye. Let's just get on with that. Cheeky bit of 3 wide as we now look at Durkop and the Pulse SimSport car. Sorry, by the way, I've been calling the number 17 a virtual drivers by TX3 car. It's not, obviously. It's a Pulse SimSport car. It's had a couple of issues, including going out onto the backstretch here with a couple of cars a bit earlier on in the race, but now they're trying to get past Icorn, who's not had a great race in that 53. Again, they're in the top 10 of the championship. And this one's not going so well for the Lipert Esports car, but that is how it goes. I think, speaking of Cadwell, by the way, I'm pretty sure, in fact, no, I know for a fact that a mate of mine's racing there this weekend in his Sierra, which is...
Oh, is that the modified Fords?
No, it's Northern Sports and Saloon Car Championship.
Great little championship that is, by the
way. Yeah. No, there they go. Yeah, they go to Knock Hill. I've been told a story. This is the difference between motorsport. Actually, no. I say this is the difference between motorsport and club racing. I actually know that there is a lot of this level of bodge jobbery in motorsports generally, and I've heard many stories. But in club racing, same guy, although it was the same car, but it was when his dad was driving it. His name's Dan Kell, his dad, Steve Kell, was driving this Ford Sierra in the Northern Saloon Car Championship about 5-10 years ago. Might have been Dan driving, I don't remember, but they were having an electrical problem because it was raining so much. Classic Knock Hill. It was raining so much that weekend that water was getting into places that it shouldn't, including onto the electronics and stuff, which is obviously not where you want water, which is somewhat conductive. Okay, right, you're sat there thinking, right, what can we do? Can we go and buy some new components? Can we go and do it? Well, there's a Morrison's just around the corner or whatever, so we'll get some Morrison's bags and we'll wrap all of the cabling in Morrison's bags, which is just so great. Like, that is proper club racing of just like... Yeah,
there you go.
Through the race.
3,000 IQ move right
Budget.
there. That's exactly. And the thing is that you're right. It's literally when you're at club racing, the budget is non-existent. As Yuri Arkovic, poor Martinez there in the 1-2-1 just got absolutely mugged. Gerard Martinez looking a little bit worse for wear after that one. But yeah, in club racing, the budgets are non-existent, so you just have to make it work. Otherwise, you're going home, and it's a lot of money you pay for these entry fees. Considering it's like we're doing this for fun. So I had first-hand experience of this last year when I did my first.
Of course.
And like I knocked and again, you know, I know nothing about cars for themselves, so I knocked one of the axles out at the front, and literally the guy that was doing the mechanics with me, he's like, yeah, that's fine, and just got hammered and just like hammered it back straight into place as well. And it's like it was the bodgiest of bodge jobs, and it felt horrible, but it was by that point you've already committed about, you know, best part of £1,000 into the weekend by getting everyone down there, entry fees and all that sort of stuff. And if that's race 2 or before race 2 out of 3, you know, you have to get yourself through it. You owe it to yourself, to the sponsors, everybody like that. And also, you kind of don't want to throw in the towel if there's a possibility of getting it out on the track.
Especially, like I say, you're doing it in club racing. You're doing it more so as a hobby rather than as a career, and that is kind of important to. You want to make the most of it. You don't want to travel all that way, spend all that money to then just leave with nothing. You're not going to get that money back, so you've got to bodge your way through. In higher ends motorsport, obviously the bodge jobs are still there, but obviously you're racing as a career, so it's kind of like your stakes are almost lower in a sense. It's kind of like, well, if the car goes out, and I drive it. If the car doesn't go out and I don't drive it, then it is what it is. A lot of racing drivers at that level won't lose any major sleep over that. They'll just be pretty miffed by the solutions. But why do you think the number one repair tool in Formula 1 is gaffer tape? Because bodge jobs are a thing of motorsport. It's just how it is. When I was at the Silverstone around that, so it was kind of not really a bodge job, but there was a big crash from Luke Browning at GB3 at Donington Park in the first race of the weekend. Like, he went up into the sky, he bent all 4 corners of the car, which is like not his fault, but top effort. And I went to check on them in the morning, like right in the morning. Now, they were there till quite late fixing the car, as you would expect. But as I went in, there was someone with like what looked like genuine, like a small pot of nail varnish, of grey. It was a high-tech Grand Prix with grey nail varnish, and was obviously it was paint, but there's still colouring in just the tiniest little flecks that have been like thrown onto the car, just like paint over it. Just like, yeah, there's a bit of damaged car. It's like, yeah, not going to stand there. Obviously not, because why would you? But you're not going to repaint the whole car. Just a little bit, just a tiny little bit. And I've heard, like, obviously at that level of motorsport, you don't repaint the car every weekend. Of course, why would you? It's the same paint as you just clean it and then tidy it up and then off you go again. But yeah, you've got to do the little touch-ups, the little bodge jobs and everything. That's just how it is.
It really is, and it would be amazing, I think, to a lot of people if they kind of saw half of the stuff that goes on behind the scenes. And it's because we see it as spectators and we see it as commentators, and it's a very glamorous and cool world, and then you see the day-to-day logistics and running of it, and you're like, oh, wait a minute, that's a bit shady. What's going on there? You can't be using that seriously.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they do.
and he's won. All right, okay then. Well, fair enough.
But bodge jobs are a thing in sim racing as well, aren't they? Because we've I don't know what your sim racing setup's like, but for quite a while, because one of the clamps had shot off of the Logitech G27 that I was using, it was gorilla taped to the desk. Only the finest tape.
I think I had gorilla tape. There was one that I had before. Not just bodge jobs, but also I'm going to use this in air quotes here, mods that we do to some of the stuff. And exactly, your laugh tells me you know exactly what I'm going to start saying here. So the amount of mods that I've tried that are basically the hackiest of, because the thing is up until a couple of years ago, I refused to spend a lot of money on my sim racing, and I still do to a certain extent. I've got a nice setup now that will do me very well, but I just refuse to pay like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pounds on sim racing gear. So I had like basic pedals, basic steering wheel, and the thing like the squash ball behind the brake pedal, which works amazingly well, by the way.
Is it really?
But the pedals that I had were designed, the basic ones are designed for going on the carpet, so you couldn't mount them in a rig. So I ended up having to use duct tape to keep them loosely around, and then actually a couple of bungee cords into the screw holes to actually keep them in position. And it worked a treat, but it looked an absolute steak.
Yeah, and then when you bring someone around, you think, hang on, what's this? No, these
ignore that. It's fine. Just
these pedals didn't have carpet grips. Or sorry, I think they've got carpet grips that's just not very strong. And when you've got like quite a heavy pedal, which this has got a brake mod on, I don't know what they are because I bought them off of a friend. It's a T300 and then some random pedals, T3PAs. I don't know. Who knows? But they don't stick to the carpet very well, and so the classic. I got some Velcro tape. Right, and then just put one side of the Velcro on, and then just put it on the carpet, and now it will not move. It's ruining the carpet, but it won't move.
So when you come to move house, there's just going to be like this hole where the pedals are.
Yeah, it's just recarpet the room before it's just like, no, I'm going to cover just doing that because let's be honest, that's not cool. But they don't move, so I'm alright with it actually. It does. It's fit for purpose.
But pedals moving. Oh no! You can't have that.
I did have it a couple of times when I was on the G27. The pedals would tend to move away from me, which just means you can't press the brake pedal down enough. It's why you should never race on a chair with wheels and stuff, because if you're moving away from the pedals and stuff, like you're losing confidence. It's not just the speed that you lose from having a bodge set up like that, but you just don't have confidence behind the wheel. You need like everything in your setup, the wheel, the pedals, the chair, anything that you might use, honestly just can't move. It's why we've seen some sim racing seats and stuff, the rigs and stuff that some people have, and I'm kind of looking at them thinking that thing is flexing quite a lot. I'm not going to name names on companies and stuff, but there's some fairly high profile companies that make sim racing seats, and they do flex a lot, and I'm looking at them being like, no thanks, I want something which will not move. Like you could crash a car into it and my sim rig is still going to be coming out strong, I guess. You know what I mean? I want it that stable.
You want it something that almost resembles a chassis for a car, or we've got a car off in the background.
GTWR?
That's a 767 that's off in the background there. So that was a bit of a late moment there. That was actually the Magyar Simulator red car, and I think that might have been, was that Berlin Goodbye that was behind the wheel of that one.
Yeah, I thought it might have been. It was definitely a Ferrari. I thought it might have been from the rear end being a GTWR one, but I don't think we've actually got a GTWR Ferrari on the grid. But either way, you're absolutely right. It was one of those Magyar Simulator cars that's just having a bit of an issue going down into the Ford. Here's a driver that's had a drive-through penalty through the day, the 211, of course, from racing. Louis Rotters, that's it wasn't a drive-through, sorry, it was a drive-through? It was a 15-second time point, I think it might have been. There is the moment, and I can forgive myself, for a little bit of a flash, grey, black and red. I can forgive myself for that being GTWR.
It's fine.
Come on, mate, help me out, help a brother out here.
I thought it was pretty close.
Thanks.
You definitely.
Thanks, Dad.
It's fine, I believe in you.
Well, someone who's got to have a bit of self-belief at the moment is Rotters. The car behind is not for position. That's one of the West Competition racing cars. That is the Academy West Competition car. But Phillips in the number 96 Bentley, that is for position. That is closing, and that is the Wild Things Racing Bentley as well. So if he doesn't get past Gobby in the near future, then he's got that Bentley to worry about.
Just going back to that conversation about sim rigs. Do you remember back in the day when we didn't have sim rigs, and it'd be like you'd whip out the trusted Logitech Momo and bolt it to the desk?
That's what mine is at the moment. I'm bolted to the desk, mate.
Yeah, that's it's like proper happy days, because the thing is you'd always have to, you couldn't just go for a race, you'd always have to plan it out at least 30 minutes in advance to give you time to go and put the wheel on, get the pedals into position. I'm talking like, it's different if you've got a desk and you've got like a permanent position for them, but yeah, when you just decide to like screw it onto the table, and yeah, those were horrible
days,
memories. Yeah.
Oscar Hardwick once told me a story. Once he'd moved house or whatever, obviously parents had moved house, he'd obviously moved with them, and he didn't have anywhere, like he didn't have a desk or anything in his room, and so had set up, I can't remember exactly what the story was, but he'd set up, the only place he could set up his wheel was on like a breakfast, like in the kitchen, basically on like a breakfast bar, which, as everyone will know, a bar is a sizable amount higher than a desk. And so where do you put your pedals and all of that? Because your pedals are going to be way too low if they're on the floor. So he got an apple crate and put the pedals on top of that, and boom, works. Not great, but it works. He still won races and stuff with it, so power to him. But those like the super podge jobs, it's just like this is taking it to another level. On the race, by the way, Hendrickson's come into the pit lane in John Lacey Esports Academy Junior car, which was in 10th place. Of course, they are at the moment third in the championship, but they're going to be losing a bit of ground to the likes of Yiga Rogorovnikov and Yaz Heat, who are still leading the race.
Go to a replay then of the 41 getting passed on the 77 like candy from a baby. The 77 tries to turn in, but by which point the move is already done. And well, that is the rotors facing the wrong way. Okay, that's one way I guess of rejoining the track, not in front of the leaders. Please God no. Oh right, okay, they got away with that, but that was scary there. It's not really a position you want to be in. Let's go with that. It's probably about the easiest way of putting it. Any time that you're perpendicular or backwards on a track, you're sort of leaving yourself in a pretty nasty spot. But I'm going to assume there was some assistance in there, because it's not typically seeing a solo car off in that angle. But I mean, who knows? A spin's a spin. Here's our race leader at the moment, Malinovsky leading from Conrad. 2 Porsches leading 1 and 2 right now. And let's see a replay. And wow, here we go. And it was assisted as well. And it was from that car. It was the West Competition Racing Academy car. It was a lap down as well. Oh my goodness. That's an F. Right there, that's just, oh man, you hate to see it. I hate that camera angle just there, because it comes through and it looks like the car's like twitching all over the place. So, I'm not sure if that's just his driving style or if that Porsche is genuinely a little bit twitchy, but that is one of the BMWs that he's trying to get a move on. I think that might be the 199 just in front of him, Nathan Smith of MSL Racing. It's not going to be an issue because that car into pit lane, as we see Andrea Passa from West Competition Racing maybe kind of hanging their head in shame after that.
They did get a move done on really in the Ballas Esports car, and now they're going to get passed by the Wild Things Racing Bentley. But of course, the Wild Things Racing Bentley is a lap up. Try and pick those 3 apart, by the way. They're all blue and purple. It's very confusing. And us poor commentators, we're not exactly smart when it comes to that. Let's be honest, we're all basically colourblind at this point, because it's either really, really bright colours like this, or everyone's driving around in black, red and grey, which, each to their own. If not, they're driving around in white cars with Comic Sans written all over it, which I know you love.
But to be fair, I kind of missed that car. We've not really had that for ages now, so it's fond memory. What?
We had that actually not too long ago. We had the hybrid livery. Yeah, it was great.
Okay, go on.
It was like there was a zip in the middle. It was on the Coach Dave time attack that I did with James Parker, and it was on one side of it. I can't remember what the livery was on the other side. It was like orange and black and stuff. And then it was not quite, but it was in the same vein as the BAR from the late 90s, the zip in the middle, because on one side it looked like a perfectly decent race car, and then on the other side it was white with graphic design is my passion written in Comic Sans left, right, center. I thought it was brilliant, because at some angles you're kind of like, hang on, who was? Oh right, yeah, them. Cool.
It's fine. I didn't really want that place anyway. It's fine.
Yeah, no, you. As soon as I got sent it by Michael Hamlet, you were my first.
Yeah,
I know you love that livery.
It's just that font.
It's a horrible font and a horrible livery, but that's why I love it. I think it's great.
I just think it needs to get banned from competitions.
No, it wasn't even Cameron Bridport driving either.
All right, well, I'm saying nothing on that one.
got to respect Cameron Bridport, especially now he drives for Brabham Esports, which I have absolutely zero affiliation to whatsoever. Nope, not a little bit. So no bias there. But now I've tried convincing Mike Yao to sneak that in the background.
What's happened to Ogrodnikov there? He's dropped down to 10th position behind. He was up at 9th position. He's not even going through the timing orders yet. Has he just come out of the pits there?
I don't think he's been in the pits. I'd need to have that one. I certainly didn't see him. Pick up in the pit lane, but Yiga Ogrodnikov certainly had an issue. He might have been into the. He has been into the pit lane. We just had that confirmed. It was a scheduled stop. We don't need to panic too much. It was 1 hour, 3 minutes, and 6 seconds that stint. So you're just trying to keep us all on tippy toes, and certainly doing so, Mr. David Christie. But the number 41's. Number 41's fine. We're okay.
Breathe a sigh of relief on that one.
Exactly. Well, here's Polke behind the rear end of Costin. These two have, driver team-wise, these two have battled out a fair few times throughout the race. Horvath into the pit lane as well. We're approaching the halfway point of the race. We're approaching the 3rd pit stop for most of the grid. That's a little bit too deep from the Mercedes, so the up and under might come the way of the Grip Packs engineering car that isn't able to get there.
He's trying though, is he? Bless, it's thrown everything he can, and that's a wild move from Florian Durkop, and fair play. Fortune favours the brave, they say, and what a move that was. Was that Benedetti that he just did? Yeah, it was. So that is up to P20 for Florian Durkop there, and I don't think we're going to see that type of move from Timo Polke here for Grip Hacks. I think he's going to have a much more calmer, measured approach.
I think the move that we saw from Jesse Calvin might have been the move of the day, but I would actually, genuinely, I'd give it to that. I think that move from Durkop, it's the dummy. It is the perfect dummy, and if you can do that and pull it up to the apex, bravo. I think that was perfectly judged. There was zero issues with a pass like that. It's ascend in the best possible way. Durkop then up into 20th. Love aim. That's a proper touring car move, that is. And by the way, by a touring car move, I don't mean he's dived down the inside and then made contact, because that's not a touring car move. That's just a bad move. That was proper on the limit stuff that I think even the very best in sim racing would have been very proud of to see that one for strapping into the pit lane and the T14. So we are in that middle pit window sequence, but obviously some drivers are going quite long in this, up to the region of maybe pitting around about 2 hours 48 minutes left to go, whereas some teams will be pitting bang on the 3 hour mark. At this point, we said it before at the previous round at Imola, I want to be one of the teams that's going longer because I want my strategy options to be open, and I want to be knowing that my final pit stop's going to be slightly shorter than everyone else's. What about you?
I would agree. I kind of want to make sure that I'm in a better position towards the end of the race, no matter what that means for this this current stint. If you've got to eat into it, so be it. That's personally what I would do. And listen, that's why I think we're seeing the likes of the 41 tearing through the order, because they're able to swap over, get a new driver in, get them up to speed, while everybody else is either fighting it out or getting used to the jumping in the car.
But the problem is that their final stop, they're having to do 1 hour and 3 minute stints from this point on, because the first stint from Abelad's was 40 minutes or 41 minutes. So the number 41 does have a few issues when it comes to its strategy, but still they're working their way up the order, doing the best that they can. Hearing that race control potentially taking another look, an issue for the car number 3 for contact with the 211. Obviously that was the spin in the coming out of the Mercedes Arena section that we saw when the 211 got spun around. Of course, the 211 being the Whipperman Racing car. After receiving the contact, they've now been given a 15 seconds time penalty as the number 3, the West Competition Racing Academy car. So that BMW, they've got a bit to answer for. They've already got a warning, and they already got a 15-second time penalty earlier on in the day for contact with the 457 GTWR RHG Academy car. So they've been in trouble, and they're kind of adding to that.
Yeah, they certainly are. And again, the one thing we've talked about, Lewis, to quite an extent is this penalty point system where it's not just a case of you're getting your wrist slapped by race control, you're potentially putting your team in jeopardy, and the championship in jeopardy, as we see Timo Pulkki almost doing a carbon copy here, going up the inside with that Audi. Oh, he just manages to get that stopped in time, and fair play, he's entitled to have the move, and he did get that car out of the way just in time there, Lewis.
I think that was pretty not smart. I'll be honest. What do you have to achieve there? You're leaving it down the inside. All you're doing is you're asking for a bit of an instant. Here's the Pulse Sim Sport Ferrari doing that excellent move. Just chopped back brilliantly on Benedetti. Absolutely superb from Durkop. But yeah, with the... well, there we go. Pulkki has just tried to pass once again on Costin, but... it was a little bit of a dicey move. They're still side by side, and the Grippax Engineering car has made it up. So, fair enough. I think that's probably with the earliest opportunity to have made that pass. It's just leaving it down the inside going into the fast game when you're not fully there. Like, you're only there by the tiniest margin. If that Merc gets spun around, who gets the penalty? Who is judged on by race control to receive a penalty? You've not really got an overlap there. It will probably go the way of Grippax Engineering if there was an issue into that chicane at that point. Is it worth the risk? No, not really. Not when you know that you could probably make a move going down to T1, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, and on that note, I think the problem with it is the fact that, we talk about it as that whole respect, isn't it? It's about he's entitled to make the move. Does that mean that he should? Well, sometimes no, it doesn't. It's that, again, it also comes down to that whole thing of self-preservation, which is something that I'm stunned to see seems to be in very short supply with so many of these drivers and these teams. You'd think that they'd maybe have their co-drivers, as you see Uros Yalenko for slow racing up on the inside there, taking a position. That was really nicely done, actually. But you'd think they'd have their teammates on the radio with them saying, look, just calm it down. We won't get this position, but just make it on a straight or something.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm all for it. So yeah, actually, carry on. Make bold moves, make ridiculous moves. Go for it, because it gives us something to talk about rather than just a pass on a straight, which is kind of a bit like, well, there you go, he's gone past. So in that sense, we're all for it. Just saying, it doesn't really make much sense to leave it down the inside in that kind of way. Like I say, Costin's into the pit lane as we look at Harry Phillips on the rear end of Gobi. He's just trying to keep 11th place at the moment. She's got a bit of a charge up to Martinez, who I think pace-wise has dropped off just a little bit in the Aspar racing car. It had great pace at the start of the race. But at the moment running in the mid to high 46s. Meanwhile, these two are both running in the lower 46s. I think it's the 46s, I meant 56s. These two are both running in the low 56s.
Yeah, the other thing with it as well, Lewis, is the fact that now we're coming up with 3 hours left to go. You have to count your chances. Every single thing that we've had going on here is fine, because you've still got in the back of your mind, I've still got 4 hours to go, I've still got 5 hours to go in a 6-hour race. Well, now you're halfway. Now you've got 3 hours to go. Now, realistically, your net on what you can achieve has massively shrunk. Compared to where it was maybe say an hour ago to 2 hours ago. For the likes of Sherman-Tinsky here, right, let's take the fact that he's down in 18th position. Realistically, he'll maybe be able to get himself up into maybe to 10th position at the very best out of all of this fighting that's going on. And whereas before he might have been looking to try and get himself up in the top 5. So again, it's all about, as we see Harry Phillips, that was beautiful on Alu Gobi. Alu, she couldn't really do anything, made the mistake coming through that chicane there, and Harry Phillips is going to take that one every single day of the week. But again, it's about adjusting your expectations now, I think, halfway through the race here, and it's about what you think you can realistically achieve.
Yeah, and it's tough to adjust them as the race goes on, because they're always on the charge. You have moments where they go unnaturally high, like say for example through the pit lane sequence, you're kind of running in like 5th spot and you're not sure who has pitted, who hasn't pitted, and suddenly you're like, we're on for a top 5, then you pit and suddenly you're in 17th, you're like, hang on, what's happened here? And it's just how it goes. It's almost the kind of thing of like, in a sense, turn off the positions, just drive, It's one of those things of like, in a qualifying session, people like to have deltas up. I hate it. I hate having a delta up in a qualifying session because I've always said I know when I'm on a good lap or not. And this is kind of most drivers will know when they're on a good lap. They don't need a delta to tell them. They don't need to know how much they're up by. They just need to know that they're on a good lap. Everything else is irrelevant because if you go down, let's say for example, in a qualifying session, you go into the final chicane, right, which is high commitment, and you know that you're 4/10 up, but you're only 3/10 off of pole. What do? And that's all running through your mind. And you just kind of think, whoa, my goodness me, Shamatitsky nearly cleared the GTWR car that's a lap down off of the... Oh, no, it's not a lap down, rather, it's Rabiti, who's directly ahead of him. So nearly cleared that Audi R8 off the road. But in that scenario, if you don't know what the gaps are, if you don't know that you're slightly up on pole and you kind of ignore that and you know you're just on a decent lap, then you just drive through the chicane at high speed. But the more you give yourself to think, the more the struggles come in on that side. And it's why kind of like sometimes position-wise, if you could kind of ignore some of that stuff, it's better for you because you don't think, I'm battling for the top 10, and you don't get like a bit nervous by it. And you also don't get dejected when you find out that you're battling for 26th. You just battle. I don't know what the right course of action is on that one, but everyone drives
on that because I don't know what the answer to that is either. It's the problem is that I think for the most part, a lot of these guys and girls that are out there, Lewis, they're making that snap decision, and sometimes they get it right. Well, I would say actually, to be fair, most of the time they get it right, but when they get it wrong, it does tend to go downhill very, very quickly for them indeed.
It's rough. Oh my goodness me, a little bit of contact from Valentin Barriere on the rear end of the number 78 primary racing McLaren of Gorka. A little bit of contact as well on the exit of the arena section as they push their way down towards Valvoline. Henneberg also closing in on the Audi R8 behind us, all for 28th position. I don't think there's any right or wrong answer. I think it's more you've got to be comfortable in yourself. You've got to know what makes you happy. Some people can just drive with deltas and stuff. Some people can drive with all that stuff. I can't, and I know what my limitations are. There's the 457 and a very solo incident through the Schumacher S right in front of the John Lacey Esports Academy car as we go back up to the Schumacher S, this time focusing on the battle between Gorka, Barriere and Henneberg, who is right there in that 214 Audi R8 now.
Yeah, you mentioned there about being comfortable in the position that you're in. You were on about qualifying there as well, and that's exactly it. I don't like having the delta. I used to race with the delta on and then realised I was putting way too much pressure on myself during those sessions by you're obsessing with that delta, whereas it's much more important to have a smooth, comfortable experience rather than pushing as hard as you possibly can and risking having a horrible time in qualifying there. Great move there from Valentin Barriere, but kind of by default as the number 78 heads into pit lane there. So again, if you're more comfortable with the car, you're going to be more attuned to what the car is doing, what the car is telling you. And it sounds so cliched, but you really have to listen to these cars, and that comes through a number of ways. And it comes down to that whole thing about when real life drivers get into a sim, they complain about, oh, you can't feel the car, you don't get the G-forces or anything like that. Well, sim racers listen to the car in a very different way. They feel through their fingertips the force feedback. They feel what the tyres are telling them. They listen to what the engine noises are telling them about the traction, about the grip, about the general state of the car, and that's what they always have to do. And when a driver gets more focused on a battle that's in front or behind of them and they stop listening to what the car is telling them, that's when they overdrive the car. That's when the car goes in this vicious feedback loop of, when you overdrive it, you heat the tyres up, you increase the pressures, you decrease the drivability of the car, which then makes you have to work it harder and harder, and it just goes round and round and round, and suddenly you're about 3-4 seconds off the pace and you've got no damn idea how that's happened. As we see George Boothby looking like he's into the lead of the race, but then this is all based on the pit stops going round as well.
Yeah, obviously we're in the final parts of the third pit lane sequence, so it's kind of a bit more all over the place of the order, so I wouldn't take too much from the order that we presently have. We know it's going to be a little bit kind of up and down for a few laps. So number 33 BMW that is leading. They've been going longer. They've been running the strategy that we've kind of been talking about a few times, of the go as long as possible, essentially. An hour and 3 minutes on the first stint, an hour and 3 minutes on the second stint from Victor Nicolai, and then over the previous stint, this one that I currently on, it's a couple, but this is the only stint at the moment, 57 minutes at the moment, meaning that they can go for another 3 laps at the moment, which really isn't bad in the main West competition racing car. It's not going to be the winning strategy, but I'd be surprised if a strategy like this doesn't gain you time later on, because you know that final pit stop of the race that you make is going to be shorter than everyone else's. You don't have to take as much fuel. You might even be able to get away without taking tyres. Probably still would want to, but by the time you come in for your final stop, you're probably only going to give you 40 minutes left in the race. That's not bad. That's a good strategy call to go. That's a good ploy to have.
It really, really is, and it's all about giving yourself options. I think that's the key thing that we're talking about here, coming up towards the end of the race here. It's all about the options, all about giving yourself as many different avenues that you can chop and change, and you can counter and respond to the race that's happening in front of you. We said this before. We said this about 3 hours ago. If a car's slowing you down, jump into the pit lane, take the early pit stop, get ahead of them on the delta, on the average anyway, and you minimise any of the issues that you've got for yourself.
Well, George Boothby back behind the wheel of the As Heat car, and we're kind of expecting again that these have been switching on every single stint, so we can kind of take a wild prediction as to what's going to happen over the next few stints in the second half of this race. George Boothby's behind the wheel at the moment. Says that Jaroslav Honzik then will most likely take over in the penultimate stint of the race, and then Malinovsky will see out the checkered flag. Meanwhile, some other teams are doing the 2-2 and 2, so double stinting each of their drivers bit by bit. Which strategy would you want to do if you were in the car? Would you want to be in the car for 2 hours, or would you want to be in the car for 1 hour at 2 separate times?
I'd probably want to be in it for 2 hours and get it out of the way. Very unusual and different reason. I really struggle behind the wheel with tiredness for some reason.
Same. It's weird, isn't it?
It's even worse when you're in the rail car and you suffer from it.
I've noticed.
I'm positive that it's a form of motion sickness. Where it can actually make you drowsy. So, like, if anybody's driving me in the car and I'm a passenger, I'm asleep within 15 minutes. I cannot physically stay awake. It's horrible. And you think, you're racing. You're a racing driver, and you're all that energy and excitement, and that'll keep you awake. It's like, no, it doesn't. It lasts about 5 minutes, and then you're just like, sprint racing's different because it's over in 20 minutes anyway. But endurance racing, having done an hour stint, especially at night, I'm just like, no, thank you.
Yeah, why do you think I mostly do sprint racing, mate? No, I have the same thing. I once did a race at Silverstone in what is effectively like a Formula 3 car. This was years ago. But I swear, for about 2 or 3 laps, I was genuinely drifting off, and we were going into Brooklands one lap, and we were just in one train. I think I was in 13th or something. We were just in one big train. All the way up to the race lead, and I turned into Brooklands, and I just kind of it's almost like I just woke up, and I was like, wait, hang on a minute, I have no recollection of the last 3 laps of this race. And it's kind of like, right, that's a concern. I mean, it's good because everyone was actually driving smartly and wasn't attacking left, right and centre, but it was very, very bizarre. And no, you have that in a real car. It's why I pull over for little breaks all the time, because you've got to keep yourself focused, because it's dangerous in real life. In sim racing it's less dangerous, but it's still, no, I am with you. I typically want to get my stints out of the way. I mean, maybe in a sense it would be better to do it in just 1 hour stints, but then if I'm feeling all right in the car, I just want to get my stints done so that I don't fall asleep behind the wheel later on, because it is a genuine worry. But who knows?
It really is. I'm just kind of spellbound by this. We've got a little bit of action here. Felix Arndt having to fight Jonas van Druyten here for second and third position. This is getting quite tasty as well.
Yes, indeed. We are keeping our eyes absolutely posted on this, but we know that Felix Arndt has to come into the pit lane soon. I think it might well be on this lap. Of course, it would promote Van Druyten up into second place, but you do have to worry about Smoljar and Contagianis. Contagianis isn't going into the pit lane, because I was actually going to say the TF Racing Souvlaki car will be into the pit lane, but that is not the case at all. This battle for second position now, as Arndt does come into the pit lane, is very, very tight. 3 cars all involved here. Alexander Smoljar with the better drive off the final corner is going to get alongside before we head into the braking zone of the first corner. And what has been a Porsche 1-2 realistically on strategy for the last hour or so, that comes to a close with Smoljar's move down the inside. He's now up into second.
Beautiful move there. Very cool, calm, calculated move there. He's had that in the back of his mind for at least 6 to 7 corners, knowing that he is going to be able to actually make that happen, and that's exactly what happened there. And the problem is now is that not only is it Smoljar, but he's also got Konstantinos Contagianis in the 34 Audi just behind him as well. So this could get very, very scrappy and very messy with no warning whatsoever.
That's kind of what we've seen with a couple of battles. They go from 0 to they want to be a hero in almost the click of a finger, and that's where they need to be a touch careful. You know, we want this battle to continue in the best possible form, and they're putting on a good show at the moment. Great move from Smoljar, who does appear to be the fastest driver within the S&P Racing Esports car. At the moment, I don't think there is any real catching of George Boothby, who's leading this race right now. 16.4 seconds, which isn't the largest margin. If there's a mistake, then they'll be caught. But we know the speed and consistency of both, all three rather, Boothby and then his teammates in Yaroslav Honzik, of course, Jardia, and then Malinovsky. There's that catching those 3 is immensely difficult when they're on the form they're on. It's not the pace that's the problem. It's the consistency that is the issue when it comes to that. Oof! That R8 was definitely overdoing it coming to pit, and I almost guarantee he hit the wall.
Just thinking about that, doesn't that in a nutshell perfectly demonstrate what we were talking about, why we don't like the R8? I've absolutely nowhere. It's just like, oh, I see you've chosen death.
Yeah.
There's no warning whatsoever.
And also, this is not some people might say it's an ACC thing. It's not. That R8 drives the same on R-Factor 2. Well, not the same, but obviously, in the same vein of it will just randomly kill you on R-Factor 2, on AMS, on iRacing, on all it always is a little bit of a dicey little car. So much so that I've even heard in real life from drivers and stuff that have driven the Audi versus the Lamborghini, which you would assume that the Audi and the Lamborghini would drive very, very similar, wouldn't you? Because they're both mid-engine, they're both V10, same engine, they're both essentially the same car, both very, very similar in profile, and yet somehow the Audi R8, I was told by a driver who'd driven both, he couldn't put his finger on why, but the Audi R8 was more aggressively snappy. The Lamborghini kind of like dances a little bit, as you'd expect an Italian car to do. But the R8 is just very much like a, you're going to die now.
Just having a word here.
Oh, goodness.
That is a very slow moving George Boothby. We just heard from our production team behind the scenes that he's just come back from being off track. That is a very uncharacteristic error, if that is the case, from George Boothby, and it looks like he's losing a fair bit of time as well. He certainly is going to be behind that. In fact, look at that, he's lost almost 9 seconds that he's lost over the lead there from Smoljar. He worked so hard to get that gap up there. It was about 16 seconds. Wow.
Some people will say that is the commentator's curse. We were just upping them a little bit, but George Boothby making a critical mistake there and losing 10 seconds. It was a 2-minute 4.0. Contagianis looking straight down the inside in that TF Racing Souvlaki car, nearly straight into the side of Van Druyten. Smoljar is able to pull away now in the Triple Eight to give himself a decent amount of room, but great little attempt there. Let's see what happened then to George Boothby. This is coming down to Warsteiner. I'm going to assume... that is a big one. I mean, to be fair, thankfully the car's not damaged. He was just driving it too far over to the left-hand side of the circuit, it seemed.
like I say, a very uncharacteristic mistake there from Boothby. Basically what happens is the tyre picks up a tiny little bit of grass, and the car becomes unsettled and unstable, and just decides to snap itself into a spin. Thankfully, again, no real damage. If it, well, there's no damage at all to that car. Let's face it. But yeah, amazing save.
Yes, indeed. Well, we'll keep our eye on this podium battle for now, because it is enthralling at the moment. And now that the idea that this might well become eventually even the battle for the race lead does have us all pondering behind the scenes as to what's really going to happen here. Has Yazhi lost control of this race? SMP, are they closing in? Of course, you've got the Kramer racing car, you've got TF Racing, Souvlaki, and all of these separated now by just 8 seconds, really, in this race. Here's Competizione looking to the outside. This is brave stuff up into the fast chicane. They're still going to be side by side. It was a little bit of a look from Competizione, but goodness me. I mean, that's brave. That is so brave to give that a go. These two have tried it earlier on in the race as Savalainen gets down the inside of the slow racing car at the moment down into T1 for 14th spot. Those two cars have tried it a couple of times. For 3 hours, they've got to be bored of each other's livery, surely. They've seen it too much today.
Well, it's about all they're going to be seeing, the way that they're fighting on. But wow, that is... It's cool to see, because again, it's like I was saying earlier, it doesn't matter if you're not in the top 20. If you've got somebody to fight with, if you've got a buddy that's keeping you company, yeah, absolutely, game on. You're going to be charging down to try and catch them up. I'm going to give you a quick update on the number 41. So that gap was about 50 seconds, now down to 42 seconds between Smolyar in second place and Abeladze in 7th position. The gap between 5th and 7th is now just 36 seconds. So that car is just ridiculously fast.
Well, we'll see a replay of the number 11 losing it a little bit through the Schumacher. Another one of the R8s having issues, only this one going very much the opposite way to what we've seen a couple of the other R8s doing. That was the Red Bull and Esports car rolling through there. Now we'll see these two up into the chicane once more, because they are pretty tight again. I was thinking that they might have actually separated a little bit more going on to the back straight at Warsteiner, but TF Racing Souvlaki, they are so close. They are having a wonderful day at the moment, and Van Druyten is able to hang on through the fast chicane, so at least there's that one ticked off. Now the final corner beckons, a tighter line over the second part of the chicane, and Competizione is going to lose out just a little bit there. He went too wide, picked up the grass, and I don't think he's going to gain too much there on the run down to turn 1. We'll see if anything does happen. A few tenths between the two of them, but it being 7 tenths, I don't think there's going to be a move unless it is unbelievably bold down the inside. And of course, we've ticked off 3 hours and 20 minutes of racing. We are on the home stretch now in the Nurburgring 1000 here in the Coach Dave 1000. But for a little bit of time, we're going to step aside just for a moment. Don't go anywhere, because this racing is going to be thrilling all the way to the checkered flag. Well, racing action then continuing here at the Nurburgring, round number 3 of the Coach Dave 1000, and of course they had to do it whilst we stepped aside, but Competizione has got past Van Droyten and is now up into 3rd spot, firing on all cylinders the TF Racing Souvlaki car, and is racing around this Nurburgring circuit with the just to be honest, the speed of a frontrunner. I don't really know how to describe it. Competizione and TF Racing Souvlaki have been one of the big teams of the day, but they're driving around in a very difficult car, and we saw it there. Big snaps going through the fast chicane, and that can catch you up if you're asking a little bit too much time and time again.
Yeah, absolutely can, Lewis. It's great to return to the racing action here. A little brief step aside there, and you know, we almost need it to catch our breath after how intense these first 3 hours have been of this race. And a lot of people might not understand the idea of endurance racing, thinking, oh well, the guys will just be circulating at this point, they'll be taking it easy, they've maybe watched a couple of real life endurance racing or endurance races. But that's not what happens. These drivers are so fast, all of them, that it's treated as 6 1-hour sprints, isn't it? That's just all kind of joined up on this. There's no respite, there's no rest, and there's no chance for the drivers to get a breather, certainly while they're in the car. They just have to do their stints, stop, and either get out of the car or get back into it.
Well, if racing's not really your thing and hot lapping is, then we also have something for you, the Coach Dave Time Attack Season 2. We had great fun with this back in May, and June's one, we'll see them racing around again. Of course, the way it works is there are 3 qualifying rounds to build up to the final, the broadcasted final. We don't broadcast the hot lap because it's nice and open for everyone to go and take part. The first one will open on Monday, this coming Monday, at the Nurburgring Grand Prix. Now they'll be battling their way around in there. The top 10 plus 1 bonus driver will go through into the final round of the season, and then we get ourselves ready for week 2, which is at Spa-Francorchamps, and then we get ready ourselves for week 3, which is at Kyalami, and then we'll have 30 or so drivers all ready to duke it out at a circuit which has not been announced yet, because it comes down to a bit of a vote, a bit of a random circuit for us. We have no idea where we'll be in the on the 30th of June when we have our broadcasted final, which is essentially like a big qualifying session, but it was such a thrilling format last time. I absolutely loved it, and to be fair, I reckon if you fancy yourselves to take part in some of this and battle some of these drivers that will definitely be giving it a good go, you've not got anything to lose. Dara McCormack won it last week, and so maybe you could be the one to beat Dara McCormack. Who knows? Go and take part. Go and get yourselves on the grid. It's open on card choice and everything. You can even pick an Audi R8.
When you say by you, I'm presuming you don't mean me, because that would just be rather.
You never know. Maybe you are faster than Dara McCormack, and you've just not found the right cheat code yet.
Yeah, that's okay. We'll wait and see on that one. I was a little bit distracted there on the old social medias, because I finally found people who agree with me. Our very own Chaz Draycott and Racing's own Tiff Nadell agreeing that oh my god, what has just happened here? And slightly distracted. And
they agree with that.
Yeah, they agree that Paul Ricard is absolutely terrible.
Oh no, I thought you meant they agreed with, oh my god, what's happening here?
Oh yeah. That's literally word for word tweet. What they said was, oh my god, what happened there?
I mean, Paul Ricard it's not a good circuit. I'm definitely not going to go that far, but it's not awful, because the thing is, with Paul Ricard, is that in open wheels and such, when you've got that truly awful chicane in the middle of the backstretch, there's no way to overtake. Whereas in GTs and stuff, you have that long run down towards the fast right hand, which is turn 10 on the Grand Prix stuff. I don't know what it is normally. I guess turn 7, and it's okay on the racing. Oh my goodness, what's happening here?
Yeah, that I think is the only way that pro commentators could sum that up, really.
Yeah, that was not pretty. Of course, the number 11 of the Rennvaughn esports car just drove straight into the rear end of another R8 and straight lined the chicane. It's about the only way that you can say it. Was clearly on the Rennvaughns' shoulders, so those two will be picking up not only probably a little bit of damage, but also a track cut as well, which I don't think too many teams can afford comfortably at the moment.
I don't know, might help the handling of that Audi a little bit. We'll certainly say a little sort of rearrangement of the rear suspension might do wonders for it. Might actually be able to stay in a straight line. I mean, we joke about that, but most of that's because it's true. The fact is we've only got one Audi in the top 10, which is the 34 of Konstantinos Contogiannis. You could say, oh, we've only got one McLaren, but then McLaren is just slow in a straight line. It's just it's not at risk of yeeting itself into the nearest barrier. It's just not very good in a straight line. It's great when it comes to twisty bits, but that's still an impressive job by Tobias Schurter to keep that car in the top 10. But look at those BMWs. They are coming charging through into the top 10, but not in the great swathes that we saw earlier on. Half of them have kind of jumped up, and the other half have kind of fallen outside almost the top 20.
Yeah, which, I mean, when we saw earlier on in the race, I'm pretty sure we had 6 BMWs, maybe it was 5 BMWs between 7th place and 13th, something like that. It was a sea of Beamers, and now they've all kind of split apart quite a lot. We've just heard in our ear that Smolyar has just gone off the road in 2nd position at the moment. Contagiannis has managed to get through, and Van Druyten has managed to get through. Also, haven't even picked up on all of this that Novikov is also knocking the door at the scene as well to try and find his way past the 322 sim up pro by Vides, and now he's going to get past Van Druyten down into T1.
How is Novikov there? What? He was like 13 seconds behind, and now he's in the top 5, and now Novikov is on for a podium.
Madness.
Well, to be fair, I said 5th place at the very least, and you were like, oh,
in the other car.
Super cautious.
In the other car.
It's still going to happen, trust me.
Oh, no, we'll see. Here's the mistake from Smolyar. He did very well, by the way, to not loop that around and just lose the one spot. And in the background, Van Druyten went off with a bit of a sympathy moment because he was only a second and a bit back. But yes, Novikov is in 4th place. Abeladze is about 40 seconds back from this battle.
See what you mean now, right? I will absolutely put my hands up.
I didn't 180.
I did an oopsie there. I apologise, but he's still going to get up in the top 5.
I think a top 5 is possible for the 41. I don't know. I think 6th is all they can get at the moment, really. 2.5 hours left to go and a 40-second gap to close to some of the fastest drivers in sim racing. Unless there's mistakes and stuff from this grouping, I don't think that gap's going down. And also their final stop will be the longest final stop of anyone, because they've got to take a full stint of fuel, because they will be pitting with pretty much bang on an hour to go in this race on their final stop, which is it's on the cusp. And they're not a million miles away from risking a potential penalty for exceeding that driver the stint limit on that final stint if they get their calculations a little bit wrong, because obviously their first stint of the race was just 40 minutes.
Come on, let's have a bit of faith, son. We can.
I'm a Debbie Downer, mate.
You're a Debbie Downer. 2.5. You say you're learning things about me today. That's I thought you were all sunshine and happiness.
You did not.
I didn't. There was never.
No, there was no way on this earth. Anyone who's spoken to me outside of a broadcast, no one ever goes, that guy's got some infectious positivity. I'm not Yaroslav Honzik. There's a person with infectious positivity.
Well, I met you in real life at British GC, and I was like, you're way happier in real life.
Yeah, it's because I was out in the sunshine. Yeah, it gives you a little bit of it gives you a bit of a positive boost. It's alright. I now have my pass, so I can do the grid walk with you next time. It's fine. And
here was me thinking it was because you met me. That's usually
definitely not.
Usually it's the case of run away. Smolyar went penalty. Now, is that going to be that's got to be for an instant, surely?
Yes, because race control will give out the time penalties. It is for contact between themselves and the 199. That is one behind the wheel at the moment, the MSL racing car. It's with a back marker, and we've kind of said this before, that you can't, just because it's a back marker, just because they're having blue flags waved at them, you can't just snow plough your way through. You've still got to pass them same as you would do a normal competitor.
100%. Yeah, you have to. A blue flag is basically an advisory. You still have to do all the work. You have to make the move stick, and you have to make it in a clean, safe, and consistent manner. And obviously, that's not what's happened here. And also, that now means that that's going to be if things were to finish as it was right now, that would mean that Smollier would finish in 6th because McGlade is 11.5. No, it wouldn't actually. I'm talking nonsense there because I'm forgetting that. Just outside, up the inside from Novikov, and that's another move as well. And that's going to be contact with Blake there. That was the Porsche of Jonas van Druyten that was getting very opportunistic there, Lewis. Having a think about it, but couldn't quite make that stick. I'm going to think that race control are going to want to have a look at that. If that was me, I would be tempted to give that position back, just neutralise any sort of issue there might be.
I would return it to neutralise it, but I also don't think it was completely on Van Druyten, purely based on, I know this is like a little bit of a slippery slope anyway, but because before anything had happened ahead, right, he had already committed to his braking point. He'd already committed that he's braking at, let's say for example, it's the 110 metre bit, right? He's already committed at that point, and so there's not really much he can do past that. Let's see as we ride on board, and you'll see what I mean, is that like as we head down the hill, so he's kind of committing now as they start making it side by side. He can't slow down any more than he can slow down, right? Yeah. And so I know that's kind of a bit pish-posh, and that's why I'd say if I was in Van Druyten's point of view, I would actually return it just to keep race control happy. But I also do have a bit of sympathy to him because he didn't miss the apex. He was diving it in there quite hot because he was just doing what he'd always done. Wasn't expecting the side-by-side to happen ahead, and by the time he'd committed, that's when the scenarios change. But you can't commit harder than you can commit, right? It's not like you can just go, oh, I'll brake a little bit harder then, because, you know, that doesn't work.
Yeah, I think Smollier kind of left the door open a little bit as well there by turning in as late as he did. He was obviously concentrating on the fight with Novikov, and then obviously Van Druyten seen that and thought, right, I'm going to have a bit of that as well. And you're right, didn't expect that car to turn in. But the problem is that on the flip side of that is, where does he expect Smollier to go? Smollier still has to make that corner, so he's going to have to think, well, he's going to have to turn in at some point. So is that a risk worth taking? Listen, that's the question all of the race drivers are constantly asking whenever they make a move. I think he was justified to have a look. I think it's unfortunate that there was contact made. I think it'd be a bit... he could feel a little bit hard done by if he gets a penalty out of that, given that essentially it's just a position that's been changed there.
I don't think it should be a penalty. I mean, I'm not race control. Race control will make their own decision, and we all respect that. For me, that's not a penalty, purely based on the fact of, again, as I said, he's already kind of committed. And if you're in Smollier's boots, if you've left the door that far open and you know how long that braking zone is, you can full well expect the car to go down the inside. It's just kind of, I know, you're inviting it there to then come straight back onto the racing line. He left a ton of room there that really didn't need to be left. And so, it is what it is. But I say race control will look at it. Maybe it'll be a warning, maybe it'll be a penalty, maybe it'll be a racing incident. That is their decision and certainly not ours, because if we were in the race control booth, I'm pretty sure we might have DQ'd half the grid in some of the rounds that we've done. Some of those super sprints that we've done. Whew.
It's funny you say that. I actually was on the stewarding team for another event for a community, and it was just an exhibition race. And literally there was only like 2 incidents that got reported, and one of them it was an F1 race, and one of the drivers, they were coming down I think it was Hanger Straight, if that's the one towards Stowe Corner. So they're side by side. Obviously it's a track that's wide enough to get 3-4 F1 cars side by side at a push, just the 2 of them side by side, and the one in front knows that he's losing this position, runs the car all the way over to the right hand side, having to put like 2 wheels onto the grass repeatedly, and then has to give up the position, and I just straight up DQ'd him for it, because there was absolutely no need for it.
Oh yeah.
super dangerous, super reckless on an exhibition race when the main purpose of it is highlighting the community that you're racing for and stuff like that. Nah, no place for that.
I've got zero room for intentional contact. Zero room. In my rule books, like it's basically cheating. Intentionally wrecking someone is a life ban. I'm like, yep, no, I'm not. I don't have any of that in my leagues. So it feels like, based on how much you argue, I think we might need to preemptively give you the old hammer. But no, like I say, if Van Droyten. Oh, it's for track limits. I was about to say, did that come from race control then? But no, that is a drive-through penalty for Van Droyten for exceeding the track limits. That would have been at Michelin. Oh, that's rough.
So let's do for P5 then. There we go. Happy days. That'll do very, very nicely. That's going to be. I can't believe they've actually done that from all the way to the back of the grid.
I hate that you might be right.
I know. Here, I'm just happy that it's locked out. But this is going to have massive championship implications here, Lewis. This is possibly one of the biggest weekends of the season.
Yeah, I mean, I said it's the halfway point of the season. It's with that just terribly unfortunate disconnection for the number 5 Williams esports car that was looking to make an awful lot of ground themselves in the championship. Their retirement from it, their truly awful luck, has pushed them out of this race. George Boothby is going to wrestle his way up towards the championship challenge in that number 82 Yazheat car, obviously alongside at the moment Malinovsky and Yaroslav Honzik. Fair enough. But at the moment, the number 41 will take over the championship lead, especially if they keep moving forward. I actually don't think Van Droyten's going to drop back behind, because it's only a drive-through penalty. I don't think he'll drop back behind the 41. The problem is he will be within touching distance of the car that is on a mission right now. It's at the fastest lap of the race, you can see it there, and is charging. I mean, yeah, okay, now with all of these kind of issues, this is what I was talking about. The only way they can get a top 5 is through errors of others, which with 2 hours and 20 minutes left of this race, we are seeing, shockingly enough, errors from others, and I think we certainly aren't done with it. That drive-through penalty for Van Droyten might be a bit of a warning shot across the bow to quite a few teams on this track right now, to be like, right, okay, he's got a drive-through penalty for exceeding track limits. Let's all rein it in just a little bit.
I think they have to on that note, because they can't afford, especially if they're wanting to get the best possible finish that they can. A drive-through, yes, it's going to lose them, what, maybe say 20 seconds, if that, going through pit lane. But looking at all of the gaps there, that could have a monumental effect on the placings right now, especially say if you're outside the top 10 where it's super close. That drive-through penalty could drop you, say, from 12th position all the way to 20th.
It's just how tight it is out there. We're riding on board with Jonas Savalainen, who's on the back end of Lopez in that Aspar racing car at the moment, as they, I was going to say, hook up the apex, but that one was most certainly missed for the 121, heading out of the full curve down towards Dunlop. But the Savalainen's going to be quite close, a little bit too far away to do a big dive down the inside here. It's not really a corner where we see too many dives, courtesy of the speed of the corner. The average speed's quite high going through Dunlop. But Savalainen has tried a couple of moves up into the, well, he's tried a couple up into the chicane. He's tried a couple up into here, but way too far off the rear end of the Aspar racing car at the moment, so there's definitely not going to be an opportunity there. And also, Healy's not too far down the road in that Bentley, of course, in the number 82. I was going to say 82, sorry, not even remotely close. The 96 Wild Things Racing car that is within touching distance of this little group. I'd say Savalainen's definitely the fastest of the trio.
The problem with that is that it's the whole age-old thing of like being faster than a car in front of you, but actually being able to make it stick. And it feels like every single battle we've cut to, Lewis, has been Audi versus Merc. That's all day long. It's been Audi versus Merc, left, right, and centre. And poor Grip Hacks Engineering, they have. I think they've got the raw end of the stick today, because if it's not Audi's beating them up, then it's the Mercedes that are not making them any room to get past here. But Jonas van Druyten then into the pits for his drive-through penalty.
I think we should probably see where he's going to end up is Van Druyten comparatively to not just McGlade, because McGlade's going to get through, no problem, courtesy of the drive-through, but more in the comparison to the gap between Abelad's, which pre-drive-through it would have been about 40 seconds, and as predicted is going to stay ahead of Abelad's, but by not very much, to be perfectly honest. Probably only about, once the gaps actually come through, which will be on the first sector split, probably only about 15 seconds, which is a gap that Abelad's is absolutely closing down on, purely just based on the fact of being the fastest car on circuit at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely a fair comment to make, but look at how much that has cost Jonas down into P5 just now. Andrea McGlade fancies having a shot at that just now to get that 5th position back, but 2 hours left to go. We're going to come into pit stops in the next 15 minutes or so, maybe even the next 10 minutes or so. So again, it's a whole thing of like, for some of these teams, of course, Lewis, this is going to be their final driver getting ready to jump into the car here. And again, I mean, for them, you'll not see them until 2 hours and 10 minutes, because 65 minutes is the maximum stint time for the drivers. Of course, that resets when they come into pit lane. So we'll keep an eye on that. But Abeladze now 7 seconds behind Jonas van Druyten.
Yeah, so Van Druyten, it's 7 seconds, not 15. So I'll correct myself a touch there. Van Druyten is going to be within touching distance of Abeladze if he continues on with the speed that he's going right now. But you're absolutely right, we're approaching the penultimate stop of the race and the final real sequence for some of these teams and drivers where, like I said, we might see the final driver swap as well for some of them. For a few of them, they'll want to kind of keep out. A few of them will keep switching rather, because obviously we know the Yaz heat will go from Boothby potentially to Jaroslav Honzik. Could be Malinovsky, but will be a switch there, and then they'll switch on the final stint as well, because they'll switch on every stint. For most of the teams, you'd kind of want them to see going a little bit further than 2 hours and 10 minutes, which is technically the first opportunity to come in, but really you want to get down to at least 2 hours and 5. Anything past that's anything before that rather is a little bit risky. A couple of teams we do know, like for example McGlade, who's in the West Competition Racing in that number 33. That is a car that will keep going way longer than everyone else. Quite a lot of the other ones will come in with around about 2 hours 5 to go to the 1 hour 55 to go. In that sort of 10-minute window is when we expect to see most of the contingent in. That car will keep going until around about probably an hour 45, hour 40 to go, because they've been going longer on every single stint. A little bit of a look down the inside from Jonas Savolainen in the Grip Hacks engineering car, still trying to find his way past Lopez, who took an awful lot of curb going through the far chicane on the previous lap, and they're a fair way back still from Healy. Not a great exit there out of the final corner, and here comes the Finn. Got alongside, going onto the start-finish straight and heading down to the braking zone at Yokohama. This should be a decent little move from Savolainen, but the 1-2-1 is just trying to hang on. He's still around the outside, is still slightly alongside, but by the time they leave the corner, the Audi R8 is ahead and clear. So Savolainen now up into 13th position. Next target down the road, of course, is the number 96 Wild Things racing car that presently Healy is behind the wheel of. That one will probably be a bit of a harder pass than you'd suspect than what he just did. And not too far behind them on the circuit, potentially about to be lapped in the very near future. George Boothby. After that one big mistake, David, they've managed to get themselves back going again quite nicely.
Albury Drive is such a underused term, I think, here in Assetto Corsa Competizione. It's such an important skill. We know how often things can go horribly wrong in the first lap or two, and it's really about how you're able to make that work and really just sort of dig in deep. Conversely though, Lewis, it can also go the other way. I mean, I'm thinking of like Smollier in that AAA SMP Racing Esports, getting that car so far up the grid to begin with. And it's just not gelled this afternoon for them. They've done really well. I mean, not taking anything away from them, but they've kind of gone in the opposite direction, where you see someone like the 41 smashing it through the field after that hideous moment on lap 1, getting it all the way through. And obviously the 41 not the only one to do that sort of thing, but again, it just shows you how difficult it can be at the top.
I mean, it is super tough, but that's what they know. They know what they signed up for. It's not as if they've thought they were going to sign up to a sim racing league and suddenly they're actually playing Call of Duty Warzone. They know what they're signing up for when they join a championship list. They know it's the highest levels that you can really race at in sim racing, and that if you want to win, you've got to perform every single lap over the 6 hours of the race. At the moment, the the Whipperman racing car, still not able to get past the number 48 of Kuvaluk, who's behind the wheel once again. Handler also in the TF Racing car, sorry, the TF Racing Souvlaki car is directly behind, but that is a lap up at the moment, and they've got to worry about the 322 in that big Bentley.
Yeah, big being the word. It's a bit of a scary sight, is it? Florian Mack for Whipperman Racing, just he's doing his own thing. He's just chilling, and then he's suddenly got this lot behind him. It's a pretty daunting place to be. He is chasing down that Mercedes just ahead of Kowalik. Gets out the way though, doesn't have anything to do with it, and he obviously wants to do the right thing and not be a factor in this. And the thing is, he doesn't have to do that. He doesn't have to kind of pull to one side or just let off the gas slightly at all. But you can be pretty sure that SimWare.pro wanting to try and get past as quickly as they can, and yet again Florian Mack lets them go, and that's how it should be done, I guess. Again playing the long game for some. Valentin Barriere is in the pit lane, the number 7 virtual drivers by TX3 car. That one is actually a virtual driver by TX3. I'm not confusing them and Pulse anymore when it comes to their numbers and such. Porius at the moment behind the wheel of the 53. This will be the first time this season, if memory serves, that the 53 is not going to be... Oh no, they weren't inside the top 10 last round. They were 11th in the last race. They finished 10th and 11th very consistently. Has the Leopard esports car, but this time there certainly isn't going to be a top 15 from them, you'd have to say, with their current spot being occupied, 21st place. But we're at an important time of the race, David, that we've got 2 hours and 10 minutes to go. From a theoretical point of view, if you wanted to make your penultimate pit stop, you could make it now. Wouldn't be wise, but you could do it. You really could, and the thing with that is that obviously saying yes, it's not the best situation to be in, and the reason for that is that you're not giving yourself all those options that you want to have coming down to that final hour. The state of the play, the state of the landscape could be completely different in just an hour's time, in terms of your opportunities, in terms of the cars that you're attacking, the cars that you're defending from, the positions that are open to you. So you really kind of want to leave it as long as you possibly can, so that you get the most amount of choice. I mean, it could be that you end up deciding, right, okay, that's it, I'm going to go for a full charge, and if you've got, say, an extra 10-15 minutes of leeway, then you can potentially decide to come in earlier, or you could decide, well, actually, I'm going to leave it as just a sort of splash and dash towards the end, both of which are options you don't have if you're kind of playing your cards at this point in time.
Yes, indeed. Well, whilst we're seeing this battle ahead, Savalainen was very close again to Healy. I think they were separated by just 0.2 of a second going over. I think that might have been the first sector split, which is obviously where it's expected to be quite close. And it is still around about 0.2. There is the final sector split, rather, to come across the line. And it is Savalainen looking down the inside at the moment. There's the big send. Healy leaves the door wide open, and Jonas Savalainen makes the move stick. With it being 2 hours and 8 minutes left to go in this race, with us being within the window to really make this stick, Shermatinsky comes into the pit lane, of course, in the John Lacey Esports Academy Junior car. So they are setting their penultimate stop now. I think that's one thing. It's a bit of a bold thing, but I do think it reigns true. So far in the season, we've only seen, I know it's only been 2 races, we've only seen 4 cars on the podium, because we've seen the double podium from both Williams Esports and SimGrid Pro by Vides. We've seen the John Lacey Esports Academy Junior car onto the podium as well in the last race, and we also have Veloce in the first round. I don't think we're seeing any of those 4 on the podium. We're certainly not seeing Williams. They're out. SimGrid Pro by Vides technically could do it. It's the number 41, but I don't think it's going to happen, really. John Lacey Esports Academy Junior, I don't think they've got the pace to do it, and Veloce aren't here. So I think we're going to see a brand new podium in the Coach Dave 1000, because I don't think anyone else can really do it.
On that note, how, you know, that completely throws everything to the wolves in terms of the standings. Granted that Williams Esports have got, if we're not going to see any of those 4 up the top there, Wild Things Racing are about 46 points behind Williams Esports right now, and everybody else is under that. So it's got to be a fair haul of points for a team to get right up there. But it means that it's not the kind of 2-horse race that we were seeing when we came into this race earlier on today. In fact, if anything, it blows the championship wide open with another 2 races to go.
I think the championship is, yeah, you're absolutely right, is wide open, especially as we head into Silverstone next, which is a very raceable circuit to some degree. Some might say it's not that raceable, because it's got the same kind of issues that this circuit has when it comes to some of its overtaking opportunities, i.e. there's not so many purely based on the fact of there's a lot of average speed corners. But to be fair, it is a pretty raceable circuit, in my opinion. You can really make some bold dives, yes, into the new arena section, which isn't that new anymore, but you know, the village and the loop, that kind of arena section, which people don't like. I'm a big fan of Silverstone. I hate it, but it is important for overtaking opportunities. And again, I don't think I can say this on broadcast, but I still will, and I've said this time and time again, and even I think even Andy McEwen agrees with me, because we met up in person, we both had a discussion on it. I think New Silverstone's better than Old Silverstone. Sorry, but I think that run into Brooklands, whew, it's good. That Brooklands is such a good corner now, whereas on the previous layout, it was just awkward.
I'm genuinely so indifferent towards Silverstone that a comment like that means nothing to me whatsoever.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's like, it is a good track, but in the same way that Paul Ricard is confusing and boring and flat and
nice.
Silverstone is, and again, we're having a production team of Michael Hamlet whispering in our ears that Paul Ricard is beautiful, and quite clearly he's wrong on that one. It's just straight up wrong on that one. It's not beautiful. It's not beautiful. Horrible track.
It is in a beautiful place, I will say that, in the mountains above Marseille. It's a very pretty place.
Yeah, but that doesn't quite count, does it? You know?
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, Dover's on the English Channel, which, I mean, don't get me wrong, the English Channel's not exactly pretty, but there are some pretty parts along the English Channel. Dover is not one of them. So, you know, there's examples like this everywhere. You're absolutely right. Paul Ricard is... I don't think it's a horrible circuit, but it certainly isn't pretty.
I mean, the thing with Silverstone is it's a great track, I guess, for high-powered machines. So GT3s would have a good time at Silverstone, but again, that just tends to be the corners. It's not anything, you know, you're going down at Stowe, or you're going through Cops, and everything else just feels like you get overtakes done by absolutely sending it from 2,000 miles back. That's the only way you're going to make things tend to happen at that circuit. Whereas Monza, oh my goodness me, Monza is going to be just the spiciest affair for the season finale. I'm very much looking forward to that. 4 days after my birthday, and yeah, very, very much looking forward to that one.
Whoa, there's a hint from David Christie.
No
one forget when his birthday. What are you getting for my birthday?
I don't even know what it is, mate. When is it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, mine's 8 days after Silverstone, mate.
All right, well, there you go. I'll buy you tickets for Paul Ricard.
You cheeky man, no comment on that. What's the best racetrack on the planet?
Oh, we're having this conversation? For me personally, Nordschleife.
Nordschleife, yeah, fair enough. I think everyone should post in chat as to what their favourite circuit is. Again, hashtag subscribe, hashtag notification bell, and other things. Lanny comes into the pit lane. Okay, so Nordschleife is number 2 for me, just because I just prefer Bathurst. But I think the critical thing with both of them, Nordschleife more so a lot than Bathurst, but still Bathurst does have the same kind of characteristic in a sense, is that the reason why they classified generally as the best racing circuits on the planet is because they are throwbacks to generations which we couldn't have anymore. Like, again, it's one of those things of like, if someone was to design a circuit that's 25 kilometers long, it's not going to look like that. Right? It looks that way because it looks that way because of the land, because it was, yes, of course it was kind of designed once. But if you were to make a circuit into modern spec, it's never going to look like that, never in a million years. So it's that throwback to something which we just can't have.
I think so, yeah. And you know, if you, like you say, if you're designing a 25 kilometre racetrack nowadays, it's a 15 kilometre racetrack with 10 kilometres of runoff.
Yeah,
it's absurd, and I think that's exactly it. It's not just a case of we can't have them anymore. It's a case of there is nothing else in the world like the Nordschleife or like Bathurst. Both of them very, very challenging, tricky, chaotic circuits that if something goes wrong, then it's your day is done.
Yeah,
there is no, and that is like a challenge that's never doesn't present itself around any other racetrack. You know, with such big consequences for the car as well. I think Nordschleife as well, for me personally, it's just because I've driven so many laps. I think I've driven upwards on the sim of probably, it must be about 1,500 laps on there easily, through like Assetto Corsa, through iRacing, as Novikov right on
so
to the back there of Konstantinos Contogiannis. No, sorry, excuse me, it's not Contogiannis, is it?
No, it is Contogiannis. Yeah, right.
Why for me?
Trust your brain.
No, but it wasn't for the. I swear to God, that car for me was a McLaren that he was trying to get past. I don't know why. It's an Audi. I can see it's an Audi, but from that off camera angle there, I could have sworn it was a McLaren. But it's like it looks nothing like it.
You can tell it's an Audi because it's got that awful goosenecked rear wing that I'm really not a fan of. But yeah,
that bad.
It's not pretty. It is not a pretty look. It's just it hangs so far over the rear of the car. It's just not a pretty look.
It's, for me, it's something that's so different. I think the thing is that it's really difficult to make these cars look ugly, and yet sometimes they manage to do it so
BMW
well. See, I disagree. I don't think I was never taken with the M6, but the M8,
yeah, neither was I.
The M8, oh my god, I love the M8 just because it was the big chunky boy, the M8 GTE. That's when you knew tanks were racing.
The M4 is just tomorrow I'm doing a broadcast with BMW, as you know, do like once a month or whatever with BMW Sim GT Cup, and even on a like BMW are paying the bills and stuff, and there are only M4s in the race, and we will just say on the broadcast these M4s are ugly as sin, because they are ugly as sin. But you know, it is what it is. By the way, I mean, you know, I know you like the Nordschleife. I've got a Nordschleife trophy because I was here in 2018 and I finished third in the sim racing competition, so I've got a trophy from here. Just, you know.
Nice.
You can obviously vote, as they've put up, Mike Hammett's put up a vote. Best track in the world, Nordschleife, Bathurst, Spa or other. Spa is one that's been ruined for me, completely ruined. It's not about the changes they've made in Spa. It's nothing about any of the differences of Spa back in the 60s or whatever, or to how it is now. It's because it's so over-raced. It is, in my opinion, Spa is the most over-raced track in all of sim racing. So much so that because we've both had it, David, where we've gone through last year, I think in June or May, or might have been June, I did 5 weekends, 5 on the bounce, where I had races at Spa. And I'm like, I am uninterested in it now. So when you see it that much, you just sort of like, I don't care anymore. I don't want to ever talk about a race on Spa ever again.
Yeah, it does take the magic out of it. That's the issue. Spa's always, and again, this is going to be a hot take here, so I'm waiting for the Flame Brigade to come in on this one. Spa's never really been. It's certainly a nicer track. I really do enjoy driving it, but it's never been. You know how you get like tracks that you're like, oh my god, I've got to go and see it. It's like I've really got no interest in actually, particularly going to that one. It's, just having a look as Novikov in second place. Contagianis then has done his second to last pit stop, so he's rolled the dice on that one. The other one that is a bit of a late developer for me, and it's again, it's probably it's a bit embarrassing actually, but Le Mans itself has been a track that, yes, it's steeped in the tradition, but it's been never really been one that's bothered me too much, if that makes sense. Like I've only recently started watching Le Mans, like the actual 24-hour Le Mans, from probably 2015, 2016. Like before that, wasn't ever particularly bothered about it. It was not a race that meant all that much to me. And now, having watched it, and actually, to be fair, it's probably since some of those YouTube documentaries from the teams involved that were so riveting, you're just like, you know, I have to actually, you become personally invested in it. It's the same with this sort of stuff, with the GT3 racing. You know, I wasn't particular. I was more of a BTCC fan. I would watch more of the sort of national to club level kind of touring car stuff. And then I was actually watching it the other week, and I caught myself watching the start of a BTCC race when, I think it was last weekend actually, when we were doing this, and it was on the background, and I'm like, this is the most boring thing I think I've ever seen. It's like, why I couldn't see the interest in this. And then I look at the GT Sprint stuff now that we've got from SRO, and it's like, in fact, it was Nurburgring. That was what was on. And I was like, why would anybody watch touring cars when you could have like GT racing? Yeah,
I mean, I'll go back to your Le Mans thing, by the way, because I love Le Mans. Either way, before we do it, we'll actually just keep our eye on the pit lane sequence just in case anything happens. But the 322 is leaving the pit lane now. Well, they nearly jumped position, but they haven't. And it was, of course, give them the 322 being the SimGrid Pro by Vides 322, essentially the second car from that camp. Nearly got past the TF Racing Souvlaki car, but they didn't end up doing so in all of that. But Le Mans. I think the 24-hour race is fantastic. It's amazing. It's I'm desperate to go one year. Le Mans itself is not the most inspired circuit in the world. It is straights and chicanes with one really good bit of racetrack, being the Porsche curves. But you know, it's that, and then it's just straights and chicanes. And you go through the point, and you think, right, this is great. This is so much fun, and it's straights and chicanes. And it's kind of like, it's, you know, it's why I don't like Monza. I think Monza's really average as a track. It's just straights and chicanes. It's not like, whoa, we need to go. It's the atmosphere of the circuit. It's like the Italian Grand Prix and things like that. It's the atmosphere of the event that sells it, not the circuit itself. And I think people kind of mix the two up when they're speaking of like the best racetrack in the world or something like that. They're more speaking of a specific event that happens there rather than the actual track itself.
Yeah, see, again, that's on that note. Then that's why I like Nurburgring so much.
Because it's a great track.
Yeah, it's like the thought of like I could watch cars racing on that all day long, or I could I could drive around that quite happily all day long, and that's kind of on the bucket list to actually take a car around there. But onto the thing of Le Mans, and you know, I guess that's the sign of how good the racing is at Le Mans, is the fact that you get an event like Le Mans 24 and it makes it such a captivating prospect, such an exciting prospect, is the fact that you're not really all that enamoured on the track, and yet you'll still watch with bated breath for an entire 24 hours and be like not just invested but emotionally invested on how that race is going on a track that you're not really all that fussed about. I think that says, you know, just how good the competitions there can be.
Certainly is, and with around 53 minutes left to go in this race, we'll just talk you through the top load just a touch, because of course at the moment your race leader is George Boothby right now. He is leading, but not by much. In fact, he's just come into the pit lane, so never mind, which will pass over the race lead to the 33, the West Competition racing car. It is not your actual race leader, but that 33 will be staying out. I mean, last stint they did a 31 lap stint. They're currently on lap 29, so they could stay out for another couple of laps, but they might just come back into the pit lane. They might try and stretch it out to the hour and 3. They might come in a little bit earlier, because they can come in now. Everyone kind of knows that you can make it's 2 stops from now to get you to the end of the race. For me, if I'm the 33, I want to stretch it as long as possible, but they're moving themselves into a good position late in the race, and they've been leading. I'm pretty sure they'd be classified as leading the second most laps around here by the amount. It's probably not quite that high, because Williams did lead quite a few earlier on and stuff, but still definitely like on the list in the top 5 of most laps led today would absolutely be the 33, just courtesy of going longer than everyone else.
Certainly would. And just give you an update on that 41 then of Mikhail Baikov right now, behind 5th place by just 28 seconds now, so it's now starting to get a little bit unreasonable to watch all that. Now again, pit stops could be a factor there, but now you're straying into the realms of where it needs to be something happening to the cars in front to allow you to get that position. As we said, pit stops still to happen, but again now the dice is starting to be rolled, and this is why you were saying about pit strategy towards the final 2 stops, and do you want to stop right at that 2 hours and 10 minute mark? And it's like, of course you don't. You want to give yourself as many options as you possibly can here.
Yes, indeed. Well, I've seen that one. I saw that a little bit from Baikov, to be honest, not too long ago. Bentley going wide there through Valvoline and then down the hill into the forecurve. But Bogoroditsky nearly just cleared Chaldakis off the road. You've got to be so careful doing that. I mean, Valvoline's such a high commitment corner, right, at turn 5. You are throwing it in at such unbelievable speed, hooking up the apex and then sending it down the hill. And the front right is always trying to get away from you. And to be fair, Bogoroditsky managed to keep that one on the road, but only just as McGlade comes into the pit lane from the race lead. So they've only gone 1 lap longer than everyone else, which, I mean, stint-wise, they're still actually going a lap shorter than everyone else, but they've still gone 1 lap longer in the race itself than everyone else as they're approaching their final stop.
Ultimate stint of the race now with just an hour and 50 left to go. This is where the chess pieces are all forming into position, and the sort of final battle, as it were, and this fascinating little battle here between Janis Chaldakis there in the 34 Audi and that Bentley again, the 322 of Nikita Bogoroditsky. Has the grunt, but it just doesn't have the ability to send it past you. You get the feeling that it is going to have to be a bit of a brave move from Bogoroditsky to actually make this happen here, Lewis.
Yes, indeed. It's got to be a bold move from the 322 just to try and make something to not lose too much time. Interesting that the 82, the Yaz Heat car, switched over to Malinovsky and not Jaroslav Honzik. The order they went over the first stint was Boothby to Honzik to Malinovsky. They've now gone back to Boothby and then to Malinovsky. And of course, this comes down to other sim racing commitments. Michael Hamlet reminding me in our ear that he's absolutely right. Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup have the All-Star Support Series race, which of course Jaroslav Honzik takes a part in with plenty of sim racing's very, very best. Jimmy Broadbent done it a bit. Casey Kerwin, superstar of the NASCAR Coke Series, takes part in it as well. But we'll see him potentially then in the final stint of this race in the number 82. Which, I think fair enough. Tobias Scher, by the way, who's in second place in that primary racing car, will be in the pit lane fairly soon. We are approaching to completing off the penultimate pit stops for pretty much everyone, which does mean that Chaldakis in that Audi is very much in that second spot, what will be second spot confirmed, and just trying to hang on. Of course, whilst other teams have fallen by the wayside courtesy of mistakes, of drive-through penalties, of general penalties anyway.
In this gap for Maciek Malinowski out of the front, I'm trying to figure out how he's looking handsomely in the lead. We'll come back to that, but this could be the move here for Bogoroditsky, right behind the Audi, tucked in nice and deep down the start-finish straight. Looks very defensive there from the Audi. Chaldakis takes the inside line. That's a clumsy move from Bogoroditsky there. And that's a bit of a head shake going on there.
And I don't blame the head shake from Chaldakis, because that was an unnecessary bit of contact just on the rear end. But each to their own. It is what it is. Here is one of the teams that's up there in the championship, but they've been pitting earlier than everyone else. They're backing themselves into a fair corner. Of course, the John Lacey Sports Academy car that was third coming into this is certainly not going to be third leaving the round. At least I don't believe they will be if they're going to be running down in the positions that they're presently running in. Hendrickson behind the wheel at the moment, Handler directly ahead, and then not too far down the road is the 211 as well. So they do have the option to catch the Wickerman car that is currently running in 11th. The two of these, by the way, used to be teammates. William Hendrickson used to be part of the Grip Hacks engineering car back in the first season of the SimGrid World Cup, which was about 2 years ago. And Hendrickson, we know is a talented driver. He's gone off to go and join the John Lacey Esports Academy team, where he has been for the last year and a bit. But still, when you're battling with your old teammate, no matter how long's between the two of you, whether you left on good terms or bad terms, that is a driver that you cannot finish behind. Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. And the thing is that it's these temporary alliances, isn't it? It's like people just trying to make things work, and sometimes they work and sometimes they don't work. How many times, Lewis, have we seen really fast teammates or really fast drivers going into a team and you think, oh my god, this is going to be absolutely crazy, and it turns out to be, it just doesn't work because the teammates don't gel, or the pace and the chemistry isn't there.
Yeah, you need to gel with your team. Why do you think I think it's the highest profile group that sort of moved around in the recent past on ACC? Why do you think when BS Competition took some drivers from G2 Esports, they didn't just take one, they took three? They took Niels Nyhox, they took Arthur Cameron, they took Gregor Schill. They took all three of them that had done so well for G2 Esports, because as much as we know how good Niels Nyhox is, but it's not that Niels Nyhox can't be good without the other two. It's that you've already got a group that work really well together. Don't split them up. Get them to race for different brands, sure, but you want that team, that vibe that works. You want them to be able to bounce off each other in the way that they've worked so strongly in their relationship in sim racing so far. There is the move into the pit lane then from Handler, so there isn't not going to be a battle between Handler and Hendrickson. As we look back to the battle for third place, the moment will become second place. They are closing in, though, on shows, running through the foreground of shot there in that white and yellow highlighted primary racing McLaren.
Watching this little battle here, and it's fascinating because you know it's going to come to a boiling point. You can just see how itching that Bogoroditsky is trying to get past this car in front, and oh my, I just get the feeling that both of these are going to end up with tears before bedtime. I hope it's not the case, but that Bentley looking very aggressive. Again, you can just tell from almost like the body language of the car, the mannerisms of the car itself, and Yeah, it's certainly going to come to some sort of grief very, very shortly as Tobias Stewart into pit lane then for the second to last time then, and yeah, I'm watching this kind of through my fingers just now as Bogdanidze goes very, very deep into turn number 1. Let's have a look through the rest of the field. Obviously, one of the things we didn't speak about is the fact that we lost the 383 Dalkin Community car very early on in the race. They probably got about maybe 6 laps done, and the car just wasn't really happening for them, and they just decided to call it a day. And at what point do you think that happens, actually, Lewis? Because you've got your own expectations, but at what point do you think it's worth just saying, nah, this isn't our day today, we're just better off binning it?
It's not an easy way. It's kind of one of those ones you need to have an agreement between the team. By the way, good move there from Sherrod Pennon to get past Simeon, who's out in the pit lane, and then number 33, and obviously doing something a little bit different on strategy in that West Competition Racing team. But it's one of those ones that you need to go into the race and kind of expect. Anytime we'll do like one of the special events on iRacing, whatever, we did this for the 12 hours of Sebring, and me and my mate Dan Kell, we both kind of agreed. We were like, right, if we have an incident in the early stages of this race, we're going to call it. We're just going to call it straight away. Maybe we'll do the one later on. We'll just see how things fare. If we have an incident in the first, say, 2 hours, we're just going to call it, because it's in those kind of things, it's a 12-hour race. There's no championship or anything, so it's a different kind of ball game than this. And it's not quitter's mentality. It's more the weighing up your own free time, which is what this all is. When you're in a championship, you're playing a different game there. At which point, I actually would be a bit more reluctant to quit. Because you've got more on the line and you've got to play the long game. And when there's only 3 of you, it's only 2 hours of time, and it's kind of like, actually, in this, I think there's less likelihood to quit, but some teams and drivers are built different, and maybe they were irked by something that happened early on. By the way, in that Sebring race, we went 6 corners, then got taken out by someone, and then instantly retired, and went off to go and watch telly. So it's like, yeah, cool, sweet. Cannot be bothered with any of that.
Yeah, sometimes honestly, and the thing is that we're joking about it, but Lewis, sometimes the stress just isn't worth it. Sometimes the whole let's just hang in and see what we can get, and then 12 hours later you're like in P26 at P34. That's like, why have I just wasted 10 hours of my life on this? But you're right, it's a very difficult call to make, because sometimes stubbornness gets the better of you and you just don't want to actually give up. Talking of stubbornness, Harry Phillips from Wild Things Racing, I had no idea he's taken part in 2 different races today.
Is he really?
He's doing 12 hours of Barcelona and 6 hours of Nurburgring all on the same day at the same time, 2 different cars.
Well, that is someone who quite clearly has double booked himself and thought, actually, no, do you know what? Why not? Which, power to him. Good effort. Good effort.
Jeez, although.
Me, when I double book myself, I do it properly and then just bail on both, right?
Yeah, just.
I'm pretty sure. Oh my goodness.
Oof, that was a little bit sketchy from these two here, side by side though, and it looks like Simeon is going to have that. Oh man, that was lovely, and you've got a feeling that Sherrod in there is going to be a little bit miffed at himself.
I do like the livery on the 33, by the way. I think that's a very pretty car, using a bit of light blue stuff, using colours that we don't typically see on some of the cars. I know sometimes I do speak about livery, sometimes even a little bit too much, but it is one of those things that I like to focus on with some teams, mostly because I like to throw some teams under the bus for giving us an awful livery, or for giving us a livery that's so bad it's good, like, for example, your favourite livery of all time.
Wow. Yeah. What I would say about that 33 is that it actually it's a very BMW kind of livery with the vectors, and I mean that obviously is like it's a proper OP BMW livery, but the vectors, the shapes, the kind of shading and the different colours, it's you could be forgiven for thinking that was like a factory outfit.
It's an interesting one with sim racing liveries, as you have just received a message on Discord showing you the beautiful livery that we had in the time attack. So I guess you've got to take that in and really soak it up. Such a pretty livery. Obviously, graphic design is my passion, but still, when it comes to liveries and stuff in sim racing, it's a little bit of a tricky one, because there is something that's obviously whether something's subjectively good, etc., and everything is all subjective. It's an opinion, etc., etc. But there's this kind of like this thing of like whether a livery is good or not. And there are some liveries, some of the best liveries that you'll see in sim racing, you're looking at it being like, that is an objectively good livery, and then ask yourself, could you see it on a real racing car? Because the two questions are very, very different, and I can't put my finger on why, but to kind of clarify this, there was a sim racer who designed a livery, in British GT last year in 2021. In fact, it was the one when the number 3, the Bentley had crashed at Alton Park and was replaced with the Will Tregurtha was driving that orange one, the orange, blue, and red one. I don't really know I can't remember what team it was for, but what team they stole it from. But that livery was designed by a sim racer. I can't remember what the team is. I'm sure I'll look this up at some point. But it was designed by a sim racer by the name of Nico Barkley, a Peruvian sim racer who's a livery designer for a team called One Acco. The livery, I couldn't tell you what it was about it, but I was looking at it being like, that's a sim racing livery. I don't know what it is. It's something about the shapes. It's something about the design. But there was something that was just it was off in a way that it was like, this belongs in sim racing, not in a real racing car. And it's kind of weird that there is that kind of thing. Is that, for example, look at the Gripax engineering car. Is it a bad looking car? No. Could you see it on a real racing car? I actually don't think so.
No, you couldn't. I think that what you tend to have is that. For me, and I think this is what it is, sim racers, when they're designing the liveries, they work with the shapes that they're given on the template. So when you're looking at painting the template is flat. It's like an origami puzzle. It's like in all the different sides. And I don't think the creativity flows in the same way that it does on like a real life car. Whereas, I would say on things like the Assetto Corsa, the original one, you can actually paint the texture like you were painting a real car. So, at the end of the day, a lot of the people that are doing these sim racing liveries aren't graphic designers, and a lot of the people that are doing the liveries for these teams, it'll be a small pool of designers that go and design all of these liveries for the car. So you'll find that the liveries tend to be very flat in terms of the colours that they use. It'll be like a solid colour for the different parts of it, whereas the BMW, the 33 there, you can see the subtle tones, the shading, the different shapes that play and trying to catch the attention. That's exactly what all of these GT3 cars are trying to do. They're trying to be visually striking so that they catch your eye and keep the eye on it for as long as possible. That way, that's how the value of the sponsors is returned.
Just to clarify, by the way, it was the JRM Racing Paddock Motorsports Bentley Continental of last year. If anyone wants to see the livery that I was talking of, I can't tell you what it is, but it looks like a sim racing livery. I don't even know if it's creativity. I think I think sim racers, they get to a car and all the livery designers are like, right, I've tried the kind of like the simple, dumbed down livery last time. I'm now going to go into crazy town, and they go all over the place. They like make a complex livery. When you look at a lot of motorsport liveries, whilst there are some that are crazy, art cars and stuff, most motorsport liveries do typically follow like very aggressively, like the 3-colour rule. Right, of liveries only have 3 colours. That barely even have any sort of like shading on them. They just have 3 colours. For example, like this one here, SMP Racing. All motorsport stuff. Dark blue, red, and white to a grey. Yes, there's some black on there, but that one's kind of forgiven. Greys and whites kind of bypass the 3-colour rule. But those are ones that you can kind of see on real world racing cars, because they stick aggressively to the 3-colour rule. Meanwhile, other cars tend to sort of take that and then sort of break it a little bit, also using extremely bright colours, which yes, I know some real world motorsports do. Real teams do use extremely bright colours. I mean, Valentino Rossi's currently racing in the in GT World Challenge, but still, for the most part, they're a bit more muted on that side. And then it's also, I think, the other side is the sponsorship focus, which a lot of sim racing teams don't typically do. They're just kind of like, they're just there.
The other thing with the liveries as well, though, is it's a little bit, for me, it's a little bit of jealousy, because I really struggle in terms of creativity when trying to actually design livery. It's something that I really don't have much talent in. I like to give it a go, and I think that's the wonderful thing about sim racing as well, is the fact that there's so many aspects of motorsport that you can turn your attention to, and you know, by that, here's what I mean. You know, if you want to learn about engineering, then you can do that through sim racing. If you want to learn about design, then you can learn about that. If you want to learn about logistics, and this is the funniest bit of it, is that you'll have seen this as well. The amount of people that go on social media and they act as like virtual truck drivers for these teams, and they'll go and fire up like Euro Truck Simulator, and they'll go and pretend, you know, they'll simulate driving all the assets from one racetrack to another, and I'm like, how cool is this that that's where we're at, that you get people that are voluntarily doing that, and they'll livery up their truck in the same livery as the race team as well. It's just madness.
Yeah, but it's all part of the fun. I mean, to be fair, I've seen some people as a part of sim races, and I am not joking here, do their liveries on Euro Truck Sim as well. Like, as in, like, they'll have like the car livery, and then they'll make a livery on Euro Truck Sim. Ballas Esports, actually, they've done the best one though. They liveried a bus, right? I don't know what they did it on, but they photoshopped. Oh, who was that? Who was stationary? It was 79, so it'll be one of the primary racing cars. But yeah, they liveried a bus, which was clearly some mod in like AC or something like that. It might have just been something completely different. But liveried a full bus and then drifted it around the Sachs curve at the Hockenheimring. And then did a photograph and posted it on social media. Top effort.
That's exactly what you want, as we were watching Yan Gang and Maxime Chassé. In fact, no, sorry, that's Yan Gang and Zampieri that are fighting for 21st and 22nd position. Back to this race, an hour and a half to go, and again, it seems to have, where we were at boiling point maybe within the first 20 minutes, everything's just been simmering away and stewing nicely for these past couple of hours, and you get the feeling as we come up to this final sort of pit stop area in the next 25 minutes plus that it's all going to get a little bit spicy again here.
Yeah, whilst we're here in Calm Town, among Crazy Town, whilst we're looking at Danila Sherpelin, who's trying to get past Simeon. Of course, Bykov's not a million miles off the rear end of that, who's actually got ahead of Conrad over the stint. We'll just take a look at the order that we have at the moment, because the Yaz Heat car is presently in the way, despite having quite a sizable off at this part of the track in the hands of George Boothby, who I'm sure giggled it off and then drove away. They've returned to the race lead and lead by 19 seconds. Then the Chaldakis TF Racing Suvlaki car is in second with a 3:22 of Bogoroditsky in third place in the, of course, the Simware.pro car. 888 of SMP, that's exactly what we're looking at here on the rear end of Simeon, and the two have switched fairly recently. Of course, Simeon driving the West Competition racing car in that fourth position, then with Cherepin in the 888, then with Bykov behind in the what will become the championship leading car, we do believe, for Simware.pro. The 977, of course, that one belonging to the Kramer Racing squad that's currently running in 7th place. Martin Schumacher in the 166 T3 Motorsports Black BMW. It's been moving its way up the order. Sven Hettich in the highest place McLaren, Primary Racing, of course, and then Hendrickson, who is pitting a bit earlier than others, might be on the cusp when it comes to the pit stop window, is in 10th place. And obviously with us being 90 minutes away from the checkered flag, it's probably a good idea to take a look at some highlights from this race. We've had quite a few over the running here in these 6 hours, and we're having plenty more. This is obviously the battle. Yaz Heat a bit earlier on, trying to find a way past the Kramer Esports car. We're going for a bit of the undercut tyres. A massive struggle around the Nurburgring Grand Prix loop, but a great little move. I think it was Malinovsky behind the wheel at the time, trying to get his way past the Kramer racing car up into the fast S's. A couple of mistakes with Grip Packs Engineering going against the slow racing car. The two of these would battle out time and time again, and a little bit of contact once more. This one the heaviest bit of contact that we saw from these two. And the slow racing car coming out with a little bit more damage than the number 69 Grip Packs Engineering, but the two of them managed to carry on in decent fashion after making contact into the braking zone as they went into Michelin. Of course, the Grip Packs Engineering car wasn't fancying any of that and would instantly try and come around the outside, but would never get alongside before the fast chicane. Both of them trying to catch down the Spaniards ahead. Bit of a moment, of course, for the 767, that one being the Maz Sim Red car, and then a bit of a spin. This one would result in a penalty. West Competition Racing being sent around. It was a Whipperman being sent around by West Competition Racing. Pulse Sim Sport making potentially, in my opinion, the best move of the day. Absolutely brilliant from Durkop before a bit of a mistake for the GTWR RHE Academy Audi. Costly one going through the far chicane. Speaking of costly mistakes, here's one for George Boothby. One that I'm pretty sure he'll be going a little bit rosy cheeks looking at once more. A bit of embarrassment there for the Yaz Heat camp, but either way managed to get back going again. Another mistake going through from the R8s. They're seemingly very on edge. Speaking of mistakes, another one from the 888. This would cost them just the one position, because behind the Porsche would also go off, but the SMP Racing Esports car did drop them down one spot through going off through the far chicane. So easy to do though. But that's just how it goes. Then this bit of contact here, going a little bit wide, a lot of move given from Smoliar, and Kramer Racing would come down the inside and make a little bit of contact. As we head now into the final 90 minutes, it's been frantic, mate.
It really, really has. Sorry, I thought you were sinking to the point there. My God, you did it all, and I was like, how? How has he remembered that's all that's happened in the past 4.5 hours? I barely remember the past 15 minutes. In fact, the only bit I remember from the past 6 hours is us talking about Paul Ricard and Nordschleife and graphic by passing. Yeah, that's...
We're talking about Paul Ricard. Have we covered that topic off yet?
I don't think we have, mate, but it's fine. I think we don't really need to.
Great track.
It's brilliant. I love it. It's one of
Definitely going to clip that.
Oh, great. Now I'm going to get tickets, haven't I? There we go.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, you're the one that's saying that you like Paul Ricard. Each their own. Leopard Esports in 22nd spot at the moment. Back up to the battle for 4th. Simeon and that West Competition Racing car, they've been doing so well. I mean, West Competition Racing in general in that number 33. Going a bit longer than everyone else, kind of flying under the radar a little bit, taking a bit less fuel in the pit stops. They're just working their way up this order brilliantly.
They absolutely are. They've done a fabulous job in that BMW. In fact, they're the lead of what was looking like it was going to be an absolute charge from the BMWs. You mentioned earlier there was like 6 of them line astern through the first 2 hours of the race, and they've all kind of fizzled out. The BM of 33, the only one of any of them to actually make their way up into that top 10 and of any real consequence. So West Competition Racing should be very happy with themselves after the performance here today. Realistically, that's probably all they're going to get, because they're 20 seconds behind Nikita Bogoroditsky in that 322 Bentley. But again, and it's a big but, they do have to hold on to that position from Danilo Sherepinin in the AAA SMP Mercedes. Also is the war drums in the background, the sound off in the distance of Mikhail Baikov in that 41. 10 seconds off of getting into P5. This is now past the realms of possibility and more into the realms of what is likely to happen.
I just didn't realise I was commentating with Mystic Meg, to be honest. Your prediction of what the 41 recovers to is shockingly accurate. I mean, last round, again, you predicted it to the hour as to where they'd recover their way to, and almost bang on with the idea that they might be inside the top 5. Bit of a mistake there from the 33, and you said they were going to have to work hard to try and keep the S&P Racing car at bay. That has just come to a very, very swift close. And the 888 Mercedes might well hang on into the first corner at Yokohama, into the braking zone, going straight around the outside, but there is just not going to be enough grip in the number 33 West Competition Racing BMW, and so I think that is very much fourth place confirmed for Sherpanen.
Yeah, the tyres starting to go away on that BMW. I'm not sure they changed them last time round in the pit stops. That car looking a little bit squirrely round there. And when I said that they were going to, have to keep that car behind them, what that didn't mean is handing it to them on a silver platter out of that final corner. But that's exactly what happened there. You have to be so gentle and rolling on the throttle out that final corner. The rear tyres, especially if you've got TC sit down low, they will just spin up and you will end up losing a lot of time. As we cut back down to Chris Hack here. Now, I believe, if I was right in saying, I saw Denise Pope on our YouTube stream saying that all the drivers are basically taking in different races today. So a busy day for Wild Things Racing, and fair play to them. They're able to concentrate on this and still keep in the top 15 right now. And you wouldn't count Chris Hack out of getting past this position held by Alou Gobi. So Alouche is looking a little bit sketchy in that Audi. That car's looking very uncomfortable right now.
I've got to say, I mean, double duty is going to be something we're going to be speaking of quite a lot in sim racing terms. I mean, when we discuss our broadcasts, right, that we do 2-3 broadcasts sometimes a day over a weekend. I mean, drivers are starting to do 2 or 3 races a day over a weekend, and it's just how it goes. In this TF Racing, Sivlaki getting past in the background, obviously a lap up on this group. It was Garcia that you managed to get past. It is of course Chaudakis behind the wheel at the moment, trying to build a gap on Bogoroditsky, who now has a car between the two of them. So as much as this is a 3-way fight for 12th, it is a 2-way fight coming through them for second place in this race. And of course not too far behind this the second, well, it's 20 seconds back, Sherpanen and Simeon continuing to battle it out. And you're absolutely right, war drums are coming from Simware.pro because the charge is on. I just wonder if Conrad can potentially rejoin that battle as well in that Porsche over the final sort of 80 minutes of this race. Somewhere late on in the race, if we might see that Porsche back in the fight, maybe for a top 5.
It's certainly possible because they're lapping at the same sort of pace that Bykov is right now, 155.36, and it was a 155.33 for Bykov, so definitely a possibility. Shrepinen and Simeon, they're lapping between 1/10 slower and 6/10 slower per lap just in front, so not only will that gap come down to Bykov, but again he could send them right into the clutches of Conrad behind there, as you see Chris Height going a little bit wide there just to let some of the lapped cars or lapping cars get through there.
Yeah, Chaudakis managing to get through. Of course, it's important for Chaudakis to make up a couple of spots, at least track position wise, whilst he can, because every time that he does that, there's just a bit of a bigger gap, and it's allowing a bit more space between himself and Bogoroditsky, who's in third at the moment, just 0.7 of a second between the two of them. Indicator flashing on Chris Hack. I think that's genuinely one of the best features on ACC, is the fact that you can have your indicators go, which is incredibly useful when you're trying to communicate, because we've said this before, if you want to say sorry or actually I hate you to the car ahead, both of these are communicated through flashing lights. So how better communicate things? Use some indicators. Boom. Now we can start creating our language of essentially Morse code using indicators as well.
Yeah, and that's where you misunderstand and think that they're calling you a swear word when actually they're just saying thank you.
No, I typically think that it is thank you when they're definitely not saying that. They're saying something very similar, but it's not thank you. But either way, each driver will communicate in their own little way. I've seen wiggles, from some drivers when it's kind of like, I'm actually really irritated by what you've done, and they'll sit behind you and they'll wobble from left to right, basically saying you're an idiot. there's an unspoken language between them. It's why flashing the lights. GT3s typically the lights work on a macro, so you press the button and then the lights flash on and off for a set period of time. Right, macro which stacks, which I have told the story of how they stack a few times. I won't tell it here, but the macro stacks. If you press it twice or 3 times, it'll. I don't think it does it in ACC, but it'll flash them off for so many times, so many seconds, times by how many times you press the button. That sounds obvious, but if you press it 5 times in one go, then it basically flashes for about 15 seconds. But there is a bit of a moment from Costin as Dietrich's going to try and get around the outside, and Prime E Racing as well. That is not a part of this battle going through Ad Van Bogen, but typically one light flash is normally sorry, and anything more than that is get out of my way, and that might be what Dietrich is going to be flashing towards Costin, not out of irritation that there was any contact, more out of irritation of not being able to get past.
Yeah, frustration is a hell of a drug, and that's exactly what was on display there, as we see Alberto Garcia here for Aspar team by Orox Coach 1000. Great to see there was quite a lot of support earlier on in YouTube for the Aspar team as well, so they're having a fairly decent result. They're 14th position, and I know obviously you'll think, oh well, 14th, that's not very good, is it? But when you consider we had the best part of 40 teams starting in this race, P14 is not something to be sniffed at whatsoever, and with just an hour and 18 minutes left to go in a 6-hour race, that is quite something to be proud of.
I mean, to be fair, even me finishing would be something to be proud of, but if they're running in the top 15, top 20, it's a competitive grid out there, it really is. The problem is, I was kind of thinking this earlier on in the race, is that anyone on this grid that is below 15th spot, they'll be disappointed. And it's not, I know that kind of sounds a bit like obvious, but there are a few teams out there that you might maybe kind of think, yeah, they're towards the back, but does towards the back really sound like, yeah, you're in 35th place? It's like, wow, that's rough. And most of the teams in this are on very, very similar speeds. The idea that pretty much anyone on the grid can at least finish inside the top 15, that's why you'd be disappointed to finish outside of it, outside of the top 15. It's why anyone below that point, I would say they'd probably have a story as to why they aren't in the top 15. It's not because of pace, it's because this happened, and that happened, and that happened. And this, that, and that also happened to everyone else. It's just how it goes. It's ridiculous, but I just think a lot of teams are always disappointed in races that are as competitive as this, because we're all competitive people. Each team has 3 drivers. Each team has drivers that believe they can be in the top 15, top 10, top 20 at least. That when it goes right, brilliant. When it goes even remotely, even the slightest bit wrong, it is heartbreaking.
How many times have we seen that though, just to prove that point, Lewis? That
too many.
When we go onto the podium and we're interviewing the drivers, you get even like team in 2nd or 3rd place, and they're so despondent, and they're it's like you've got 3rd place, you've got on the podium, it's like just really disappointed. Could have been so different. It's like. What are you thinking? You've had a brilliant race. At least celebrate that sort of thing.
So I was hearing that the Nurburgring did win that vote. I'm incredibly disappointed in everyone. But no, actually, no, to be fair, of course, this is the Nordschleife and not the Grand Prix, so don't worry. Which, to be fair, I think is expected. It is certainly one of the greatest racetracks on the planet, and there is no denying it is so unique. Fair enough. I disagree. I think it is Bathurst, but I think Bathurst is Nordschleife is a great second, but each their own. I did get. Do you know Luke Crane, Actral Vision? He suggested one that was a great suggestion that I hadn't even thought of, but Potrero de las Foinas, or however you say it, which is an unbelievable suggestion. Which I hadn't even thought of. I don't think it's raced very much. It's an Argentinian circuit that goes around a lake. It is so good. So good. Have you ever heard of it?
I have not.
Oh,
more with it.
My goodness. It's an unbelievable circuit. It's a street circuit. Walls are so close. It's in a mountainous region. It's got a lake in the middle. You drive through like the town and stuff. GT1s used to race there. Touring cars used to race there. Trucks used to race there. It is incredible, and I hadn't thought about it. It's not represented really anywhere in sim racing, with the outside of a mod or two in R-Factor 1 and stuff. But seriously, it's one of those circuits where as soon as he said it, I was like, oh, that is such a good suggestion that I hadn't even thought of. It's like, because it's so different to everywhere else. I mean, street circuits and stuff, fair enough. There are a fair few. Here's this battle continuing whilst I'm kind of losing my marbles over thinking back to an old circuit which no one really races anymore. Still kind of exists, but not really. D-Trick is trying to get around the outside of Corsa. That is lovely, absolutely superb. As the move had come through from I think that might have been Bykov actually, but if not, it was the 322 that was making his way past. Makes more sense for it to have been the 322, but I'm not 100% sure on that one. But as the SimGrid.Pro car had come through, it just opened the door for the move to happen in Dietrich's favour.
Beautiful stuff, and it's all about that, isn't it? It's all about taking those opportunities when you possibly can and making the most out of it, and that's exactly what he did. And well, we just need to see some more of that. But Garcia doesn't look like he's going to be taking this one lying down. Let's see what can happen here into the chicane. But again, that Mercedes just doesn't look too comfortable through that final chicane, does it?
It looks a bit edgy. I think that's the correct word. But to be fair, I think quite a lot of cars, if you set up a camera there for the remainder of the race, especially towards the end of stints, right? So for the next 10, 15, 20 minutes, I think you'd see a lot of cars go through and being on edge. Oh my goodness, yeah, that was a little dicey from Garcia, who nearly cleared off Lou Gobby from the road. A slight change of line as you go. It's not on Gobby's point of view, by the way. She did fine there. But as you go over the crest, you kind of jink a little bit to the right, and she certainly did so just at the time that Garcia wasn't sure which way he was going to go. And so Garcia kind of thought to himself, actually, if she's going to go there, I need to go here, and then actually kind of misjudged it a little bit and nearly cleared off Gobby from the road. But to be fair, they all managed to keep going, so I think all's fair in that one. That just could have been a very, very large crash.
Yeah, it certainly could have been. A huge thank you to Michael Hamlet in the background there, posting me a link for San Luis. Yeah, I'll absolutely give you full marks on that one. That place looks absolutely stunning, although it does look like it's one of those places that you'd find a horrible YouTube video of a car flying over the railings and going in for a bit of water there.
I don't think there was any major crash, to be honest. There was a couple of decent sized ones, but not like any ridiculous sized ones. They were just they were all right. Stewards we've got an update. Stewards are still alive. They are still with us this evening. They've just not really had very much to look at. It's been over an hour since we last heard from our race stewards, but the car number 50 has received a 15-second time penalty for an incident between themselves and the 79. 79, of course, is one of the prime e-racing cars, and the 50 is Team Ballast Esports. They receive a penalty. That is a good thing, but if you're race control, you're sat there like, oh, can something happen, please? Can someone just absolutely clear someone off the road? Can something like I need to see something major on this circuit right now, because we need to look over it for an hour. Like some of those 50-50 ones, it takes us 20 minutes to look over, because bless them, they must be a bit bored behind the scenes.
Just, you can imagine them sitting there behind the scenes, sitting, listening to Radio 4, having a cup of tea and a biscuit, thinking, alright, okay then. However, we should be thankful. We should be very, very grateful, because we're here in Split 2, 68 incidents already having been investigated, as we see Andy Salonen fire up the inside there of Costin, and Costin is like, no, thank you, I'll just take that position.
Whoa!
A little bit of contact there from Salonen on the inside of Costin. He's still not going to be having any of it here. Oh, this is getting a little bit punchy, facey, sort of, for my liking.
That was a little bit much from Salonen to kind of leave it down the inside there on the Merc of Costin going into the arena section. I kind of get why, but again, see, that's the whole thing right there, is you're just not alongside enough to really send it. I get wanting to give it a go, but you've got to send it to a point where you're going to be fully alongside, and that's just not what's happening. Speaking of Grip Hacks Engineering, here is Gobby going side by side with Garcia, who's got the inside going through Varsteiner and onto the back stretch. This should be the good move for the Merc. Lovely stuff from the AMG of Roberto Garcia. Gobby gets back into line just behind this Mercedes as we head back up the hill towards the far chicane. And one Grip Packs Engineering car was having a bit of a look kind of half-heartedly down the inside. And Lou Gobby thinks, actually, I'm not going to join in that list.
Yeah, having a look at it and thinking I'm wanting to have nothing to do with that, actually. I'll maybe have a go, but I'm maybe not going to put myself in the firing line. The thing with that Audi, though, is the straight line speed, and especially in the toe here of the Merc, so it's going to be side by side down into turn one, but that Merc put itself exactly where it needs to be. Gobi's going to try and get through into the cutback. That's way too deep for the Merc, and that is, this is starting to get a little bit tight. Little bit of a hip check there from the Merc onto the outside of the Audi there, and I think that was a case of Gobi trying to turn the car in and accidentally making a little bit of contact there. So no harm, no foul, but we're now coming up 5 minutes away from the opening period of our final pit stops here, Lewis.
Yeah, of course, for Lou Gobby there, it would have been really quite tricky for her to actually know where the edge of the track was from that point, because it's slightly off-cambered there, blocked a little bit by the Mercs. It kind of makes sense that she might have tried to get over a little bit too far over the left-hand side. It is what it is. That's just a racing thing. You know, it's a bit of hard racing between the two of them. That's just where the contact goes. She might be a bit mixed, might have not understood exactly what happened there, because it is quite easy to misunderstand. But that is what it is. You're absolutely right, though. By the way, when we're speaking of the final pit stop window, that's a pit stop window in massive air quotes. There's no required window for it, but there is a 65-minute stint limit in the race, and so with an hour and 5 minutes to go, that's 65 minutes from the checkered flag. Of course, you don't want to come in straight away, because if you do, then you're kind of leaving yourself up for what if it goes a bit longer than you expect. It depends on where Malinovsky or it would be Jaroslav Honzik would be late on in the race comparatively to the checkered flag. Can make things a little bit awkward. You might end up going a lap or two longer than you'd expect, which around here could be 3-4 minutes. It's why I would always give myself about 5 minutes to the end of the stint limit, just in case, because you don't want to call that one too close.
Absolutely, and we've done it many times as commentators. We've called it. I'm not even going to say what just happened there. Nice scenery, though.
Great scenery, nice. Great foliage.
It's obviously the car decided to hit the button, go supersonic. It's what it's done there is it's seen Top Gun Maverick and thought, I want a piece of that. As that was, come on. It's just, and straight into the racing line. Well, there we go. See, that's what happens when you want to have some incidents to show for the stewards.
They've answered our call, and the stewards will no longer be bored, at least for the next 10 to 15 minutes as they go through all the things that have happened over the last 5. I think the thing is, we know that this race is going to become a bit feistier as the race goes on. Of course, we've done 4 hours and 55 minutes now of racing, and so it kind of makes sense that in the final 60 minutes of racing that you're fighting over the positions that you're fighting for, right? At the start of the race, everyone's like, play the long game, don't go for it. Whereas at this point in the race, you're like, let's just attack, right? So, it kind of makes sense. That's how racing goes. Salonen's been really forcing the issue in that front to try and get past Costin. Young is closing in, though, because the MSL racing car that's just in the background of shot there, without a livery, of course, but still, closing in on this battle, and definitely is closing in quite quickly. Let's take a look on the replay as to what happened. Well, looks back around the inside to go around the outside of the Mazsim orange car. The Mazsim orange car way off the racing line before making contact, and that is not a great rejoin from the past sim racing team. I mean, that was not great from most angles, to be honest.
For me, that was just a case of turning in on the BMW. There was nowhere that BMW was going to be going. It's that for me is on that pass sim racing car for that one.
I don't know. I think the Mazsim car wasn't anywhere near the apex. I don't think it was turning in to hit the apex either. But that is what it is. So we'll have to wait and see. Race control will look over it anyway. I'd say give them all a bit of a slap and move on. But Salonen's going to try and make... the thing is, I'm watching this car close in, right? And considering some of the moves that we've seen attempted from the Group Pax Engineering 420, I don't think there is such a thing as too far back. There's a bit of a mistake there from Costin, obviously trying to predict there is no such thing as too far back, and is now overdriven the next corner. This has given the 420 the cut back down the inside of the Grip Hacks Engineering for Salonen, up now into 17th position. Decent little move, just read the situation perfectly, and Young is now really, really there.
Absolutely is, and Young has a chance to really make the sun shine here. The problem with it is that, you know, when you go backwards at a track like this, you tend to lose not just one position, but usually 2 or 3 in quick succession, because it tends to be little 3-car battles that we have here, like here with Dario Bike and Alou Gobi just losing that position to Dario Bike there for Slow Racing Team. And, well, I mean, that car is looking fairly happy in that 14th position there, having just got that from there. What stuns me, again, still fastest lap of the race, Mikhail Baikov, Simware.pro by Vides, in that 6th position. They are hammering things right now. They were 9/10 of a second faster than Simeon up in 5th position. They were also nearly 2 seconds faster than Sherepinen, who is in 4th position. So, I mean, the pace that this car has got is just absolutely boggling at this point in the race.
Yeah, like I say, it's got fastest lap in this race. It was a little while ago. Of course, it wasn't set by Baikov, it was set by Abeladze, I do believe. It might have been Igor Ogrekov a little bit earlier on in the race, but I believe it was actually Abeladze in the previous stint. And you're absolutely right, the speed from this car is ridiculous at the moment. Managed to pull out a further 3 seconds over Connor behind that Kramer Racing Porsche. This is 7 that's run 2nd place for quite a lot of this race before getting a drive-through penalty and such. Going into the pit lane sequence last time by after exceeding track limits. I still think, you know, the more this race goes on, the more I'm kind of like, yes, I think Baikov can get 5th, maybe, but then passing around here is so tough, and they're not a million miles away from being forced down into pit lane because their strategy is coming to a head. In fact, actually for Baikov, this lap is the lap that Baikov has to pit. Must be in pit lane this time by. Is on the 33rd lap of the stint, an hour and 2 minutes in. So it's got to be this time by.
Oh God, please don't say that. Could you imagine if we got all that way and he ends up getting a penalty for over his pit lane, his driver's stint limit? That would be just heartbreak, absolute heartbreak for that team. But I mean, look, they've done really well with what they've managed to achieve so far. At the same with a lot of the teams out here today. We were just talking about how disappointed some of the teams are when we speak to them, and I think given the I think that's a fairly low rate of attrition, I'm right in saying there, Lewis. We've not lost all that many cars from this race. Maybe, we definitely lost under 10 for sure, and that is quite a result for a 6-hour race.
Yeah, I mean, we don't typically see the highest level of attrition in races like this, so it kind of makes sense. A lot of as I say, it's a championship stuff. A lot of these drivers are determined to reach the end. A lot of them have put in an awful lot of work, and you don't want to retire too early, as we see the Kramer racing car right now. Baikov into the pit lane as was expected, and so will be the first of the top lot to return to pit lane.
And that's exactly what we're seeing. So like you said, Baikov into pit lane, then so is Young from 20th position. An hour left to go. It's looking very difficult to look at anyone else than Malinowski and up at the front there for the race win. The 82 of Yas Heat, George Boothby, Maciek Malinowski, they've just been ridiculously fast.
Certainly are. So here's the Ballas Esports car, and obviously a little bit of a battle with Tamas behind, but a 15-second time penalty to Cantaneo at the moment after receiving a bit of an incident. That was the one that the last incident that we got from Race Control after an hour and 60-minute breather that Race Control were able to take after they made contact with the number 79 Prime E-Racing car. Of course, Tamas in the 767. That was the one that went for a bit of a spin going down through Ford, out of Valvoline into Ford. One of the Sim racing cars. I've got two out there on the circuit, one of them being the Ferrari, the other one being BMW, and there is the move a little bit for enormous Tamas, looking to try and pass Ballas, but that would have been a bit too brave. But obviously he can't lose too much time, because he knows there's that 15-second time penalty on the Ballas Esports car, and so every kind of second you're behind is a bit of wasted time. That said, there is 30 odd seconds to the next car down the road, so fair enough.
Absolutely, and this is now crunch time for so many of these drivers. It's almost a bit of a cliche. It's Norbert Thomas there. That was, wow, that was a scary moment for the Sim red car there.
Yes, indeed. Manages to keep it going, but I mean, I think a lot of drivers will be on very much on edge at the moment. Sherry Pennon into the pit lane for the SMP Esports car, the number 80 also into pit lane, 48 into pit lane as well. So what we're expecting, pit lane's going to be very, very busy at the moment. Malinovsky is leading, of course, and Malinovsky, based on the previous few stints, can realistically go for another sort of 5 laps from this point, and still keep going. And from anywhere that the 82 comes into the pit lane, the 33 can go a lap longer, but has been running stints roughly 1 or 2 laps less over the previous few stints, to kind of try and drag them back a little bit closer to strategy than what the 82 Yaz Heat is doing. Although, Malinovsky, they might go even longer. I don't know quite where Jaroslav Honzik is in his present race, obviously driving in the Porsche Tagore Esports Super Cup All-Star race, the support series to that elsewhere in sim racing at the moment, and so might have to reacclimatise himself to the race. And Choudakis has used that opportunity to come down into pit lane to try and cover off the likes of Sherry Pennon and the likes that he's battling with.
I've really enjoyed this race so far. It's been fantastic, mix of strategy, of pace, of battling out on track, but this is where it all comes down to now. And I get the feeling that once these pit stops are done, we're either going to have one or two things. Either we're going to have like ridiculous gaps all over the place, or we're going to have, like, in the top 10, we're going to have 2, 3, 4 cars battling for a number of positions, and them all separated by, like, say, 2 seconds.
Certainly are, and Malinovsky in a bit of traffic, of course, one of the Ballas Esports cars. Directly behind him, well, that's Abelads. That is the Simware.Pro by Vides, number 41. Of course, this is not the position. This is a lap down, but it's not even legit in that point, because Malinovsky hasn't pitted. Meanwhile, Abelads has, because of course has retaken over the car. What does Malinovsky do? Is he going to come into pit lane this time? Is he going to maybe let the 41 through? No to either of those. Surely he's just not going to pull over to one side to allow the 41 to pass. Why would he?
I would if it was me, because he's not a threat. He's not a threat for the lead. So there's no danger of that. But what he is a threat is he wants to get this position. He's showing that he's wanting to go, and the problem is the risk becomes a massive factor for Malinowski. He's not a threat for the lead, but he's a threat for causing a collision right now. Not intentionally, but yeah, I just wouldn't be putting myself in that position.
Yeah, you're increasing your risk massively at the moment, kind of for an unnecessary thing. I mean, one tap, one spin right now could bring anyone else into this fight, and it's just a mistake that can be ill-afforded. I'm with you. Really, there's no harm in letting the 41 go. There's no reason to keep the 41 behind. Yes, of course, that might well be your championship rival. You might well be delaying them from catching 4th and 5th later on in the race. Fair enough, these are all very valid points, but you're increasing your risk dramatically from being tapped or sent around or costing yourself time, which who knows what will happen over the next stint. Maybe there's a couple of mistakes and then the group closes in behind. Then you'll be thinking, we could have really done with the extra 2 or 3 seconds that we left faffing about with that Bentley. It's just, is the risk worth it? Does it pave the way? And I think the answer is no, because look at this. Abelads is getting pretty aggressive on the rear end at the moment, and I kind of get it from both sides.
I'm watching very, very nervously, and it's like a case of you want to see it just resolved ASAP. If I'm honest with you, I just want him to kind of get past here, get it out the way, and then Abeladze can just make his way up the road.
Is that the pit entry? No, it's not for Malinovsky, so staying out, and Abeladze clearly significantly faster at the moment and taking that late apex through the final corner out onto the start-finish straight. This should be the move being made from Abeladze here, but he's got to look to the outside, he's got to commit it. Malinovsky moves back over to the left-hand side as they head through the kick down towards turn one. There's a bit of contact between the two, warning shots being fired. That's a little bit of a squeeze there from Malinovsky, and again, you're even risking the chance of race control stepping into all of this. The look down the inside once again from Abeladze, and again, is this worth it? These two are not battling for position, they are battling for Abeladze is trying to get back onto the lead lap. There is the dive back down the inside of Malinovsky, who had to back out of it. Malinovsky's trying to get the win here, so yeah, I mean, really, that was always going to happen. It's risk versus reward. The 41 kind of had to do that, and the 82 really had to back out.
Yep, and I don't get why Malinovsky's still looking like he wants to try and take the position back. It's done, let it go, you're coming into the pits. This is where you need to have your team on the radio to you right now and saying, look, just let it go, give him a bit of space. You've got, 20 seconds behind you to the good for this race. Let's think about the final 50 minutes and actually getting this across the line. So, wow.
I mean, yeah, just absolutely crazy stuff as we look at Raditzi in the number 166 T3 Motorsports car. He's right on the rear of that slow racing Audi R8. Not too far behind, speaking of Audi R8 and BMW battles. You've got Gobby and you've got Shermatinsky. Of course, Gobby driving the Gripax Engineering, Shermatinsky in the Jean Lacy Esports Academy Junior car. But we're kind of, we're in that middle ground where some people have stopped, some people haven't stopped. It's just, these part of the race as a driver is really confusing, because obviously as a driver you know who's got drive-through penalties, who's got 10-second time penalties in the next pit stop and all that kind of stuff. What you don't know is what strategy they're presently on. You kind of have to guess as you go.
And this is what makes our job so much fun, Lewis. The fact that that's literally what we're doing up here. We're trying to work out, and not only us but everybody else that's involved in the race as well. What I'm also trying to figure out is Oleg Zolobov in the Triple Eight. Does he still have to pit, or has he done his final pit stop of the race?
I don't know off the top of my head. I do believe so. There's Shermatinsky. Oh, this is going to be brave, isn't it? Up towards the fast chicane. Can Shermatinsky do it? Well, the answer to yes, straight away, because Alu Gobby says, actually, don't fancy any of that. And Shermatinsky's like, cheers, love, thank you. I am passing the position, and I'm away and gone. Garcia into the pit lane. Raditzi back on screen. 10th place now. Is there going to be a big dive down the inside of the slow racing car? Not yet, at least for now. Bogoroditsky into the pit lane in the 322. So we're into that sequence for them. Who else is yet to stop? That's the real question. Obviously, we know Malinovsky is, but who else up in that top little grouping? Bogoroditsky coming in. The 33 of Simeon also not into the pit lane. The 34 of Contagianis has been in to the pit lane, as is the AAA, as has the 41. So most of those have been into the pit lane, just not really Malinovsky and Simeon.
So that essentially puts paid to the plan then of Abeladze getting up into that 5th position then, because if Zolobov has pitted and that gap's back up to 9.6, I know that Abeladze is fast, but he's not, I don't think, going to be that fast, in which he's going to take more than a second off of Zolobov in front. In fact, if anything, Abeladze actually about 8/10 slower on that last lap, but bear in mind, did have to fight as Maciej Malinowski into pit lane.
Yes, indeed. So about where we were expecting him to come in. It was the same length stint as the previous few, actually, so we could have predicted that from about a mile away. Another 32 lap stint for the As Heat car that comes into the pit lane for their final stop to hand over, of course, to Jaroslav Honzik, we do believe. Simeon, who will run through to lead once again here, we believe, coming up towards the fast chicane now, unless Simeon, who's been going a lap, or the West Competition Racing Car has been going a lap shorter on most of the stints so far, might well come into the pit lane now, because it would be once again moving a lap early in the previous stint, coming around the final corner to take over the lead of the race, not into the pit lane just yet. Radizzi still trying to find a way past the 987 with no avail.
Say never, though. It's certainly a trying case for Radizzi, trying being the word, to get past Dario Bike here in the 987, but one person I do feel bad for is Lugobi in that 69, dropped another position, Ivan Sherbatinski in the 128, getting past that, as well as Simeon into pit lane as well now. And again, the final 50 minutes of this race do look like they're starting to settle down. If that is the case and everyone in the top 6 has pitted, then that is kind of going to be how it finishes, I would imagine.
Yes, indeed. So very, very close right now for this battle still. But like you say, for the likes of Gobby dropping backwards, just how it goes. Maybe you've tried double stint in tyres. Maybe you've tried doing something different. Maybe you've got the tyre pressures wrong for the final stint. There's a lot of things that can go wrong in that final pit stop. And it's why I've always said for an endurance race, when you're up in a good spot, that final pit stop is always the toughest, because you're sat there thinking, this can go wrong very quickly, very, very easily. This can go slightly sideways, and it's a bit of a heart in mouth moment, because the pit lane is the most dangerous part of a race. I'm not talking about it being open to, obviously, in real road motorsport, where mechanics can be hit by loose components and stuff, which is where it is extremely dangerous. But we're more talking about just its danger to the race itself. It is a dangerous part because it's the part where you're going the slowest. It's the part you've practiced the least. And it's the you know, even the likes of George Boothby made a mistake in the pit lane earlier by overcooking. They did make a mistake on the racetrack as well. We won't talk about that too much. I'll just bring it up almost every time I'm commentating on it now. But you can make mistakes in the pit lane very, very easily. It's that part that you can overdrive, because you're trying to look for tenths when you can lose seconds.
And that's exactly it, isn't it? It's the whole thing of just trying to trying to think of those marginal gains, but also solidifying what you have. It's a nice thing to always be pushing and always be charging, but there has to come a point where you think, right, okay, realistically, that's it, we're done. We're not going to get any more positions out of this. Anybody else has a mistake, fabulous, we'll take that with open arms, but it's a case of just settling down and pushing. And Abelad's into P5. I was completely distracted by that. So who has dropped out the top 5? Was that McGlade?
33, yeah, 33.
Oh man, they're falling back as well, because that gap is just going up. So, well, okay. So no, I was right.
Don't start. I knew you were going to say, I knew that was going to be the immediate thing.
Listen, when you're like me and you get so few things right, talking 99.9% of the things that leave my mouth are absolute nonsense. So when I get that one thing right, you're damn right I'm jumping on it.
I don't like the side of you. I prefer the side of you that was wrong on most things. I remember when we first started commentating together, and I was correcting you on just about everything. I was loving life. I was like, oh, he's got that wrong. Boom. Throw him under the bus. And another one. Boom. Now you're starting to get all these things right, mate. I think you're... It's like the whole thing of like my little boy's all grown up. Only the fact that you're a bit older than me, and also I hate the fact that you've grown up. You're starting to get things right.
Look at me, man! I'm a real commentator now. Oh,
straight down the inside.
Nice.
Super move from Radizzi. Well, the move being done there from T3 Motorsports, absolutely top notch from Radizzi, and just making that move stick. It was kind of clean, to be honest. A bit of a dive at T1, but that's all it needed. Jaroslav Honzik is back with us. He's decided to move from one Porsche to a slightly different Porsche, and from one circuit to a slightly different circuit in a completely different simulator. And of course, he's still fine. Of course, he is.
The thing is, that is the modern day sim racing pro, isn't it? Though the fact that they can just jump from sim despite its initial quirks or its differences, and they can just be ridiculously fast whatever they do. It's it's a difficult thing, especially when I'm slow in all of them. It just makes me rather bitter and jealous.
I'm terrible in sim. And as a touring car, I'm moderately average in a touring car, and so each to their own in all of that. Jaroslav Honzik, who's probably he's one of the fastest people to race, but he doesn't get to practice quite as much as everyone else. Obviously, being a content creator and stuff, he's quite a busy lad. But Jaroslav Honzik, either way, not only is he that, we've spoken it before, one of the most positive people in sim racing, which when we speak of our negativity, we'd need to get Jaroslav Honzik into the commentary booth to counter that. I have commentated with Jardier before, and it's an experience. I'll say that, because there's me literally wanting to be like, this is terrible, this is awful, and he's like, this is great, and I'm like, oh my god. I'm affected. You have to focus on the positivity when you're commentating alongside someone the likes of Jaroslav Honzik. So each their own.
I think the thing with Jardier as well, though, is that we're all, especially over the past sort of couple of years or so, it's incredibly easy to be very bitter, negative, and really angry about stuff. And you see him on the streams, and you chat to him, and he's just like, he's the happiest person, and he's so bubbly, and it's just so infectious. You cannot help but think, you know what? It's fine. It's only a sim, or it's only a race, or whatever. And it's like, it reminds me of there's an old ice hockey clip, right? It's a proper meme of some. I think he's a Russian player, and he's like the guy that just so confused at the end. And he's like, "It's only a game. Why you have to be mad?" And that is for me, that's the exact same attitude that Jardier comes in. He's just like, he's so positive and light-hearted. He's an absolute treasure to the sim racing community, 100%.
And then you race him, and the man is a killer on the track. I've made a few bits of contact with Jaroslav Honzik in a couple of touring car racing moments over the last couple of years. We've only raced a few times, GPWC ITC a couple of years ago, and on circuit you might hear him laughing and stuff, and and then if the door's open, mate, he's going for it. I mean, he is a ruthless driver.
Lucky is he as well. I was watching, was it an SRO race, and he was in fourth, and the three of them in front collided, took them out, and he just drove around the outside like, yeah, thanks.
I mean, luck, yes. Confidence, yes. Driver skill, yes. Tick on a bit of everything. I mean, luck is a part of motorsport. It's part of racing in general. Is you do kind of need to get a little bit lucky with some of the moves. I mean, when everything's going right or going wrong, rather. On the first lap of the race, when we had that bit in the arena section where there was about 8 cars spinning around left, right, and centre. You need skill to get through in all of that, but you also do need a bit of luck, because you need the Red Sea to part, and for your knowledge to know when it's going to close again and that kind of stuff. It's a bit of kind of everything on experience, etc., etc. It's interesting. I'll say that, but it's not just skill. Sometimes it is a bit of luck, and sometimes a bit of predicting the future as well, which is a bit of each. As we'll see what's happened to the 1-2. One is going down to Varsteiner, of course, and Lopez going for a bit of a spin. George Boothby's done that one. Okay, that was close. That was close. Woo-hoo-hoo.
See, this is the bit of a sim race that I really enjoy. So, when we're in a 6-hour race and we're down to the final hour, it feels like you've got two different types of drivers. You've got the driver that's just like, oh, thank God, it's nearly over, we get this done and dusted. And you get the other one that's full-on kamikaze mode, and it's like, right, I've got to get 15 positions in 40 minutes. Calm yourself down, but they still go for it anyway.
Yes, well, I mean, Yeah, kind of got to, I guess. Eichhorn, though, in 21st position, 15 seconds back from Young as well. So I don't think there's going to be a switch in that little bit, but he does have to worry backwards as Basoglio's right there in the SPQ racing car. This one's also had a couple of spins, including one on the start-finish straight with the Pulse Sim Sport Ferrari. It might have been their teammate in the 201, don't fully remember off the top of my head, but certainly was one of the SPQ Racing Ferraris for BMWs. I'll get there eventually. I was going to say Bentley, I think. It's me. It's been a long broadcast that we have been on, but now has to try and find a way past 21st. It's a bit harsh to say it, but it's almost a bit of a nothing spot. I kind of said this before with some racing, is that you want to be in the top, like, you obviously want to win, right? And then for me as a driver, whether I'm second or third, I couldn't really care less. When it comes to points, obviously in a champion, you want to hoover up as many points as possible. But second or third, it's both of them as a podium. And then it's sort of fourth and fifth, a top five. And then between sixth and 10th, whether I'm 7th, 8th, 9th, I don't really care, because it's all a top 10. And it's the same thing from then back to being in the top 20, and then outside of that, I don't really care. And it's those kind of bits where, like, as a driver, you're giving yourself little goals in the race, where even if there's no points up for offer, you're still saying, yeah, but I want a top 20, I want a top 15, I want to, you know, no one says I want a top 21, do they?
Well, me, I would. I'd settle for a top 21 finish. The thing is that, and again, it comes down to the whole, you know, thinking about it afterwards and how you're going to market it. It's like, oh, we finished in the top 15 today, or top 20, or, you know, it's our little smooth brains. We like to round things up into nice, easy-looking numbers, or fives and zeros. But you're right. Look, I mean, top three. If you're not winning it, then you're not really fussed if you're second or third, and then if you're outside of that, then, like you say, it's you kind of don't place as much emphasis on it. But I think what you do find is that some of the drivers are in risk of maybe not appreciating the result that they've got as much as maybe they should do. But that's common in all motorsport. You know, a result is a result, and if you feel like it's not the result you should have had, then you're not going to feel too accomplished if you do achieve it, no matter how good that result on its own actually is.
I don't think I've ever been satisfied. No, to be fair, I know I have been satisfied with the races, although I do know of drivers who have won races and then been unsatisfied with it, which that I can confirm that I've never had. Not because I haven't won races, I have won a few in my sim racing career, but every single win I've been more than satisfied with, because it's kind of like, well, I still won. Oh yeah, but you couldn't lose best. I don't care. I won. That's the important bit. If you win, you've done the important bit. Thinking to yourself in your own head, thinking, okay, next time, just in case, I can come back and I can do this, and this, and then I can win by a stronger margin or whatever. But I've spoke to people post race and be like, oh, it must be great to have that win, and they're like, yeah, it was a bit of a rubbish race, really, and it's kind of like, oh my god, have some positivity, please. Channel your
like,
Jaroslav Honzik, jeez.
Be grateful, damn it.
Yeah, exactly. Be great. You defeated everyone, but you know, each to their own. I mean, no. This is the thing, though, is that if you ever were like of the super critical mind, thinking I'm never satisfied with a race unless it's completely perfect, then you'll never be satisfied, because no race is completely perfect. For example, if this car does continue to set faster laps than everyone else over the next 37 minutes and does go on to win, are they going to sit there in an interview booth being like, it was a terrible race because George Boothby missed his pit box and then went for a spin? No, because why would you? That's a ridiculous mentality to have. They're going to be positive because they've just won a race.
Well, also because Jaroslav's going to be on the interview box and he's going to come bounding in like, oh, hey guys, that was great, loved it so much. And yeah, I mean, I can't wait to hear his thoughts on driving this car after in the Pesks Porsche, the Cup race as well. So again, another driver having to switch to multiple disciplines, and yeah, it's certainly come out rather well for them. I'm also noticing, just very quickly, Vyacheslav Abeladze 5.6 seconds behind fourth place here. 36 minutes left to go. I wonder if there's any chance of maybe a little fight between those two.
I think we are potentially due one, for sure. But I'm sure we want one for the next, at least the next 35 minutes. We definitely need to see some battles further up the order. At the moment, Dietrich's a bit further down the order, trying to hang on to 15th spot, which would come across as one of those ones that's actually quite important because it's a top 15, which is a thing. To some, so Savalainen will be fancying his way to make this move. You can tell over the previous sector split they were separated by just a tenth and a half, and we know how fast this Grip Hacks Engineering Audi R8 has been throughout the day. Has made, I'd say, between the two Grip Hacks Engineering cars, they've probably made more moves or more action than any other team throughout the entirety of the 6-hour race that we've had here. They've really been putting on a bit of a show. Some for better or for worse, but it's they've been putting on a show. At least there's that, and have been keeping us thoroughly entertained. I think that's exactly what we're going to see over the next half hour.
Yeah, I don't think our audience at home can feel shortchanged on the action that they've got from today's race. It's been top-notch from start to finish. It's been a great day of racing. Hopefully everybody's had a great day outside to be enjoying this as well, although to be honest we're all sat in our home offices or bedrooms watching this stuff anyway. I quite enjoy it actually now, the fact that we can kind of sit in the living room and pop on your favourite sim race on the big telly and just stream it on your 60-inch OLED TV and watch us in glorious high definition.
Are you flexing?
What? No, I'm saying what other people can have. I've got a bigger TV in the home office than I do in the living room. That kind of shows where the priorities are. Yeah,
that's good though. I don't have a TV. Fun fact: do not own a television just because. Don't need one. I've got a PC in it. It's got screens.
The only thing it gets used for is a monitor for the PC.
Yeah, exactly. So what's the point? It's I don't need a TV. I don't have the space to put one up in here. All I want, and we all know because we've all seen. I don't know what Steve Proudly's setup is like, and so maybe we need to see a photograph.
It's unreal. It's unreal.
Mike Yao's setup is just screens on screens on screens. I'm going to assume that Steve's is probably in the same sort of vein, but that's exactly what I want. I'm like, yeah, but you could get a bigger screen. It's like, yes, but I could either get a bigger screen or I could have more screens, and that's the thing.
Well, see, that's what I've got. So I've got the one big. I've got basically 5 displays coming out the one PC. So I've got one massive 40K. 40K?
40K? Oh my goodness!
That's straight off of Wish.com, isn't it? 50-inch TV, 40K, 6,000 megapixels. So one 4K 50-inch TV, and then I've got like 4 little windows thanks to Power Toys. So it's like having little 90. It's like having 4 19-inch monitors all bolted on directly to each other. I've got my little curved display to the left, and I've got my other 21-inch display to the right, and for like broadcasting, for comms and everything, it's an absolute godsend. Even being the complete nerd that I am, having 3 different races, like real life races, open at the same time is brilliant for that.
Oh yeah, no, I mean I have again from the motorsport point of view, I have sat here, or even just from a sport point of view, when people kind of know that I'm a bit of a cycling fan. I watch tennis as well and stuff. And when you've got a motorsport stuff, one screen is not enough. That is a guarantee on a Sunday afternoon when you've got British touring cars on, you've got Formula One, you've got these sport. It's just sort of like I will bring my laptop in here, I'll set that up, I'll have my phone as well. I've got so in a sense I've got 5 screens and stuff, and I've got something on everything. And it's still, even then I'm like, this is not enough. A little bit wide there from Savalainen, and he pulls it back onto the track. But you need multiple screens. It's one thing where I'm just sort of like, everyone needs an extra screen. You might not think you need an extra screen, but as soon as you get an extra screen, suddenly it's like,
you need another one.
I need another one. I need more. I need more information.
Well, you've got your answer in the Discord chat there.
Oh, good.
Proudly set up. Personally, I'm all about those Lego model cars that are above them. I'm thoroughly jealous.
Oh, nice.
Is that a Porsche 9?
I've got one of those.
Yep. Well, it's 2 Porsches, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ferrari.
I've got the Porsche 911 RSR, the one that's on the left, Lego, because I got that one sent by Lego, of course. And then I spent 3 days building it whilst the Olympics were on, because those things are complex. They are not simple. And for my small brain, they're not easy to do. Oh, there's the defensive move from Eichhorn, and Olsen Forsberg sending it down the inside. That is a bold attempt, and he gets around the outside of the final part of the Mercedes Arena section. Basiglio's not quite able to pick up the pieces from all this, but this seems like it is going to be a battle for the next half hour. It's all trying to wrestle their way into the final spot inside the top 20, and also, yes, it's a pretty impressive setup, I'll say that.
Well, I think what we've just seen there is Fred Olsen Forsberg bludgeon to death Marcus Eichhorn for that position there. He got the Audi in his sights and just thought, yep, I'm taking that. And that is a great move to get P20, and it's moments like this that we're going to see time and time again. Uniself lining onto the back of Dietrich for 15th and 16th position as well. I think it's actually Dietrich that's just got ahead there, and there is Vyacheslav Abalad. You're kidding me. 2.7 seconds between him and Zolobov. What has happened to that gap? That has just been absolutely nuked from orbit.
I mean, looking so strong at the moment is Abalad. The thing is, though, is if he closes in, he's got to worry about McGlade as well, who's not that far behind. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure myself as to what's possible. Fourth place definitely is on the cards, right? It's just how much risk does Abalad do it? It's kind of one of those things. We'd look at it, and we love Igor Ogrodnikov, but it is kind of one of those scenarios where I'm kind of glad that Ogrodnikov is not behind the wheel right now, because I don't think his racecraft at the moment would be required right now, because he's very good and he can make the move stick. The issue is that his ability to sometimes overstep might drag them into a costly position. It's exactly what happened in the Coach Dave Super Sprint, of course. Remember when Ogrodnikov went in one lap from competing for the championship to removing the team entirely from any idea of taking the championship.
Yeah, and look how quickly the tables turn. It's just absolutely, I was about to say absolutely mental, but I think absolutely crazy is possibly a better word to use on that one. Final half hour of the race, and 170 laps in the book. Jaroslav Honzig in the lead of this race. Konstantinos Kontogiannis in second place, 13 seconds back there. Novikov looks like he could be trying to make inroads for that second place as well. 4.8 seconds behind Novikov right now, and then we're watching this here, Vyacheslav Abalad. I'm not too concerned about Andrea McGlade just behind there in the 33, purely because that gap has kind of gone up. When we consider that he got past McGlade, it was 1.7, then it was 2.2, then it was 2.6. It's been sort of floating about at 3 for the past 5 laps or so, but it's that battle for fourth place, I think, Lewis, that is going to be hotting up very quickly, and well, that would be a turn up for the books.
See, that's why I think that battle with McGlade is actually something to focus on, because I think once Abalad closes in and once they battle, that's going to drag McGlade back into it potentially. That's why it could well be a three-way fight for fourth place, and you shouldn't ever count it out. When Abalad closes in on fourth place, needs to close in and needs to make a move immediately. Cannot dilly-dally, cannot waste time. It can't be a wishy-washy pass. It needs to be a full-on send and move done nice and cleanly, no wasting time. And that, as we've got the battle for 21st place. Obviously Olsen Forsberg was closed in on by Eichhorn, but as soon as he's managed to get back through in the Pulse SimSport car, the gap's grown out a fair amount, as well as a couple of other battles. Sholobanov in 17th place with Young quite close as well. Obviously we've got the Basiglio one that we were kind of checking on there. This is the battle that we think is going to be the closest, highest up, as Abalad is closing in bit by bit on Oleg Sholobov, which is the car that's currently on our screen, SMP Racing Esports. And considering the reason why we're focusing on this is such a big story, David, is because, well, let's be honest, the 41's not exactly had the easiest time of it today, has it?
Feels like just 10 minutes ago it was facing the wrong way round the second part of the circuit on the opening lap of the race, into the wall, and had to let nearly all of the cars go through. And yet again, it's been another day of a recovery drive for that 41 team. And the question that remains every single time is what if? What if that didn't happen? What if they didn't have to charge that hard would they be 2 minutes off into the distance in the lead of the race? We'll never know, because it never seems to happen. But I mean, it's just getting way too close for comfort. If I'm Oleg Zolobov, I'm raising the white flag by now and just thinking, please don't hit me in the face.
I mean, for Zolobov, I mean, to be fair, I think he's going to put up a fight. Of course, he's got to. But yeah, if you're playing the wise card right now, you've got a choice here. You can try and hang on to 4th place, right? Or you can, as nearest makes a difference, guarantee yourself a top 5, right? And that's the kind of thing, is that if you try and hang on to 4th, then you might end up in 6th, because McGlade is there or thereabouts and not a million miles away from this battle. Meanwhile, if you, as you say, kind of raise the white flag, you're almost going to guarantee yourself a top 5, because Avalanche will come through, but the pace of McGlade is not enough to close down on Sholobov if the race night's hit. Now, of course, we're sat here in the commentary booth thinking, please put up a fight, because we want the banter. But I'm thinking of this from a racing driver's point of view and thinking of what the smartest decision is. As a team, you're always going to want to try and hang on. And now we're kind of playing devil's advocate here by even suggesting this, because we know what's going to happen here. Sholobov is going to fight. He has to fight. This is a race where it's been 6 hours long, with 24 minutes left to go, and you're hanging on to 4th spot. You're not going to pass over. Just from a logical, calculated point of view, might sometimes not be the best option.
Oh, no, absolutely. And I wouldn't expect anything less from Oleg Zolobov. I think the team as well, they've had to do some questionable moves to get themselves up into that 4th position. I think that they're going to have a very difficult fight on their hands if they think that they're going to be able to take that from the SMP racing team. Consequently as well, Ponto-Giannis is getting caught hand over fist by Novikov. That gap now 3.5 seconds. Once that starts coming down to under 3 seconds, I think they're going to start panicking a little bit in that number 34. Now, again, there is this slim, distinct offshoot of a chance that Abeladze could still get a podium out of this, believe it or not, because if Novikov does get up to Ponto-Giannis and Ponto-Giannis fights a little bit too hard and ends up costing themselves time or some sort of issue with those two, that then puts these two up into 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole heap of things that can happen, and the ifs and buts are something that we can dwell on for a fair while. Also, there is a tight battle a bit further back as well in 13th position right now, as the number 80 is desperately trying to cling on. That is the GTR Masters Endurance team at the moment. There they are, and you can see who's coming through. Of course, it is Lopez, who's right there, one way back the other. My goodness me, he did not know where he was going, and that was the most underwhelming end to a battle that I think we've seen all day. GTR Masters thinking, okay, I'm not going to fight you at all, you can pass. And Lopez in the 1-2-1 Aspar Esports team went, okay, sure, if you're going to give me it, I'll take it, no worries.
Oh my god, the pace of Appalachians. This is just frightening. This is like stuff in nightmares or horror films right now for the Triple Eight right now, because the pace of the 41, they're just absolute unrelenting speeds right now, and this is now a case of when, not if. Given that there's 22 minutes left to go. Oh man, this is scary stuff.
Well, McGlade is actually closing in on this. The previous lap time for McGlade was a 54.9. The previous lap from Abeladze was a 54.7. Now you kind of think, hang on, he's ahead. You're absolutely right. But then the fastest, or the last lap from Sholobov was a 55.7. And that's kind of the cork in the bottle here, is of course Sholobov. So in that sense, if you're in Abeladze's point of view, you know you've probably got about 3 laps to make a move cleanly with out McGlade kind of closing in. So you've got about 3 laps of just attack, and if you don't get past in 3 laps, well, you're attacking and defending, mate.
So I'm also hearing that we've had our first penalty in what feels like about 6 hours. It's instead between cars 79 and 50. In fact, oh sorry, that's from an hour ago. Excuse me. Incident between cars 214 and 79. 10-second penalty for the 79 for causing a collision. So the 79 is Prime E Racing 3. That is Mark Philip Enders, Finn Hult, and Lucas Sharp.
And it's the second of the two penalties, or the two reports. Oh, here we go from Abelard. Oh, my goodness me. For the two previous incidents from race control, the 79's been involved in both. The previous was a victim, that one. Oh, no, come on. Abelard, that was so silly. He's going to give the position back, but guess who's going to be there? Not yet, but that West Competition racing car is closing in. We were told by Michael Hamlet, the issue is not getting past, is getting past that penalty, and that was, yes, he's given it back, but that was pretty stupid from Abelard to even try that, because we know the final corner's not really an overtaking opportunity. You know you've got a pace advantage on the SMP Racing Esports car. Why risk a penalty? It makes no sense when you've got 20 minutes left.
As much as I'm loving beating into anyone and calling them out, I'm not sure on that one, purely because I wonder if Zolobov braked earlier than Abeladze was prepared for, and he simply ran into the back of him. You saw how close he was. If it's a case of like he dived out and sent it, then yeah, case closed. Then you're done, as we'd say. But I mean, it's not exactly the smartest trick in the book, given that after all that work, that could have. Well, enjoy your trip, Abeladze, and I have a feeling that has now just sealed potentially the top 5. I cannot see that being allowed if that is the case. And the thing is, it's going to happen again. You can see now that Abeladze is desperate to get past. He knows that McGlade is onto the back of this group here. It's going to get stupid.
Yeah, here we go. We're going to get down the inside going into Van Bogen. Of course, that BMW behind is also for position as well. So it's a three-way fight for 4th place with 18 minutes left to go in this race. Oleg Sholobov is going to hang on for now. The cutback look down the inside. This is where the incident happened over the previous lap, but certainly not close enough to make a silly dive down the inside where it just wasn't there. Maybe race controller look at it and be like, look, it's a racing incident. You've given it straight back. We'll give you a warning and we'll give you a slap on the wrist, and that's about it. Let's let them fight for now. But Sholobov won't be pleased one bit, because he's obviously been dragged back to McGlade as well, as the three-way fight is going to continue. Down onto the brakes into turn 1. The SMP Racing Esports car is able to hang on for now, but Abeladze is looking super racy. I mean, he was looking for a move down into Barcelona.
Yeah, but again, he wasn't having all this pressure from Andrea McGlade behind him in the 33 as well, so that changes the aspect of things as well. I mean, yes, there is the argument for it was a racing incident, he's given the position back, there was no gain made and stuff like that, but contact is still contact. It's about the message that's sent out. And also, that 41, I mean, the amount of penalties that they're getting involved in where they don't need to be getting involved in is just, it's eye-watering. 17 minutes left to go, they can still make this work, but they have to do better than that.
Yeah, I mean, we would expect a better move from Abeladze, like I say, regardless of what's actually happened. And I was told by a message from Zach Sweeney, that was a bad move, no cap. Obviously, young speak there. That means that's a bad move, not joking. It was terrible as an attempt, but Abeladze certainly wanted to give it a go, and now you can see the very wide entry, missing the apex a little bit there. He's desperate to find a way through, but you can see there, because if he missed that apex, the straight line speed from the Merc off of the corner, which actually hit the apex, managed to pull away. And it's kind of an example of trying too hard at the moment in the form of Abeladze right now. He's trying desperately to find a way past, but if you overdrive it, then there is no way to make that move. I'd say this is his best opportunity heading down onto the start-finish straight, because it wasn't a great exit from Oleg Sholobov, who's going to pull it obviously over to the right-hand side of shot. This is the opportunity for Abeladze to potentially go around the outside. He might switch it back to the inside, but the answer to that question is no. He's committed to it. Obviously, McGlade is just sort of sat there waiting, a little bit of contact on the rear end of the Merc, but that is a beautiful bit of defence there from Oleg Sholobov.
again, more contact from Abeladze onto the back of Zholobov there. Unnecessary, this level of aggression trying to get past. There you go. Unreal. What? I'm beyond words at this point. The thing is,
yeah, that's a penalty.
The problem is, right, is that we work really hard as commentators to try and promote this as the best possible light and try and take it seriously, and stuff like that just winds me up, because it's like, at what cost? What is the point in that? You've worked so hard to bloody work your way through the field, and why would you do something like that just to throw it all away? It is just, it's childish, for want of a better word. And the problem is that we see this time and time again, not just from Vyacheslav. I've made it numerous times clear about Igor Ogorodnikov. That's the same sort of stuff that we see from him as well. That petulant, get out of my way sort of stuff. 15 minutes left to go, you would have easily had that fourth position. I'm just absolutely speechless. So disappointed more than anything else. And not just that, poor Zholobov now not only has lost fourth position, but he's lost fifth position now as well. Andrew McGlade, who is justified to be like, yeah, thanks, cheers boys, you just fight amongst yourselves. And Zolobov's now lost 2 positions. I'm just, nah.
Yeah, well, I mean, great stuff for the West Competition racing car either way, because they'll probably be up to 4th place by the end of this race. I'm guaranteeing that Abeladze will receive a penalty for that. I mean, the thing is, it's been bookended by not great stuff from the number 41's camp. I mean, I get it. The first thing was unwise and was pretty stupid from Abeladze, but it's kind of like, I can understand that. That bit of contact there was just super unneeded. I know it wasn't intentional, it certainly wasn't, but it was super unneeded to kind of make that bit of contact. We'll see it once again. This is the first one to see over, and this is obviously the run up towards chicane. You'll see how much speed is going to be carried through comparatively between Abeladze. Now, this one has already been reviewed by race control, and this is a 5-second time penalty to Abeladze. It's not actually this one, it was on the previous lap, never mind. But it was basically, it was into that corner, it was a look down the inside, and he sent off the 888. That is what netted him a 5-second time penalty. The incident that we'll see in a moment has not been reviewed by race control yet. They are presently looking over it at this very moment. So around the outside, having a look, little bit of contact there. That would have been a bit of a warning to be like, okay, let's not try something too silly then. Into the Mercedes Arena section. Now, of course, Zholobov is on less grip than Abeladze, who are on board with. He's taken a very, very defensive line and just throttled up straight into the back end. That is a harsh penalty, I'm assuming, is going to be on its way, because that was such a silly mistake from Abeladze, who's in 4th, who's going to try and hang on. It's going to be a 5-second time penalty, and he's definitely going to drop back into the bare minimum 6th.
Unbelievable. I feel like, one of my hands. I can only get to 5 for that second one. I don't want to put him in for that one, but hey, it is what it is. It's final 20 minutes of the race. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say that it was just a moment of madness and whatever. But just.
It's not good. There's the 10-second time penalty then to Abeladze. That's of course the 2 5s added together. But Abeladze will drop back now into 6th spot. He still would be in that sense a good sort of 9-10 seconds clear of Van Druyten in the 977 Kramer racing car, so at least there's that up for grabs. It's still, even in that sense, I know obviously there's been a pretty silly couple of laps from Abeladze. From a reasonable point of view though, it has been still a great recovery drive from the SimGrid.Pro team. Yes, it's now tinged a touch, but to say that they were in last place on the very first lap of this race and they've managed to recover their way up into 6th place, which by the way, David, is where I said they could get to, so at least I'm right now. I'll take that. The 41's done a decent job just to come through, kept their nose clean for the entirety of the race, with the exception of the last sort of 5-10 minutes. It is what it is. I mean, fair enough. They have seen more racing action than most have around the Nurburgring over the last 6 hours.
Yeah, just the issue is that how many warnings do they need? How many penalties do they need? Right? You look at the first incident where they rejoined immediately in front of another car, right? After that instant. That was aggression right there. And this is for me is the crux of the matter, is that it's what underlies these moves. It's not a case of it's not a case of that they're just accidents. It's acts of aggression. So you rejoin and directly in front of a car and causing a crash and taking out several other cars with them as well at the same time. That's incident number one. Then you've got them taking it out after the chicane just a couple of laps ago. That's incident number two. For me, incident number three is the little nudge on the exit of the first corner there. Now, granted, that is absolutely minuscule in the grand scheme of things, wouldn't normally be a thing, but add it on top of everything else, and that is genuinely an issue. And then you've got that ridiculous move where he just completely T-bones another car out of the way. And for me, the fact that he only got a 5-second penalty, I am absolutely stunned at that. I'm stunned that he's got a 15-second penalty for that. For me, I would have actually just given him a drive-through.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one. But obviously, race control, they've got their views on it. They would have seen it from every single angle. We've got another penalty coming through as well between the 4:10 and the 48. And it is a 10-second time penalty to the 48. So another top effort there. That was the Vladimir Bashmakov racing car that's received the penalty in the 48. The 410 that they made contact with doesn't exist. So that's a top effort. I might think that's probably the 420 Gripax Engineering car. But another issue from them. Our race leaders, though, they are well away from everyone at the moment, and with 9 minutes and 20 seconds left to go, they've got a 12.6 second lead right now. The lap times they're setting more than comfortable enough, 55.4 in the previous lap time from Jaroslav Honzik. Konstantianis on a 55.3 in the car directly behind, with Novikov going faster still, but obviously not by much, 55.0. Might well be enough for Novikov to potentially knock at the door later on Konstantianis. I know you were pointing that one out a little bit later, that Konstantianis might feel a little bit under pressured in the final moments of this race. I think that might actually happen.
Yeah, it's certainly a possibility. 8.5 minutes left to go. Realistically, 3 laps, maybe 2.5 laps left to go in the race here. So it's on, but again, I don't think Novikov is going to do anything in terms of the wildness that we saw from our lads. They'll certainly go for it, they'll certainly give it a try, but they're not just going to throw it in left, right and centre. 2.7 seconds. Yeah, okay, this is starting to get really, really close for that battle.
Yeah, it certainly is. And like I say, in the final moments, that's when, for Konstantianis, I mean, they know what this result is. I know that sounds stupid, but it's kind of one of those things that for Novikov, for the 322, for Simway.Pro by Vides, it's a good result. Decent round. For TF Racing Souvlaki, it'll be... I'm not trying to big it up for them, because we know they're a very, very strong team. I'm not trying to say as if this is like them winning the F1 World Championship. But I would say, at least from the outset, that this result, second place, would mean more to TF Racing Souvlaki than it would to Simway.Pro by Vides, because to them it's another podium. To TF Racing Souvlaki, it's a podium. And they're a team that we typically see running more so in the lower reaches of the top 10 more so. This is going to be a bit of a move from the slow racing team to try and get around the outside of Harry Phillips in the number 96 Bentley, but that's not really going to work there. We've seen some great moves though from Dario Bike, of course more so in the battles between themselves and the Gripax Engineering, but still, a battle's a battle.
It absolutely is, and this is what we want to see. We want to see battles. We want to see cars duking it out on the track here. As Bike sent it from last week, that's never going to work. And Harry Phillips, I think, is a little bit sweating right now. Although I've got to be honest, how much does that Audi of Daniel Bike look like a little RC car when you compare it to the Bentley in front?
Yeah, indeed. And I say trying to find his way past in that little R8, but still, no opportunity to do so. We know the R8 is pretty fast in a straight line, but then the Bentley is as well, so it kind of eats their own. I mean, all these cars are pretty fast in a straight line. They don't have to worry about any battles behind though, because it's a 16-second gap back to Dietrich, who's got 5 seconds clear over Savalainen. So we won't see another battle between Dario Bike and Savalainen, despite them putting on great shows earlier on in this race. It's went down to 2 seconds flat. It's now gone back up to 2.5 seconds, by the way, between Competizione and Novikov at the moment. The battle for second place on the grid, but each their own. Sholobov and McGlade still very, very close indeed, at least for 5th place, which we know will become 4th.
Yeah, that is one of the few things that we do definitely know about the finish of this race. Novikov, the gap between him and Giannis going up a little bit. It was 2.2, now 2.4. Again, we'll keep an eye on that one, but 5.5 minutes left to go. Just getting an idea on where our race leader Jaroslav Honzig is in the circuit. He is just going through turns 3 and 4 just now, so I think we're going to have 2 laps left of this race. No, 3 laps left of this race.
Yeah, certainly is a little bit of the cutback and the look from the slow racing car just to try and pick his way past Phillips, but there wasn't an opportunity there. He's looking certainly fast, very, very much so, going up in towards the fast chicane, and you kind of feel this is a matter of when and not if. But with there being, like you say, 3 laps left to go, the opportunities aren't that high, and when you're in Phillips's point of view, you kind of start thinking, I can actually do this. 3 laps, I can hang on for 3 laps, because there's not many overtaking opportunities around here. Certainly not ones you have to understand where your car's quite weak, right? So say, for example, you can see that Phillips is under attack from Bike going into the fast chicane. So at this point, Phillips is probably thinking, or you should really be thinking, that if there's one corner around this entire circuit to nail, it's Warsteiner. Everything else is kind of like, just do it kind of right. Nail Warsteiner, and then you're onto the back stretch, and then you have the run up into the chicane, and then just hold that defensive line through the chicane, and everywhere else you can do all right. You don't need to have the greatest exit out of Ford. You don't have to focus all of your attention there. You can actually kind of breathe a little bit through there, because the move down the inside going into Dunlop is not really there. And it's also very, very easy to cover off. Out of Dunlop, up the hill through the Schumacher S, not really an overtaking opportunity to make stick. Out of Schumacher S, yes, potentially, but you see what I mean. You don't have to focus on nailing every single part of the lap, just little bits of it, and especially when your rival does things like that, well, now you can really breathe for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just like you can relax. Job's done. There we go. 3 3/4 minutes left to do. But it's bits like that you have to really keep pushing on. And the thing is with that being done, there's nothing really you can say about that. Also noticing that Novikov made a mistake coming out the final corner there, lost 1.5 seconds out of there. He's now gone back behind a couple of cars of lap traffic there, so I think that is done and dusted for a fight for 3rd place as well.
Yes,
second
indeed.
Even.
Yeah, I was going to say second at the moment, because obviously Novikov not really having the pace right now. 56.6 on the previous lap. My goodness me. Honzik firing on all cylinders, just continuing to lap comfortably. Mid 55 again from Honzik on the penultimate lap of the race. He's got the John Lacey Esports Academy car directly ahead right now. I do believe that is the 1:28. Certainly is at the moment. It's being driven by Shermatinsky, so he's going to lap everyone up to 9th place, which is a pretty good effort for the Yassi car, especially considering it's been backwards today.
It's not a bad day at the races, really. It's been quite a good recovery, although to be fair, by the time that George Boothby had done that, he'd already had a handsome lead anyway.
Yeah.
It's like 16 seconds. It's not a bad day when you can do that and still win the race quite handsomely.
Yes, indeed. Well, Contagianis obviously a way back, 14 seconds in the rears, but I think for TF Racing Souvlaki, they've had such a good day. I mean, they led from the off today. They qualified in second and then led from the off. How impressive was that? We'll see how close this is at the line. We might actually be heading on to the penultimate lap of the race with 2 minutes and 5. Yeah, we are heading on to the penultimate lap of the race. Yeah, you're right. Kind of wondering how close we're going to be with essentially 5 seconds clear. So this depends on how Jaroslav Honzik's feeling right now. He could make this the final lap of the race, or could, if he backs off, could make it the final lap of the race, or he could just keep it pinned and then go for an extra lap. Which, to be fair, when you're leading comfortably, 9 times out of 10 you're going for the extra lap. You enjoy leading. Who doesn't?
Absolutely, and the problem with it is that you know yourself from experience that The amount of times that you let off the gas is when the mistakes creep in and accidents happen. That's the last thing you want to have.
Yes, indeed. Well, he manages to get past Shermatinsky by overdoing it. Just a touch, and Shermatinsky nearly driving into the rear end of Jaroslav Honzik as well. That's not ideal. Honzik would be pretty on edge about that, I'm sure. I don't know why Shermatinsky was fighting so hard with Jaroslav Honzik. I don't know why he's so desperate to be on the lead lap, but it's not as if he's particularly close to anyone. Raditsi's a good way down the road. Harry Phillips is a good way down the road the other way. Kind of seems a bit unnecessary, but each their own.
Yeah, for sure. But what a race it's been for the number 82 Yaz Heat team. They've done such a fantastic job of controlling the flow of this race. They've really had it by the scruff of the neck here and done everything that they needed to do. I think you're spot on when you say that Jaroslav's going to be going for another lap here. I don't really see any other reason to slow down, but yeah, fair play to the 34 team as well. They've done really well, TF Racing Souvlaki squad, of keeping on to that second place. So yeah, I mean, a worthy win for the number 82 team, and it's going to be across the line to start another lap, is it?
Yep. He was pulling over to look as if he was going to celebrate, and then went, oh, actually, no. A little bit early, never mind. Maybe just a little preemptive, getting the team ready to come up to the wall, even though they don't do that. Which is actually one thing that I know this is a gimmicky thing, yes. But in sim racing and stuff, I do feel like that is one thing that we don't have. Is like, we should at least have like the AI and stuff come up to the wall, and so as you would in like a motorsport race, they're up against the pit wall and stuff, and you can customise them. Where's that in sim racing? Where's the drama of winning? Obviously in ACC you get like the smoke flares and stuff that go off around the circuit, which is great, by the way. Nice little touch of atmosphere. But I want to hear the noise. I want to see the visuals. I want it to be more, because how many times in a sim race they pull close to the wall as if like they're celebrating, and it's kind of like, oh right, that's it, is it?
Yeah. No, that's exactly it, and not just
McLaren in the pit lane.
Oh, okay. So
they've underfueled.
That means that Jonas van Drooyen then is going to be
no.
Or how far are they back?
So you're absolutely right. McLaren's going to take 6th place, but McLaren's not going to get past Abelard. It's obviously a 10-second time penalty, which does mean that you're now right. Oh, awful.
I'm not really happy about that, though. The way it's come about, I would have preferred if you were right. But either way, Jaroslav Honzik then making his way up through the final couple of corners through this right-hander. What a performance it has been today. Just on that note, I mean, not only would it be nice to have the pit crew coming out, but I think it'd be ace to have the going out lap, so you exit from your garage to go onto the grid, and then the warm down lap as well, with all the marshals coming out and waving their flags and being quite happy and stuff.
Oh yeah, the reconnaissance lap is something which is a thing in sim racing elsewhere, but still, either way, we'll continue the waffle another time, because Jaroslav Honzik has one final corner to do before he comes out, and the Yaz Heat car is going to win here at Nurburgring. Absolutely fantastic from Jaroslav Honzik. A super drive from the 82, super stuff from the entirety of the team. Not only him, but of course Malinovsky and Boothby as well. Contagianis for TF Racing Souvlaki will come across the line to take a podium, and so well deserved. The Greek squad, they've been fantastic all day. They've grabbed their podium. Novikov will also come across the line in 3rd as a bit of grass tracking from Abelads, who absolutely sends it over the final chicane. It comes out of the final corner with his 10-second time penalty, which will be applied as he hits the line. And so for Simware.pro by Vides, kind of hang your heads in a bit of shame at the end of the race, but still be proud of the recovery drive. They'll drop back now into 5th place, because they will drop behind Cholobov once the results are finalised. Van Drooyen, Hetic, Simeon, Raditsi will finish all on the lead lap, with Shermatinsky receiving a 30-second time penalty on the final lap of the race.
I'm confused. Where's the BMW gone?
Simeon took over. Oh, it might have been driver stint limit then. I don't know.
Gone. They were literally in like 5th place. Now they're not
8th.
Even. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, they're 8th now.
So that's the penalty that they got then. Oh man, you hate to see it. Well,
It wasn't a penalty. I don't know why they came to the pit lane, but they came to the pit lane to switch drivers. Maybe it was because they were risking a penalty of the driver's stint limit, even though they did pit well within the window. But it maybe was because they were going to exceed the maximum driver time, and that was the major thing, which is a bit of a shame to have missed out. And that was by 1 lap, because had Jaroslav Honzik gone 5 seconds slower, would have been fine, and that's the risk you take when you're calling it that close.
Woo, what a race. 6 hours that all came down to that. Goodness me.
Yes, indeed. Well, a look over the start of the race, of course. We had the concertina effect. It was a mad race, wasn't it? I mean, when you've got 40-odd cars running down into turn 1, you're expecting it to go super crazy down there.
Yeah, absolutely are. This, though, I mean, we only caught this on the replay, though. It was just like chaos. Cars going skittling in. I just don't understand, right? So by the time that 6 cars have collided, you'd think that some of the cars coming on would look at it and go, oh, well, actually, hang on, I better go and loosen off. And yet they don't. They just come barreling in as we see some of the earlier incidents here. This is George Boothby making his way through as well, and what a move this was to go side by side and just take that like candy off a baby. We had concerned ourselves all afternoon with how those Audi tyres were kind of wearing themselves out after 30 minutes, though.
Yeah, I know. Like I say, it's some of those differences between each of the cars which has caused their issues through the day, but then it's worked out in advantages for some things. Why you got to think carefully of your car choice. We will catch up with our winners post-race. We do have Jaroslav Honzik and George Boothby standing by to jump in here and instantly be interviewed. We'll go to George Boothby first, because obviously Jaroslav Honzik has just crossed the line. But still, we are going to go to George Boothby because I've got to ask that really important question about that spin, mate. What happened?
Nothing happened. I didn't see anything.
Hard day out there.
Yeah, I definitely made it a little bit harder on us. I was happy to get pole because I was struggling a bit in quali, and then literally the last lap I decided to actually just do something, and yeah, I managed to get the lap. I was happy with that, and then yeah, in the race it started out a little bit difficult because obviously the Porsche isn't great in a straight line off the start, and then the Audi just drove straight around us at the beginning. So I was trying to I just bided my time, really. It's a long race, and eventually the Audi made a mistake and we got through. I pulled a good gap, everything was going great, and then the first pit stop I missed my pit box by a long way, so I had to reverse. And then we ended up I think 3rd in the second stint. And then Maciej and Jardy did some amazing driving, and I got back in the car with a bit of a gap again. Everything was going good, and then, yeah, like you say, I took a bit of a detour. But thankfully, the pace we had was enough to overcome that slight hiccup. And yeah, I think we all drove really well. Really proud of us all, and it's really good to get a win here.
Did you expect to lose the lead on the start of the race? Obviously, you said about the Porsche not having the greatest straight line speed. Were you kind of ready for that to be the case?
If it was any car other than the Audi, I thought I would have maybe had a chance into turn 1. But the new Audi is absolutely insane off the line. It has so much acceleration. So, I mean, I didn't. I had a hope maybe I could keep the lead, but I knew it's a very small chance. And like I say, by turn 1, he was already ahead. So I tried to send it, but it is what it is. But I was just glad we could, get back through in the race. Thankfully, it's quite a long race. So yeah.
Well, we'll move on to your teammate who decided it was a good idea to big time us through the middle of the race as he had to run off and go and do some other racing elsewhere. How was it, Jaroslav Honzik, obviously jumping back into the race after being elsewhere? So that's got to be pretty difficult to jump between 2 different simulators in the middle of a race.
Yeah, I personally, I like it and don't like it as well, because obviously when I'm streaming, it ruins the streams a bit. Because obviously people can't watch the other race too much, but I must say, going from ACC to iRacing is like very, very difficult. Getting used to literally everything is different in the game, you know. But then hopping back from iRacing to ACC literally takes like a half a lap to get used to it. So it's not too bad. It's not too bad. I was just like in the last stint, I was just circling around. I was just trying to not bin it and be careful.
Yeah, it seemed like when you jumped in the car, at least for the second time jumping in the car, there was a bit less pressure on your shoulder because the work had already been done. But you still had to do work earlier on in the race. It's a difficult track. Is it, kind of one that you get along with quite well? I mean, you were pretty fast out there.
Yeah, like, I mean, in the first 3 laps, I was getting like used to it a bit. I was like a bit struggling or getting warm up a bit. I should have probably warm up a bit before my stint, which I didn't, and it showed in the first 3 laps. And obviously, Mabix was able to overtake me into the first corner, and then I was like holding with him. But my biggest problem is like I'm usually very consistent, but today with the Porsche, I was having a bit of a struggle. Like obviously the car is like it slides, oversteers, it understeers. It does so many things during the lap. So I did several bad laps in my first stint, so unfortunately I lost like 4 or 5 seconds to the guys ahead, but obviously Mathieu and George were absolutely carrying forward. Even when spinning, they were just going forward beautifully.
Yeah, certainly the spin for George Boothby, less so for Maciej Malinowski, who looked pretty strong out there. We'll go to you, Maciej, and for a team which came into this a little bit further off in the championship than maybe you would have wanted, of course, in 4th spot, a win like this, it's halfway through the season now, we've passed that halfway point. This is surely a turning point for you lot when it comes to your focus on the title race.
Yes, definitely. From the beginning of the championship, we knew that Nurburgring was going to be our strongest round. So, obviously, Imola was never going to be a good race for us. Barcelona, I think we maximized the points with other cars in front of us, and I think we still, even though 4th position is not anything crazy, but it was still a good position to come into this race, and we just had to maximize our points and our potential. We knew that we're gonna have a car that's capable of winning here, and that was our goal for today, and I'm super happy we were able to achieve that. Other tracks that are gonna be coming, I think we can definitely fight with the others, with the Bentleys, with the BMWs, not so much, but we never know what's going to happen. Those are long races, weather can happen, and I think today we also showed with a lot of consistency and good driving that we can definitely fight for the top position, not only here, but maybe or even on other tracks. So definitely looking forward for those other races. Today was a great day.
Knowing that, of course, the Williams esports team had a disconnection today, Nikodem Wisniewski disconnected from the race, and knowing the speed, for example, the number 41, do you feel it's really just those two that are your championship rivals, so to speak, or do you think there might be another team that is kind of lurking, ready to pounce at Silverstone and Monza?
Definitely, so far, Bentleys are looking extremely strong, both as a car, and they have extremely strong driver lineups this season. There are many teams like Williams, like SimGrid that are performing extremely well in all the races we had so far. Those other tracks that we're gonna be having, Silverstone and Monza, those are definitely one of the strongest BMW tracks. So I'm pretty certain just how, like we saw it at Imola, there are gonna be a lot of many strong BMWs, and we may see one of them maybe trying to close up in the championship on those top spots. But definitely, so far, looking how those races were, definitely will focus championship-wise on fighting with the Bentleys.
Well, congratulations to you. Great victory for the number 82 Yas Heat. George Boothby, Jaroslav Honzik and Maciej Malinowski. Go out and have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
It was amazing. See you
Top
next time.
effort. Top effort. We might have to speak to them next time, depending on what they do at Silverstone. But David, Christie, final thoughts over a pretty dramatic race. We've not been short of drama over these 6 hours here at the Nurburgring.
Hashtag remove penalty 41.
Of course.
What a great race. Thoroughly deserved win for Yas Heat. They did so well. So many stories. Great result for West Competition Racing. TF Racing Souvlaki getting a brilliant performance as well. Gutted to see right at the end the BMW team having to go into the pits and swap driver after to avoid any issue with the driver stint limit. But all in all, apart from that final half an hour, an incredibly clean race, really enjoyable, and roll on next time at Silverstone.
Yeah, super stuff here for the Nurburgring 1000. A fantastic continuation to our Coach Dave 1000. But of course, when it comes to action, less so from a racing point of view, more so from a driving point of view, please do not forget that over the next month, we'll be having the Coach Dave Time Attack Season 2. It's going to be fantastic. You can take any car around, so it's not just the Mercs. Obviously, we started out with just picking the Audis, but we did open it up last season, so you could pick any car you want. And of course, things will be starting on Monday morning, on June the 6th, here at the Nurburgring, a week-long time trial to see if you can book your place to our finale. After that, they'll be having a week in Spa, and after that, a week in Kyalami, all with prizes up for grabs before we get to the broadcasted finale at the end of June on the 30th, which was fantastically entertaining at the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit at the end of what was season 1, of course, last month in May. I'm sure whatever circuit we go to, we'll be in for a thrilling fight at the end of June. Before we get there, though, obviously we have to say our goodbyes. We have to give you our hope for the future. Silverstone 1000 will be back at the start of July, on the 2nd of July. Obviously about the same time, 2 o'clock here at the SimGrid, as the Coach Dave 1000 will head into its penultimate round of the season. We thank you so much for joining us, from myself, Liz McGlade, from David Christie as well, and all the team back here at SimGrid. Have a nice evening, and bye-bye.